Welcome to the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, where the second day of Winter Series action is about to kick off. It's our second weekend of the season. 6 weekends total. This, our final event of January. And how exciting to be here at long last, a sunny Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. We didn't have much of that during the week in pre-event testing, but the race days have been blessed with perfect weather conditions. We have Lucas Gajewski and Chris McCarthy alongside myself, Adam Weller, for the broadcast this weekend. And look at the circuit that we have for you. The 4.665 15-turn Autodromo Internacional do Algarve opened at the tail end of the 2008 racing season. Huge elevation change, ups and downs. We will have some clouds today, but in general, it is going to be a picturesque time to be down in the south of Portugal with racing cars on the circuit. Almost no wind. That means the drivers have no excuse for running wide into the first corner. They can't blame any tailwind. But we are excited to bring you 5 races in total today. The GT4s have a pair of races, a half-hour sprint, followed by an hour-long enduro later in the day. The Winter Series, the GT Winter Series with much the same. One 30-minute sprint followed by a 55-minute enduro. And then the prototypes have their second and final race of the weekend as well, 50 minutes plus 1 lap. So we are very much looking forward to getting the cars out there on the circuit. Grid procedure for the first race of the weekend, or first race of Sunday, I should say, will be ongoing shortly. That will be race 2 of 3 for the GT4 Winter Series, a race category that has so far provided a lion's share of the highlights in the 2024 Winter Series calendar. And as you can see, the cars are rolling just as the clock hits 9 a.m. local time here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Great to see another strong entry list in the class, another 16 starters confirmed for this weekend, albeit with some new additions, some subtractions and additions to the entry list, including what is now a veritable armada of Bavarian machines from BMW, the Resoon More Than Racing and Speedy Motorsport cars from last time, being joined by Gianni van der Kratz for this race in the FK Performance 187 car, another of the M4 GT4s, and Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport also entering a car. So there's plenty of BMWs. Of course, the Porsche Cayman's always popular, not just within the GT4 class, but also within the Cayman Trophy, which runs for the VLN spec, or the NLS spec Caymans that are slightly sub GT4 performance. We've got lots of exciting talents as well. I shared a car with one of them this morning. Roberto Faria took a little bit of a lift with the media team, and there he comes now out of the pit. So we look forward to welcoming everybody to pit lane, of course, to the grid, I should say. And once they are on the grid, Lucas Gajewski will be there to talk us through the grid for the first time, talk to some of the drivers for the first time in the broadcast. I'll be up here in the commentary booth. Lucas Gajewski will be your man on the ground. Chris McCarthy will be providing podiums and having a chat during the pit walk as well, I'm sure. It's going to be a fast and frenetic 5 races, and a thank you to the Alpha Live team for some of the wonderful stuff that we've had on the stream so far this weekend. And I know that this camera point is one of 2 operated by the same man. So early in the day, I'm going to thank Daryl Bennett now for running 2 cameras from the same platform on the same weekend. The geography of Portimão allowing that to happen as well. So thank you to the architects that built the circuit. But Daryl Bennett putting in double shift. I am told absolutely not for double pay. But he is putting in a hell of a shift, as everyone is here in the Alpha Live and Gedlich Racing crews to bring you this Winter Series package in full and in live living colour for the very first time. We've dabbled in live streaming before, but this is by far the best and most consistent live streaming that this series has ever had, and it's a joy to bring you this action. So this will be a 30-minute race in the GT4 Winter Series. A healthy mix of endurance and sprint racing to come today. But we will now go to the first sprint of the day for the GT4 Winter Series.
From start and finish down here just as well. Great pleasure to have you along. We had a very nice crowd already yesterday for day one of action here at Portimão, and we are ready for day two here at the Algarve. It's a lovely day for multiple reasons, and especially for this. Look at it. It's spiced cookies, Spekulatius, as we say back in Germany, where the Gedlich racing organization are from, and myself just as well. And I can tell you, these usually disappear from the shelves of the shop pretty much the day after Christmas. But it seems that here in Portugal, you can still get them in mid-January, which is absolutely fabulous. So there's one reason to join the GT Winter Series, and of course there are plenty of others. It's a fabulous day of racing coming up. We've got the GT Winter Series, the Prototype Winter Series, and of course the new GT4 Winter Series for this year. So let's take the spiced cookies on the first grid walk of the day and introduce you to the first time pole setters in the 2024 season. Mikey Porter aboard the Forseti Motorsport Aston Martin yesterday, and today it's going to be Jamie Day driving the second sprint race of the weekend. Race director Werner Eichinger still next to Jamie with a bit of a briefing before the rolling start, of course, in case of the GT4 Winter Series. And then, of course, we'd like to have a word with Jamie as well. Jamie, winner, of course, of the opening round, but now it's the first pole position for you and your team. What are your expectations for today then?
Just looking to have a clean race and then just see how it unfolds on lap one, and just from there on just get my head down and see what we can do. Obviously the aim is to win, but we'll just take it lap by lap and see what happens, to be honest.
And we've seen brilliant fights in the leading group yesterday. Can we expect more of that today?
We'll see at the end of lap one and see what happens, see where we come out, and if there needs to be a battle, there will be one.
Cheers, Jamie. Best of luck. So there's your pole setter, the Forseti Motorsport Aston Martin car number 19. Alongside is going to be yesterday's winning car, the Schnitzelalm racing car of Joel Mash. That's now going to be driven by the second driver of that team, Marcel Marschewitz. However, let's head down the grid. As you know, in GT4 Winter Series, there are various categories. We've got pro cars, we've got pro-ams, we've got ams, and of course, the so-called Cayman Trophy just as well. There is Leo Pichler's and Andreas Hofler's car, one of the Caymans, entered in pro class. Alongside is the Wimmerwerk Cayman, so quite many Porsches. However, Johnny, let's speed this up a bit. As you know, in motorsport, it's always about timing, isn't it? And further down the order, we have one of the FK Performance BMW cars. As we've got 3 minutes left, we're still good, I'm afraid. So that's all right. And let's try to speak to their driver in the FK Performance BMW, because after you've seen Rienna O'Meara, the Canadian racer, yesterday, today it's going to be Gianni van der Kraats, young Dutch racer, making his, I'm not sure if it's his debut in GT4 machinery, but he's definitely one of the young guns, as we try to have a quick word. And it is the number 187 BMW. There we go. Goedemorgen, Gianni. Hope everything's going well. Is it your debut, I think, in GT4 machinery today?
Yeah, it's my first race in GT4. Yeah, just happy to be here and excited for the race.
And what is your expectation? How much testing could you do over the past few days here in Portimão?
Yeah, we had a few days of testing, but yeah, we will see how it goes, and I will try my best, and then we will see where we end up.
Best of luck, Gianni. Thank you very much. So there's your first time GT4 racer, Gianni van der Kraat, young Dutch driver, used to race in BMW M2 machinery in various championships, and now it's going to be his first time in GT4 cars. We are very excited now. As many of you will know, there are some 2 driver pairings in GT4 Winter Series. We've seen driver 1 yesterday, and now it's either going to be driver 2 or driver 1 again, and then we will have the second driver only in the 1 hour endurance race later on today. So this is definitely something to look forward to, just as well as is coming up next, race number 2. Here's a short ad break, and then it's going to be Adam Weller in the commentary box for race number 2 of the GT4 Winter Series, live from Portimão.
So then, 2 lights on top of the gantry means we are just moments away from rolling for the first time this weekend in the GT, or for the first time today, in the GT4 Winter Series. Saturday did happen and I was there, I promise. But Sunday morning, first racing about to get started. And very excited to see quite how this one works out. It's a good-looking grid in terms of competitive drivers together in the same patch of tarmac. Jamie Day starting from pole position, the only driver in qualifying 2 yesterday to dip below the 150 barrier. He's ahead of Marcel Marcevics. In 3rd place is Leo Pichler in the Pro-Am class Porsche Cayman, alongside, of course, Ivan Ekelchik, as Lucas was showing us just now, an all-Porsche second row of the grid. Zach Meakin in the McLaren from Elite Motorsport, the 78 car starting from P5. This is one of his favourite tracks in the world, and he told me that earlier in the week. Roberto Faria starting from P6. Let's see if he picked up any tips from Emilio on the drive over to the circuit this morning. Emil Yerdrum starting from 7th place in the Pro-Am Mercedes AMG GT4. Enrico Ferderer starting from P8 as well. Keep an eye on the number 110 car. Ferderer is a very quick youngster. Alberto Di Martin, the AM pole sitter for NM Racing Team. He's alongside his teammate Max Huber on row 5 in the Mercedes AMG GT4s. Thomas Rackel is next in the number 111, another of the Cayman Trophy cars. Richard Wolff in the Razoon BMW starting from 12th place. Gianni van der Kraat is next in the 187 car, the reigning BMW M2 Racing Cup Benelux champion in his first GT4 race. Luis Liberal is next. He'll be looking to build upon a strong start to the season in AM at Estoril. Franz Linden in just his 2nd day of being a racing driver. He starts from 15th place. And Martin Kroll rounding out our 16-car order for this one. So then we are going to go racing in just a few short moments. I'm very excited to see quite how this one plays out. Marcel Marcevics in his first race of the season after he was unable to join us in Estoril. Travel issues scarpering his plans to compete at Estoril. He'll have a point to prove. He is a GT Winter Series champion back when the GT4s and the Caymans were also on the main GT Winter Series grid. Of course, Leo Pichler, always a force to be reckoned with. Wimmerwerk Motorsport come into this weekend with something of a chip on the shoulder because they didn't have many great results in the race on either of the days at Estoril. So 4th place for Ivan Ekelchik. He'll be looking to make a point in this race. Roberto Faria feeling optimistic for a podium from row 3. Zach Meakin loves this circuit as well. I think at a bare minimum this race could go any of 6 ways in terms of the overall victory. And then of course the Pro-Am battles, the Cayman Trophy battles. This race is going to be a spoil of riches, I think, when it comes to on-track action. 30 minutes of racing about to kick off Winter Series Sunday is upon us at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. They will drive up this slight incline over the crest, then green lights will await them as we go racing for the first time. The lights are out in just a few moments. Now they are out and we are racing for the first time. We ride on board from the outside of the front row there with Marcel Marcevics, but it's Jamie Day that leads them into the first corner. Jamie Day at the front of the pack. The Caymans still side by side for third. I think a little bit of tripping up from further back in the field. But a good start from everybody. Everybody staying out of trouble through the first couple of corners. Marcel Marcevics trying to get to the inside at turn 4. That wasn't quite going to work out for him. And I think as they come over the hill, Leo Pichler will probably be looking for a way past at turn 5. Yes, he is on the inside. He is in second place as they approach the hairpin for the first time. Pichler up to P2. Ekelschik up to third place as well. Marcel Marcevics side by side with the fast starting Roberto Faria. The NM Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT4s using all the runoff in the world there on the first lap of the race. Faria around the outside of Marcevics, but Marcevics braver on the brakes into turn 8, leaning on the young Brazilian, and carbon fibre flying. Now that is probably an end plate off the Aston Martin, unfortunately, and that means a little bit less aero on these cars, and there's not a lot of aero to start with, so he might be a little bit hampered by that little moment there. A dramatic start then to the race as we get underway. We ride on board with Marcel Marcevics now in 4th position behind Ivan Ekelschik, behind the 2 Pro-Am class Caymans. Of course, if you're new to this style of racing, Pro, Pro-Am and Am, all 3 classes are GT4 spec cars, no spec difference, and both Leo Pichler and Ivan Ekelschik are the pro drivers in their respective cars, so there's no shame at all in being behind them. However, everyone wants to be on that overall podium, so Marcel Marcevics will no doubt come back into this one. We've got smoke billowing there from, is that potentially Marcevics? Maybe some tyre rub after the contact with Faria earlier in the lap. Both cars carrying a little bit of damage. You can see there's something loose there on the back of the number 11 Schnitzelau Mercedes AMG GT4. Leo Pichler, meanwhile, closing in on the Aston Martin from Forsetti Motorsport. Forsetti Motorsport in just their second weekend as an active racing team on a racing weekend. Jamie Day, of course, responsible for winning their first ever race in their first ever attempt, which was hugely impressive, and he leads once again. But Leo Pichler, the driver that started on pole in that famous first race at Estoril, will be looking to try and really avenge what happened to him in that race at Estoril. He ended up finishing in, what, P4, P5, and he did not really enjoy that from pole position. Here comes Marcel Marcevics then. Clearly, if there was a little bit of tyre rub, it's not slowing him down at all. Ivan Ekelschik might be, though, as they go through turns 9 and 10, the fast-flowing section of this circuit. Ekelschik just going defensive. We ride on board with Marcevics then. He's right on the boot lid of that Porsche Cayman, the 4-litre GT4 RS CS, the 3rd generation Cayman GT4 car. Marcel Marcevics trying to go to the outside here as they run through turn 14 of 15. Can he carry the pace through the corner? Oh, he's trying his best, but the Porsche's still there, and Ekelschik retains 3rd position. Great close quarters racing between the 2 of them. Of course, they've got to be careful because Roberto Faria is still there. Zach Meekin isn't far behind either. 7th overall is Enrico Ferderer in the slightly sub-GT4 spec Cayman, so he's having a good run just ahead of Richard Wolff, the AM class leader. But it is Jamie Day from Jamie Day from Leo Pichler from Ivan Ekelschik at the front of the order. It is Leo Pichler in the 77 car. Close quarters, as we said, between Wimmer Werk and Schnitzelau here in the early stages in this battle for 3rd place. This, of course, is allowing Jamie Day and Leo Pichler to just disappear up the road while these guys scrap. I'm sure that Wimmer Werk will be willing on their superstar, as they call him, Ivan Ekelschik. They were very impressed with some of his performances in Estoril. And he's carried that form on to Portimão. Maršovic's a driver with plentiful experience, not just in the GT Winter Series, but of course that is where a number of us are most familiar with him. He's a regular in the NLS series with Schnitzelalm, often in a GT3 car in recent times. And of course this 11 car has not finished off the podium so far in the 2024 GT Winter Series. So there's a little bit of pride at stake here, I would say. Looking to the inside line there as Leo Pichler, or rather as Ivan Ekelchik, squeezes the number 11 car. It is Marcel Maršovic pressuring the back of the 24. Faria and Meakin looking a little bit closer this time by. I just wonder what it's going to take for it to become a 4-car battle. I suspect that one run through the likes of turn 1 side by side will turn it into a 4-car scrum for that podium position in the overall standings. Jamie Day, meanwhile, managing at the front of the order. Leo Pichler 1.6 seconds back from him now. Fastest lap of the race was the previous lap from Jamie Day, so he is on good form here in the early going. The 11 car sizing up, and that was a good line through turn 4 from Marcel Maršovic. He's going to have good momentum coming over the brow of this hill. Sure enough, he is on the inside line. He's not quite alongside the Porsche. He still lunges in, and he gets that 3rd place, or does he? Because Ekelchik tries to hold on around the outside, but it's in vain. Maršovic then up to 3rd place, at least momentarily. They're still side by side, and Maršovic just about holds on to it. Great racing between the pair of them. Now it's Roberto Faria looking to try and find a way past Ivan Ekelchik as they go down now towards turn 9 of this 15-turn lap, and it is now a 4-car cluster as they drop downhill. Good battle on for 7th as well. Enrico Federer and Charles Dawson there in their Cayman and Pro-Am class cars respectively. Dawson dives up the inside for P7 there. Very nicely done by the Brit in the CV Performance Group Mercedes AMG GT4. You see in the back of shot there, they did in fact make it stick. So up to 7th place goes Charles Dawson. It would be amazing if he could get onto the back of this queue of cars. Charles... well, actually, sorry, it's Emil Yerdrum at the wheel. My apologies, the TV graphics tripping me there. It's Emil Yerdrum at the wheel of the 85 car for this 2nd race. So perhaps not a surprise that the young Norwegian racer is making his way up the pack. He is the pro of that Pro-Am element, or that Pro-Am entry. Let's see if he can get onto the back of this battle then, and maybe bring Enrico Federer with him. We'll wait, see, watch and learn as this race progresses. 22 minutes and 15 seconds still left to run. And Zach Meakin, I think, is actually biding his time a little bit, given we're not yet a 1/3 of the way through the race. Something tells me he's just spectating right now, just keeping an eye on the situation from a close distance and waiting for the seas to part in front of him. That is not a bad strategy, given some of the racing we've seen so far in the GT4 Winter Series. But now that the 11 car is through, now that Marcel Maršovic is through, it does look as though he's starting to just get a car length or two over Ivan Ekelchik. So Ekelchik maybe not quite with the same kind of pace that we were expecting. He might be falling a little bit off the back of Maršovic, but well, I think the telling sign will be if Faria can get past. Of course, Faria does have a little bit of front-end damage. I think some of the aerodynamic parts on the front of that Aston Martin have been severed. So if the Aston is still able to challenge the Porsche, then maybe the Porsche is not quite on song for Ekelchik in this stage of the race. Faria did say he's got a good race car underneath him. He was feeling confident for the chances of a podium, but as you can see, that right front flare, that end plate is missing. So then the cars go through the long turn 15 for what will be the 5th time in this race. They'll start lap 6 this time. That's a lot of understeer for Faria. That did not look normal in the slightest. Now, Is something wrong with that number 9 Aston Martin, or was that just Farrier trying to go flat through a corner that wasn't having it? Looks to me like that left front might be a little bit askew, but I could be mistaken. Certainly it looks okay through the first corner, but that was a very wide berth taken by the driver of the Dakar number 9 into the final corner. Now that might be because of that front aero damage, or it might be because he is just struggling generally. We'll have to wait and see. It does look, though, as if Zach Meekin may soon find a way past Farrier. He's getting closer and closer to the back of the Aston Martin. Elite Motorsport would love to get another podium on the board in this weekend. Finished 4th, 2nd and 13th at Estoril, the 78 Elite Motorsport McLaren Artura. The 13th place, an outlier because they rolled the dice on the track drying up in the wet conditions during the Sunday sprint race. And unfortunately, when it, the Sunday endurance race, I should say, and the drivers did very well. Meekin and Leben, in conditions that were never really slick friendly, managed to keep the car on circuit and at least register a good finish. Meekin, though, looking in for a way into the top 5 here as it stands. And there's Emil Yerdrum just behind them as well. Looking like he's on relative pace with the pro drivers. It's just taking a little while to get up there. So he's actually going faster than both the Vantage and the McLaren ahead of him. So Emil Yerdrum outpacing Farrier, outpacing Meekin as well. So maybe he will be there before the end of the race, scrapping for the top 5. Yerdrum certainly pushing on in the gold and black car. Mercedes AMG GT4, one of the most popular GT4 platforms out there. Of course, Mercedes very successful in both GT3 and GT4 level racing, having a crack at GT2 as well these days. And I think the successes of the now departed Raffaele Marciello, who of course has now moved to BMW, Jules Gounon, Maro Engel, it's all stacking up to the benefit of Mercedes AMG with their customer clients. And the GT4 program success, a great example of that. Here are the BMW GT4 cars then. The 81 Rezoon More Than Racing car of Richard Wolff being pursued by Gianni van der Kratz, who we spoke to on the pre-grid with Lukas Gajewski. His first run in a race in a GT4 car. Here's the second place in AM class battle. Max Huber has now fallen behind Alberto Di Martin. That has happened since the beginning of the lap. So Di Martin just ahead of Huber right now. This is a good performance from Alberto Di Martin at Estoril. It seemed as though Huber was a step ahead of the Spanish racer at all times. However, this is not proving to be the case currently in this sprint race. Of course, in the endurance later on, Alberto Di Martin shares with Nil Montserrat, who is a newly downgraded bronze driver, which I think he's using to his advantage and enjoying very much being a bronze. The FIA grading system does open up opportunities when you get downgraded as a quick driver. Here comes Mikael Sander then in the Cayman Trophy lead battle. Sander has closed in on Enrico Förderer. So Förderer being pursued by a much more experienced driver here. Identical SR Motorsport Caymans, the weapons of choice for both drivers. Sander, the GT Winter Series champion of 2021 and 2022, alongside Marcel Marcevics in third place in this race overall. So he knows what he's doing. And he is really pressuring the 16-year-old Enrico Förderer, a successful karter in Germany. And to the inside goes Sander. Nice move, but cutting back is Enrico Förderer there. Förderer managing to stave that one off nicely. And of course, as they continue to scrap, the BMWs behind them lurk ever closer. Such a disparity between the cars in size as Richard Wolff tags the back of Mikael Sander, and I think both of them have just about gotten away with that in terms of damage, but that was a little bit of a kiss between the BMW and the Porsche. That's given Enrico Ferderer a few car lengths and a little bit of breathing room. Of course, Richard Wolff is in an AM class car. The two cars ahead are in Cayman Trophy, and the 187 FK Performance BMW is in the Pro-Am class, but that is little detail, little matter to these drivers fighting for these overall positions. Ferderer, though, with a little bit of an advantage now, but Mikael Sander can easily get back to the rear of that Cayman within the next 14 minutes and 54 seconds of this race. Of that I am certain. Wolff running very wide there. Richard Wolff didn't get much running in before the weekend. I think he was only confirmed to enter the race on either Wednesday or Thursday. But of course, most of the team's weekday running here at the race test on Tuesday and Wednesday, in the Winter Series pre-event test on Thursday and Friday, was sort of consigned to the day to scrap heap because, well, it was wet, and then we arrived on race day and it was dry. So Richard Wolff may not be at quite the disadvantage that one would expect for not being here as much as those around him. Great drone shot here as we have another move for the Cayman Trophy lead. We saw them side by side, and it is once again the 111 car back ahead, isn't it? Yes, it is. And they're side by side, and my apologies to Thomas Rackel, because it's Thomas Rackel at the wheel, and the 110 car of Enrico Ferderer just getting back through Thomas Rackel. It is not Mikael Sander in the 111 car, so my apologies for that. Got conflicting information in front of me, but it is Thomas Rackel at the wheel. And Rackel is challenging Ferderer around the outside. That is a full commitment move around the outside. This young man is also making his car racing debut, much like Ferderer in the early stages of his car racing career, and they're both scrapping hard. And oh, goodness me, a little too close for comfort there with Richard Wolff, the 111 car being turned in on him there. Thomas Rackel just cutting the nose off the BMW and a bit of the quarter panel as well, I think, there. But all four cars continue on, albeit with a change for 10th place, because Gianni van der Kratz has gotten through. So then the cars coming across the start line. We're on lap 10 of the race now. At the front of the order, it is all somewhat stabilised, which is why we're following this great battle between the Porsches and the BMWs. Richard Wolff very wide there at turn one. At the front of the pack, it is Jamie Day leading by some 4.3 seconds. Then about 3 seconds further back from Leo Pichler in second place is our third place man Marcel Maršovics. In fourth place is Ivan Ekelschik in the Wimmer Werk Motorsport car. Fifth place Roberto Faria in the Racar Motorsport machine, still about 1.6 seconds clear of Zach Meekin in the McLaren Artura. Although they are both being closed in, it must be said, by Emil Gjerdrum, who is now within a second of the McLaren Artura. So Gjerdrum is on a mission in the 85 car. Emil Gjerdrum on a mission in that machine. So then the two Porsche Caymans at very, very close quarters through turn 11 and into 12. Now, last time these two were close, it got a bit feisty with the BMW behind them. Of course, that was Richard Wolff. So let's see what this man Van der Kratz can do. He's got a lot of experience at wheel-to-wheel action. The M2 Racing Cup categories tend to be fairly intensive on that front, and sure enough, he's picked his spot magnificently there. He's got a little bit more power in the BMW, and he's utilised that well to get between the two Caymans. Well, good luck to Thomas Rackel then. Thomas Rackel is now going to have to try and get back past the big BMW, which is probably the most imposing GT4 car of all. You see them there just now through turn 2 and 3. There's a lot of track limit warnings at turn 1. You'll be hopefully unsurprised to hear, because it is a Portimão tradition. I don't think anybody has been actively penalised for that, though, which is a good sign. They're somewhat keeping their P's and Q's in check. The only 2 warnings have gone out to Richard Wolff and Alberto Di Martin. So they are not at all being too far on the track limits, although looking at that run through turn 5, I don't know if I agree. But they are, to an extent, keeping themselves on the straight and narrow. And let's see then what we now have with Enrico Federer, because Enrico, again, has a little bit more experience than the 111 driver Thomas Rackel. He has been running in GT60, the German category, kind of sub-GT Masters level national German championship in a GT4 car. And he's quite an impressive youngster by all accounts. Ran some GT Winter Series last year as well. So he's got a bit more information as a GT racer than the 111 car, the other SR Motorsport White Cayman. The 187 between the 2 of them. Now it should have a bit of a straight line speed advantage in theory. The Cayman a little bit sub GT4 level in terms of power. But of course the BMW is a much bigger car. It cuts a big hole through the air, whereas the Cayman, sleek, small, it can maybe hit a bit of a higher speed towards the end of the straight where the wind really starts to slow you down. Sure enough, really not much between these Caymans and the full-on, full-fat GT4. Sometimes semi-skimmed milk is all you need, and the white SR Motorsport cars are making that point. Now let's see if they are side by side over the hill. Often they are. No. I thought that the 187 car maybe had the run required through the corner that time, but that's not the case. And I note that Richard Wolff is coming back into this as well. He's just maybe inching ever so slightly closer. What was his last lap time? It was about a 10th quicker than those ahead of him, so not massively so. But if these start to knock a few shades out of each other once again, well, let's wait and see. There's also a good battle developing for 6th overall. I did mention Emil Yerdrum earlier on doing some good lap times, and he's now within half a second of the back of the Elite Motorsport McLaren. So Charles Dawson will be watching on with a smile, I'm sure, in the CV Performance Group pit lane, because his young pro Emil Yerdrum is on it right now in the battle for 6th overall. And, of course, those Pro and Pro-Am entries respectively, so not in the same class, but having a good scrap nonetheless. In fact, 0.4 of a second now as they cross the line this time. So that is a gap that is closing readily. And let's see what Yerdrum can do into the first corner. That was very bold. I tensed up a little bit there, as I'm sure CV Performance Group did as well. Meakin swept around the outside there to make sure that position stayed with him. But the 85 car is having a very good run of it with Emil Yerdrum. He started a little bit further back than anticipated. He started in 7th place, but I think he dropped back to maybe 8th or 9th in the first lap, just trying to avoid any unnecessary incidents. And now he's back up to that 7th place, and he is right on the back of Zach Meakin. We'll see whether he can now close back in. He had his first shot at trying to get past the McLaren, and he readily took it. He's now got to close in enough to try and have another go at the McLaren. So that's going to be maybe the work of 1 or 2 laps before we see that car right on the rear wing of the Artura once again. Heading into the final half dozen minutes of this race, and Roberto Faria is still very much there as well in P5, but the top 4 have really cleared off from everybody else in this race. Jamie Day, Leo Pichler, Marcel Maršovics and Ivan Ekelšik have really driven an incredible race to this point. Jamie Day's last lap time, though, was some 0.6 slower than Leo Pichler's. So whether that's a symptom of maybe the tyres being slightly off song at this phase of the race, or whether it's just Jamie managing at this stage, we'll have to wait and see. Remember how I said everyone had been a relatively good person in regard to the track limits? Well, we have our first penalty for track limits now, and it is for Richard Wolff, actually, in the Resoon More Than Racing 81 car. 5 seconds track limits for him, so plus 5 seconds to the end of his race time. How far ahead is he of the next car in AM? Oh, 2.3 seconds. So Richard Wolff will need to get a move on in order to stave that penalty off. Oh, that's very deep into turn 5 from Meakin, but manages to style it out, gets a good run ultimately out of the 5th corner. Up the hill through the kink at turn 6, then 7 and 8. Oh, goodness me. Emil Yerdrum certainly trying his luck a little bit with the track limits there through 7 and 8. It is very easily done at that corner. Turn 7 is one of those that deceives you into thinking, yeah, there's 5 kilometers of an hour extra if you push it, and then it very quickly proves not to be the case. The 187 FK Performance car is looming large once again in the rearview mirrors of Enrico Verderer. Verderer hasn't had an iota of peace during this race. He's just been hounded either by fellow Caymans, by BMW GT4 cars. He is, of course, leading in Cayman Trophy, and that's where he'll be scoring points. But an overall position is usually what a driver's focused on, and that's definitely the case for Enrico Verderer. I don't expect him to make it easy for Gianni van der Kratz. I'm interested in Gianni's progress as a GT4 driver, because I really think that he has got the tools to do well in this type of race car, given his successes in the M2 Racing Cup Benelux. That's a good run out of the final corner as well, but I'm not sure he's quite going to be there into turn 1. He's still got maybe a car length between himself and the White Cayman, and sure enough, he's not even trying to angle down into the first corner for a move. That's would be unwise, probably end up losing more than he gains from it. But turn 3 might open up. No, I thought for a minute he was looking for the inside line there. Goes further to the right at turn 3 into turn 4, so trying to get a good launch over the crest of this hill and into turn 5, but again, I'm not sure he's quite going to be there. Verderer doing a great job of covering off any advances that the Dutchman can make here. Verderer, at just 16 years old, is got a long and blossoming career in front of him, I'm sure of that, and each passing weekend it becomes more obvious that we're going to be talking about this guy for a while. A little bit of a tap there between the two of them. Gianni van der Kratz maybe running out of patience with this a little bit, following the youngster. We've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Jamie Day, therefore, has just crossed the line to start the penultimate lap, so 2.5 laps for these guys to contest this battle for 8th overall. The two SR Motorsport cars, appropriately the white bread in this BMW sandwich, and going around the outside there is the 187 car, and that actually might cost Gianni, because here, once again, comes Thomas Rakel around the outside. Now, where is Thomas? He's still behind the BMW. I thought he might have a good run through 14 there, but now that we are in these dry conditions, of course, those moves around the outside a lot less frequent. This isn't the Gran Turismo movie after all. The 187 car in the slipstream again, and I think again just too far back into the first corner. But Verderer, interestingly, they're just leaning a little bit right, as if to say the corner is mine. Do you agree? And on this occasion the 187 did agree, but running very wide at turn 1. That could be an opportunity for Thomas Rakel. Not quite close enough on this occasion. The two SR Motorsport Caymans just lurking there. Up over the hill they go with 55 seconds left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of this race. There's the second place car. Leo Pichler has been closing in just slightly on the Jamie Day Aston Martin, the Fassetti Motorsport car. We have an investigation. We had an investigation pending 15 and 10 cars, the two NM Racing Team Mercedes, for outside overtake at turn 5, overtaking outside the track. So that's an investigation that is ongoing. We'll see what develops there. That, of course, is the battle for second in the AM class, and Farrier still under pressure here from Zach Meakin and Emil Yerdrum in the battle for 5th place overall. Meakin running out of opportunities then. Final lap of the race at one of his favourite tracks. Can he break into the top 5 up against Roberto Farrier? Farrier in the number 9 machine has had a mixed run of things so far. They, of course, secured 3rd in the endurance race, albeit with a short pit stop. They had to serve a drive-through on their way to 3rd place. It certainly looked like Farrier might be coming under increasing pressure from Meakin as we cut away there. But Jamie Day is going to be our cameraman here for the final few corners of the lap as we dip down once again through turns 8 and then into 9, which is almost blind at that point, at this point of the morning. Sun very much proving to be an obstacle through 11 and into 12. Of course, I'm sure that Jamie Day, well, I was going to say that he's probably running a tinted lens, but I note that the helmet is open, so perhaps not. And the top 2 cars head through the last couple of corners for what will be the last time. Jamie Day, for the 2nd time, is going to bring victory to Fassetti Motorsport. The team based at the Snetterton circuit in the United Kingdom have had a very, very good start to their GT4 Winter Series campaign. Win number 2 for Jamie Day and for Fassetti Motorsport in the inaugural GT4 Winter Series. Leo Pichler takes 2nd and 1st among the Pro-Am runners. Then it's and Roberto Farrier side by side with a back marker there. I thought there was a move on at the very end of the race, but it wasn't quite to be. We've had Marcel Maršovics across the line for 3rd overall ahead of Ivan Ekelchik. 5th place for Farrier, 6th place for Meakin, and Emil Yerdrum did a good job closing in, but couldn't do any better than 7th place once he got to the rear of Zach Meakin. Then it's going to be Enrico Federer across the line, or is it? Because here's Thomas Ruckel with a late bid at the Cayman Trophy win. It's going to take a mighty run through the final corner. He does close in as they go through the final corner. Is it going to be a drag race? Yes, it is. The SR Motorsport car is going to be side by side, but it will be Federer just that wins it in the Cayman Trophy. 8th overall for the 110 SR Motorsport car, just ahead of the 111. Its team car was very, very close. Just behind them, the 81 of Richard Wolff should take the AM class win, although, of course, there is that 5-second penalty to deal with. So I think by the time the 5-second penalty for track limits is applied, Richard Wolff won't be 10th overall. He will be 12th overall. And your AM win may well go to Alberto Di Martin in the NM Racing Team car. So that's a huge result for Alberto Di Martin. An AM win for him. And Gianni van der Kratz will have a top 10 overall finish because of Richard Wolff's penalty in his first run at the GT4 class racing, the first run in the GT4 Winter Series. But it's victory again for Jamie Day, the UAE flag driver in the Fassetti Motorsport car, who was 3rd in the 2022 British GT4 Championship. He secured 2 race wins there, and he's already secured 2 race wins in the GT4 Winter Series, and we're not even, well, a third of the way through the season yet. We'll be at 1/3 distance in the championship by the time we drive away from Portimão. Spent last year plying his trade in mainland Europe and in the United States as well. He'll be familiar with this Portimão circuit from previous encounters with it. And certainly looks like he's gelling with the track nicely. Of course, his next task after celebrating with the team will be a chat with Lukas Gajewski. So Gajewski will be there and ready to have a chat with our race winner, Jamie Day. Jamie does a lot of his talking on the track, but I'm sure he'll have some happy words to say after that race. Good performances all round, but I think the likes of Emil Yerdrum, with how he closed in on the top half dozen, that was certainly a great performance. But the real headline makers, the real stars of the show in that race were Enrico Förderer and Thomas Rackel. Right until the end, they were having an absolutely fabulous scrap in the identical lack of liveried Porsche Cayman GT4 CS machines. Into the scrut bay goes the number 19 car then. The 81 machine. Joining him there as well, Richard Wolff, who should end up with a 5-second penalty applied. He gained a 5-second penalty for track limits. In fact, there were 2 consecutive ones on the timing screen, but I think that might have been more of a typo type thing, but
Well done, buddy. Nice one.
so Jamie Day having a chat then with his Forsetti crew, and Mikey Porter looking happy with that one as well. There's a lot of driving talent in that shot there, I must say, but Jamie Day, the star of the show in that race, just managed everything. Pichler was quicker towards the end of the race, but I think that was more Jamie just keeping things in check, although he did surge back up the pace charts, as it were, towards the end of the race. So Forsetti Motorsport celebrating race win numero dos of the season, and that will be something that that they look to build upon in the 60-minute endurance race, which we'll see later on. There will be a pit window from the 25th to the 35th minute, and potentially there will be some driver changes on the way during that one. Quite surprised to see that Luis Liberal wasn't on the pace in that race. I wonder if he's not quite comfortable with the Speedy Motorsport M4 GT4, because of course he was kind of there with the likes of Alberto Di Martini in the previous races, but this time around doesn't seem to quite be on the level that he was in Estoril. Maybe Portimão not quite as familiar with a circuit, but I know he does a lot of his racing in Iberia, so maybe that's not it. Jamie Day's done a little bit of racing in Iberia, but you'd think he's been here for years. He's won the race, and he's down with Lukas Gajewski.
Jamie Day, congratulations, a second victory for the Forsetti Motorsport formation. What a start of the campaign it's been.
Yeah, it's been good. We've now got 2 wins. We've had a pole position. I think it's just going from strength to strength each weekend, and we'll see what we can do in the endurance later, but hopefully same repeat of race 2 this morning.
And it was very commanding in the end. However, as we expected and as we wanted to see a good scrap in the beginning of the race early on.
Yeah, early on it was a bit of a battle for the first few corners, but then once I settled into it, I think I just stayed a little bit more chilled, a bit more relaxed, and then just started to pull away a little bit.
Enjoy the podium. Cheers, Jamie.
Thank you very much.
So then Jamie Day having a chat there with Lukas Gajewski. Richard Wolff still listed as 10th place overall, but he is supposed to be receiving a 5-second penalty for track limits, and I don't think that penalty has been applied yet. No, it hasn't. So quite what's happened there, I'm not entirely sure, but Richard Wolff for Resume More Than Racing is more than likely going to lose out on his current provisional AM class win. Di Martini and Huber second and third place in the AM class for the NM Racing team. And again, another good performance for Speedworks Automotive's Franz Linden. We alluded to Luis Liberal being a little bit off the pace. He was 15th overall, 4th in the AM class, actually just behind Franz Linden. And again, Franz in his first weekend of racing, receiving tuition from Arne Hofmeister as he moves up from the Endless Summer Track Days, which is another Gedlich Racing property, and it has been good to see Franz Linden finally making that step. A lot of track day competitors just a little bit hesitant about making that move into racing. Of course, it's more of a high pressure environment, but more often than not, a talented track day driver or a talented amateur level racing driver is genuinely a good bronze. I think we're discovering that as well with Demir Hott in the GT Winter Series. Stefan Rudzinski, his driver coach, rates him incredibly highly, and obviously we've seen Demir racing the GT3 cars in both the wet and dry conditions already here at Estoril and Portimão respectively. So definitely, if you're a quick track day driver and you've got the capital to do it, maybe have a little bit of a go at this racing lark. You might find you're quite talented, and if you are in that particular camp, particularly if you're already a part of Endless Summer Track Days, then why not come along to the Winter Series weekends and get yourself involved in the racing here. The 4 categories as it now is that Gedlich Racing operate in the Winter Series weekends. The 4th of them, of course, being the Formula Winter Series, which we will see next month. Certainly a gorgeous morning here at Portimão. We've still got 4 races to come, and we're going to scare the birds out of these trees in a few minutes with the rumbling 5.6 litre Nissan V8s of the LMP3 class. And that will be a spectacle, I am sure. But for now, the marshals just picking up some carbon fibre. You see one of the marshals there, I think, carrying a little bit of something. I imagine it's a bit of Roberto Faria's splitter, because, of course, turn 8 was where the collision happened between Faria and Meakin in the early stages of the race. So that is, oh, sorry, it was Faria and Marshevix, wasn't it? There have been a couple of collisions, a little bit of carbon fibre shed in our first race of the weekend. But what is a GT4 race without a little bit of contact? It's not advised, it's not encouraged. It is sometimes a reality, though, with the GT4 cars, these young chargers looking to make their step maybe towards GT3 racing. And of course, these days, if you make the step towards GT3 racing, it's a bigger step than ever towards the Le Mans 24 Hours, with the LMGT3 class appearing in the World Endurance Championship for the first time. So GT3, I think, is going to hit a new halcyon period over the next few years. Not that it's ever really died down in the last 15 plus years. The GT3 class starting in 2006. GT4 followed just 1 year later in 2007. Those of you that remember those early days of GT4, it wasn't exactly big grids early doors, but it did evolve. The SRO persisted with the GT4 concept, and as we went into the 2010s, GT4 really took on a life of its own and is now the home of some of the most talented drivers with a roof over their head, for sure. And looking forward to seeing how the GT4 Winter Series grid grows. This SRO license series, a really big deal for the SRO to sign off on Gedlich Racing running their license championship over the course of the winter. And certainly we have had spectacles galore thus far in this series. We can now head down, though, to Chris McCarthy, who has our first podium of Sunday.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, we're going to crack on with the podium for the first race of the day, the GT4 Winter Series. Second race, some great battles going on, particularly in the middle of the field. But out front, we were shown some absolute domination from our race leaders and some serious talent from all of our top three as well. Let's get those top three on to the podium, shall we? We're going to start with the pro class, starting with third place, number 9, Roberto Faria. Let's give him some support as he comes out. Well done, Roberto. We will be seeing these guys all in action later in the endurance race with their teammates. Finishing in second, just up the road, was number 11, Marcel Marshevich. Well done. You can head round to the podium, but a fantastic drive from pole position. Cleared off up the road, taking the win for Forsetti Motorsport was number 19, Jamie Day. Well done, Jamie. We'll get Gedlich Racing now to present the trophies to the top three. Well done to all the guys. We'll get some pictures with them. We will be speaking to them later on, I'm sure. But for now, we will press on very quickly with the next classes as our next race is going to be coming up very, very shortly. But for now, let's give one more round of applause to our top three overall in the Procast guys. They put on a great show for us. Please, one more round of applause to the top three. Well done, guys. I'm sure we'll be speaking to all of them a little bit later on. Okay, let's go to the top three in Pro-Am next. Finishing in third place was number 85, Emil Yerdrum. Well done, Emil. Great to see you again on the podium once more. These three becoming regular visitors to it. Finishing in second place was number 24, Ivan Ekulshik. Well done, Ivan. And he's no stranger to the top step now. Taking the win once more in Pro-Am was number 77, Leo Pichler. Fighting right up the front of the order as well. Well done to Leo. Absolutely a fantastic job from Leo. Let's get the trophies presented to the top three. The Gedlich Racing guys now will come round to present the trophies to the top three. We'll get some pictures with all of our drivers. We'll get them all up on the top step, and then we're going to press on with getting our AM drivers up onto the podium. We'll see these guys in action in the endurance race later. For now, though, well done to our top three in the Pro-Am class. Let's give them one more round of applause. Well done, guys. We saw them fighting way up the top of the order, particularly our top three. Let's go to the AM category, and next finishing in third place was number 10, Max Hubert. Well done to Max. We did have a change to the top two after a 5-second penalty. So finishing in second after that was applied was number 81, Richard Wolf. Did lead the field home, but did get a track limits penalty. So that meant the win went to number 15, Alberto Di Martin. Well done, Alberto. Those two putting on a fantastic fight. I have to say, it was really great to watch them in action. Well done, Alberto. Drove very, very well. Close battling between all of our top three. Alberto picking up some great points in the championship there as well. Gedlich Racing come round to present the trophies, and we'll get some pictures of our top three. And I'm sure we're going to have a very close race between those three later on. Let's give them one more round of applause. The top three in the AM category. Well done, guys. Well done, Alberto. Another win in the bag. Okay, let's go to Cayman Trophy. Very, very close, particularly between our top two. But this man, a fantastic story given the journey he's gone on to get to this point. He had a podium yesterday. He's got another one today. Number 66 in third, Franz Linden. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes out. Franz Linden, great to see you on here once more, sir. finishing in second place, just behind the race leader for almost the entire race, the number 111, Thomas Rackle. Fantastic race to watch, I have to say. Looking forward to the show you guys put on later. Almost inseparable, but taking the race win in Cayman Trophy, number 110, Enrico Federer. Well done, Enrico. Disturbing the other categories whilst you guys were at it as well. It was really superb to watch. Right, Gedlich Racing now will come round to present the trophies. And we will get our pictures taken. We'll get you all up on the top step of the podium, guys. And then we will have one more round of applause for not just our top three in Cayman Trophy, but all our GT4 drivers. Give them one more round of applause for the top three in Cayman Trophy. Well done, guys. That was an absolutely fantastic race. Well done, guys. Well done. We'll see you later on. Okay. As you can hear, you might not be able to hear, we are being very, very rudely disrupted by the Prototype Winter Series drivers, and that is where we are going to be going next.
So now it's time for the second and the last race of the weekend already. A bit weird, isn't it? Early on Sunday morning. However, it's the last time out on the circuit for this weekend here in Portimão for the Prototype Winter Series. Another addition to this year's GT Winter Series package, mainly consisting of LMP3 machinery and the one very distinctive Nova just as well. Now, this is definitely one of the big stories of the weekend so far, because we are joined this weekend in Prototype Winter Series by the Inter-Europol competition outfit. It's a Polish team winner in last year's 24 Hours of Le Mans as far as the LMP2 class is concerned. However, they've got a good bunch of LMP3 cars as well, which they run in various prototype championships around the globe, and one of them is the Prototype Winter Series. The car was on course for pole position for race one, had an accident in the closing stages of the weekend, and sadly had to be withdrawn from the race yesterday. However, today, albeit starting in P8 on the grid, it can take part. Now, guys, could you help me with opening the door? Anyone? Can I just speak to the driver? Thank you very much. I'm always very careful not to destroy these very expensive LMP3 cars. Thank you very much. There is Sebastian Gravlund, your driver for the first part of the race today. What a story this weekend has been, Sebastian, so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit tricky at the moment. We were quite unlucky yesterday with a braking failure for Pedro, but thankfully he's okay now. So now we are ready to try again.
So how much running have you done in the car so far?
Well, when I came here on Thursday was the first time ever in the car. So it has been a bit limited, but I think I found a good rhythm and got on with it, yeah.
And how do you like Portimão in an LMP3 car?
Well, it's a very good combination. I really like it, I must say. Sure.
Sebastian, thank you very much and all the best for the race. That's going to be well deserved in case Inter-Europol is able to finish high up. You can close the door. Thank you very much. However, some of you who are very familiar to see Inter-Europol cars will see the lack of color. You can see it's just carbon, and normally the cars are running in this outfit in bright yellow and green. I think I've got something. Let me check. What about these? Do you think they match? Let's have a look.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
They do?
They look nice, huh?
Would you mind? I'll leave it as it is, maybe later on. Anyway, great to have the Inter-Europol team on the grid. Now let's head down towards the front end of the grid. There is yesterday's winning car, the number 42 ANS Motorsport machine. A bit of an interesting way how all of that got together. Let's speak to Julien Lemoine, who is one of the two drivers in yesterday's winning outfit. Congratulations, didn't speak to you yesterday after the race. A bit of a surprise there yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes, we are very happy. We were not really expecting to be first. We have not the opportunity to train on the dry setup. We had a crash early in the morning, so it's a big way to, and the best way to finish the day, for sure. When it starts, not the best way, so it was a big positive surprise yesterday.
Now, we know we have people tuned in from all over Europe, all over the world. Maybe thank you very much for joining. Quelques mots en français?
Merci et très content d'être ici au Portugal sous le soleil et on espère une belle course.
Merci bien. Thank you very much, and of course all the best to you. This is going to be one of the big talking points, of course, in today's race. The handicap regulations, depending on the driver classifications. Some of you will know that in prototype and indeed in sports car racing, there are various categories for the drivers, and depending on your driver status, whether it's gold or silver or bronze, there are some penalty times put into place. Same, of course, applies for this. This is the only Nova car on the grid. Now, in earlier days, the Nova used to be an old Vauxhall driven by juveniles. However, nowadays, it's a very, very sophisticated, great-looking prototype, especially, I think, if you look at it from the back, that almost looks a bit hypercar-esque, doesn't it? It's a great addition to this grid. It's also sounding properly with its V8 engine, and it's definitely going to be a handful for all the other drivers and teams to keep behind. Now, on the front of the grid, it's an interesting story as well, because it's going to be the number 3 DKR car. Yesterday, they were a bit compromised after a bit of a spin for one of their drivers, for Chris Short. However, today, it's going to be his teammate, Ryan Bricacek, starting the car from pole position, just over a minute to go until the start of the formation lap. So here is one last quick ad break, and then it's time to kick off the last prototype Winter Series race here in Portimão. Enjoy.
So the prototypes are up next for their 2 formation laps. You may remember yesterday, I was rather caught out by the 2 formation laps, but I understand that 2 formation laps is the case once again for the prototype Winter Series. I think a couple of teams requesting a bit more time to get some temperature into the tyres, into the car. So we're expecting 2 formation laps. If they start to form up 2 by 2 at the conclusion of the first, then we know that something has changed overnight. So then, the cars are now running once again. It's an all Duquesne front row of that grid. As we've already heard from Lucas Gajewski, it is Wyatt Bricacek starting the car from pole position. The DKR engineering machine starting from pole position. Then it is Sandro Holtzem. He's a solo driver, of course, but Wyatt Bricacek is sharing with Chris Short. Daniel Calvitz is next, 3rd overall. He'll be sharing with Steve Parrow. Danny Sufi is a solo driver. He starts from 4th place in the Conrad Motorsport Ligier. Row 3 is all ANS Motorsport. Clement Moreno in the winning car from yesterday. The safety car and the handicap system all falling into ANS Motorsport's favour. Let's see what Kevin Rabin can do in the sister ANS car as well. That is the Nova Proto that Lucas Gajewski was showing us earlier on. Molna Motorsport with their pair of Portuguese racers, Rodrigo Almeida and Bernardo Pinheiro, starting from 7th place. Sebastian Gravland from 8th on the grid. He will make up places. Of course, not able to qualify yesterday after the brake failure for Pedro Perino. Those 2 will be ones to watch. Charles Delbracin rounding out the 9 cars that take the start. He'll hand over to Leah Mauer. They'll have Simba in the headset. Although I am noting the Racing Experience car doesn't appear to be in the grid sequence there. It looked like we were down a car, which is a big shame if that is the case for the Racing Experience crew. who are always immensely hard-working. Maybe a pit lane start. There's only 8 cars on that grid. No Duquesne from Racing Experience at the back of the pack, although that could be just a sign of a pit lane start, but it would be a shame not to have the Racing Experience Duquesne on the grid. We'll wait and see. Is the car there? No, it's not there at pit entry, so pit exit. So I suspect that we are going to be down a car for this race. Unfortunately, the truck is still there at the end of the garages, so they're evidently still on site, but maybe a slight issue with the Racing Experience number 12. They all concertina up at turn 3 there on the formation lap. That's never something you want to see, but everybody gets through that cleanly. Wyatt Bricacek, the American racer, then will be starting this one from pole position. He's done a season in Europe already. 23-year-old American racer will be looking to beat some of the all-stars that are behind him. Guys like Sandro Holtzum, guys like Daniel Kalvitz are always big names to kind of claim the scalp of in racing conditions, and we'll see what Wyatt Bricacek can do. But Sebastian Gravland is going to be looking to make up places early doors in that 88 car. And then, of course, there's Danny Sufi, who was having a great race until he had some electrical issues yesterday here at Portimão. I'm sure the Conrad Motorsport team have worked to ensure that isn't likely to happen again, and hopefully we will see the Danny Sufi car out there. Charles Delbrassin is there. I just saw him coming over the crest of the hill at turn 10. He's keeping his distance, it seems, from the rest of the pack as the race gets going, and to be honest, given the way turn 1 sometimes goes here at Portimão, that could be a very wise decision from the 62-year-old racer. Came into the Prototype Win Series as a novice outside of go-karts. And we'll see how he performs alongside Liam Mauer. But at the front of the pack, we are getting ready for the action. It is Wyatt Bricacek in the DKR Engineering Duquesne, starting from pole position. Sandra Holtzum on the outside will be looking to right the wrongs of yesterday. You may remember his spin during the pit window yesterday. He'll be looking to have a clearer run of things this time around. The cars head towards the red lights that have been held for a little while over the last couple of races of the weekend, so I'm not expecting those lights to go green for a couple more seconds, but as soon as they do, the thunder really does start to roll through the hills of Portimão. Still red lights, but the race has, it seems, begun despite the green lights there not going out. We are underway. It is the DKR Engineering number 3 car that leads, and Gravland already getting in amongst it in the bare carbon fibre into Europol car around the outside there of the 18. That is at Rodrigo Almeida, who gets overtaken there in the early stages, but it is the 2 Duquesnes at the front, and Danny Sufi has managed to get up to 3rd place just ahead of what should be Daniel Kalvitz in 4th position. Through the first few corners they go, turn 7, turn 8, now downhill into the 9th corner of the lap. These cars absolutely spectacular through corners like turn 9, absolutely flat, full commitment, and mountains of downforce to help you. Of course, that doesn't help you in the slightest when you get to corners like turn 3 and turn 5, the sharp hairpins, but it is a very much downforce dependent car, an LMP3 machine. The top 4 all LMP3 cars, then the outlier, the 5th place car, Kevin Rabin in the Nova NP02. The 2 Duquesnes, cars 3 and 33 then are your leaders, and Sandro Holtzum will be studying the rear of Wyatt Brikacek, trying to figure out in the early stages exactly where maybe he's a little bit stronger than the American racer. I think for Holtzum, he'll be keen to just reach the end of a prototype Winter Series race without dramas, because obviously he had the little mistake yesterday, and in Estoril the car didn't start the second race, and while it did get scored as the winner in the first race, of course it ended up in the barriers after the contact with Danny Sufi. Over the hill they come once again then, and Sufi leading the Ligier contingent then from third overall, just ahead of Daniel Kalvitz, who is biding his time. This 50-minute race will have a mandatory pit stop, of course, in the 20 to 30-minute mark of the race. So at with 30 minutes to go, the window will open. It will shut with 20 minutes of the race to go. And numerous different lengths of pit stop for these drivers. Our current race leader, handing over to Chris Short, will have 30 seconds less to contend with. Meanwhile, side by side between yesterday's race winner Clement Moreno and Rodrigo Almeida, that's for 7th place. Gravland has already gotten past both of those drivers, so Sebastian Gravland on the ascendancy here. His next target is the young Kevin Rabin, who would love to show his stuff by holding off a driver of Gravland's caliber for just a little while. However, the Nova isn't quite as strong in a straight line as the LMP3s. We've seen that a couple of times already, and the 19-year-old Dane in the 88 into Europol car might be looking for a move into the first corner. Kevin Rabin may well be under pressure there. Sufi in third place then, goes through turn one, and is maybe just losing a couple of tenths a lap to the top two right now. Brikacek and Holtzum running nicely, and there was indeed a move for 5th place then. So Sebastian Gravland has gotten through into P5, and he'll be looking to now try and pursue the top 4, the domain of the young pro drivers. Well, Danny Kalvitz, with respect, maybe not a young pro driver, but the pros towards the front of the order will probably soon be joined by Sebastian Gravland if he has anything to do with it. There's Gravland 5th, then it's Rabin, then it's Moreno, and then it is Almeida in the Molnar Motorsport car. Molnar Motorsport's going to have a kind of rolling feed of new young drivers each and every weekend in the Prototype Winter Series, using it as an opportunity to test some drivers out. And the Portuguese Bernardo Pinheiro and Rodrigo Almeida relishing the opportunity to race around Portimão in the Duquesne from Molnar Motorsport, a team with a lot of pedigree, of course, running Porsches in GT racing for many years, and now focusing their efforts on prototypes, particularly in the Prototype Cup Germany. This is a replay then of the race winning battle, the race leading battle in the first stint of the race from Estoril, with Danny Sufi being pursued by Daniel Kalvitz. And that is 3rd and 4th place running in tandem. Kalvitz is former champion, of course, in GT cars, as we've alluded to several times so far this season, and interesting to see the parity between Sufi and Kalvitz in these identical cars. Does look as though at the front of the order, Wyatt Brikacek is just maybe getting a car length or 2 extra over Sandro Holtzum at this phase of the race. 1.1 seconds clear now, and fastest lap of the race last time by going to Brikacek. Kalvitz is looking feisty though behind our 3rd place man Danny Sufi. It's Conrad versus Rinaldi then in that battle for P3. Then in 5th place there is Sebastian Gravland. Now that he's in the clear air, we'll start to pay a little bit more attention to his lap times and see where he is. He's not done his first full lap first full lap in clean air just yet. Kevin Rabin has dropped from 6th to 8th on this lap as well. So Rabin in the Nova falling back a little bit there. I'm not sure whether he may have made an error. It would certainly seem that is the case. So Rabin has some work to do now to get himself back up there. And of course, in the case of Rabin, he is a silver driver driving solo. Therefore, he's going to have a pit in to pit out time of 151 seconds. So he's going to have one of the longer pit stops as well. That is also the case for Gravland and Perino in the 88 car for 3 of the top 4 as well. Wyatt Bricacek and Chris Short have a 120-second stop. The rest of the top 4 all with 151 seconds. A pair of cars with 89-second stops. That is Charles Delbrasine and Liam Mauer, as well as Moreno and Lemoyne. And as we saw yesterday, if there's a safety car out, that can really mess with the handicap system's effect on the race. Oh, and Danny Sufi going very defensive on the run to turn 5. Daniel Kalvitz tries to go around the outside and decides that he can't quite get it done just yet. Although, is he deciding that? Because certainly there's a lot of aggression coming out of that 66 car. Up and over the crest at turn 8 he will go. Now we are missing a car. ANS Motorsports Clement Moreno doesn't appear to have crossed the line on this lap. So what's happened there? Kalvitz, though, up the inside for 3rd place, going through turn 10, turn 11. And how do they emerge? They emerge side by side. Sufi still on the inside line. Sufi still in 3rd place, but Kalvitz is making life very difficult for him. Lunges up the inside at turn 14. They thankfully do emerge. And they emerge with Kalvitz with a nose ahead, but Sufi, hip check between the two of them. A little bit of time, an iota of contact, I think. But Sufi has to yield there to Kalvitz, who gets through into 3rd place. They thunder past my commentary position, and it is Kalvitz then up to 3rd place. Kalvitz in 3rd, Sufi in 4th place. Conrad Motorsport number 7 car. So while this is going on between those two Ligiers, the Ligier that won yesterday of Clement Moreno has indeed gone missing in the final sector just about a lap and a half ago. So we're not quite sure what happened to Clement Moreno, but that car never completed lap 3 of the race. So something amiss with Moreno for sure. If that car is indeed missing and it isn't just a transponder issue, which is a possibility, then that is a very sad way for them to end their weekend, really, after a race win on the Saturday, of course, in the Prototype Winter Series. Moreno and Lemoyne had a lot to celebrate after the Saturday race. Kalvitz building a gap then over Danny Sufi now that he's gotten through. Will he now try and run interference on Sandro Holtzum and Wyatt Bricacek, the 2 parts of the Duquesne stranglehold at the front of the order? Gravland's pace is pretty good in 5th position as well. He's about 6/10 quicker than Sufi ahead of him, but he's only on par or slightly behind the pace of the rest of the top 4. So Gravland not doing anything that the cars in front of him are not doing, but he is still about on par with the rest of the fast pros in the LMP3 class here. Top 5 within 11 seconds, and one of those top 5, of course, starting from the back of the field. Fastest lap of the race last time by as Charles Delbrasine gets lapped for the first time by Wyatt Bricacek. But the fastest lap of the race last time by for that red and black car, the Rinaldi Racing 66. So Daniel Kalvitz means business at the moment. Just hearing now that the ANS Motorsport car never did stop. It was transponder related. The car has now been picked back up by the live timing, albeit a couple of laps further down the order than it truly is. So ANS Motorsports Moreno and Lemoyne having a transponder issue rather than a car issue, which is good news. But for Steve Parrow, he'll be watching on with some glee as Daniel Kalvitz continues to work his way towards the sharp end of the field. Kalvitz and Parrow with a 122-second stop due. the only team with 122 seconds specifically scheduled for their stop, which will give them 29 seconds less in the pit lane than the likes of Sandra Holzem and Danny Sufi. But Kalvitz is absolutely on it right now. Another 1:38. He was 1.3 seconds faster than Sandra Holzem on the previous lap. So Daniel Kalvitz means business in this race right now. Kalvitz is on something of a mission in the Ligier. You see him there fighting the car through turn 3. There's no easy way to get these downforce-dependent cars through those slow corners. Any LMP car, any single-seater, you see the drivers hustling the wheel, usually through low-speed corners. I'm sure someone would correct me on this, but as far as I know, there's never been an LMP3 car at a street race, and that's probably for the best, because I wouldn't want to fight something that twitchy through an abundance of low-speed corners without any runoff area. These LMP3 machines are certainly quite the beast. It is fascinating that so many drivers use it as a first step in racing. The likes of Charles Delbrassin, certainly not alone in that approach. And these cars do strike me as very difficult machines to drive, so I've always been quite surprised by that. But of course, if you're attempting to go into sports car racing, why not start in the LMP3 cars, the kind of bottom rung of the ACO prototype ladder? A lot of drivers maybe started something like Radicals first. That was the case for Chris Short, who is due to take over the leading car after the pit stop window, which incidentally opens in 6 minutes and 40 seconds time. And by then, I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel Kalvitz is right on the rear of Sandra Holzem at a bare minimum, once again outpacing the youngster. Of course, Holzem in last year's DTM championship has shared cars numerous times with twin brother Giuliano Holzem, including in the GT4 ranks, and unfortunately Giuliano not feeling particularly great at the moment. He's a bit poorly, so he is staying away from track for the time being, but I'm sure we'll see him back out there soon. Holzem, meanwhile, Holzem Sandro, to be clear, is still holding off Daniel Kalvitz, but I do feel there's a whiff of inevitability to it. Of course, as the cars become more downforce dependent, following another car becomes more and more fast, or more and more difficult. And Kalvitz, though, does seem to be able to gainfully hold on to the back of the number 33 Rinaldi Racing car. Of course, lest we forget, these are two teammates in Rinaldi Racing. Easy to forget that, given they are two different chassis manufacturers, but they are run from the same stable. So this battle for second place is probably causing Astrid from Rinaldi a little bit of anxiety at the moment, because those are the two cars that she is looking after. And, well, she's just going to hope that it's a clean fight and a fair fight, and a fight without any repair bills required, as Daniel Kalvitz closes in on Sandra Holzem. A little bit of a twitch into the first corner there for Kalvitz. These cars now running through turn 4 then, and over the crest of the hill they will go. There's your race leader, Wyatt Brickarczyk, having a fairly lonely race at the front of the order, but I don't think he'll complain for the lack of company. Chris Short will be gearing himself up at the moment to take the start, maybe towards the middle or the end of the window. Short is going to be the beneficiary of a shorter pit stop when that time comes as well. Last time by for Sandra Holzem, it was the fastest lap of the race. However, it was the fastest lap of the race still 0.2 slower than Daniel Kalvitz. So even though Holtzum set his personal best of the race. Calvert's is still outpacing him, so Holtzum giving everything he's got, and Calvert answering with that little bit more, which is certainly probably going to give Sandra Holtzum a lot to think about as they run through turn 15 of the lap. Bricacek crosses the line once again. He's just starting to pull the taps up as well. 138.825 for Wyatt Bricacek, so he's moving up in terms of pace. And also on a very quick lap is Rodrigo Almeida in the Molnar Motorsport car. He seems to be finding his feet in the LMP3 as the weekend goes on, which is great to see. Setting pace that would put him in the top 4 if he'd started in amongst the front of the field. Holtzum and Calvert continue on at the front of the order in second and third place, about 3.5 seconds back from Wyatt Bricacek, our race leader. We haven't been losing any time to Bricacek over the last couple of laps, but as long as they're fighting each other at close quarters, I don't think we're going to see them get any closer to the back of the number 3 car. Both of these cars have a slightly longer stop than Bricacek and Short as well, so things are really lining up nicely for Wyatt. And a big dive up the inside from Daniel Calvert into turn 10. Carried a lot of speed out of 8 and through turn 9 into 10 and 11. It is a move for Calvert, and the car almost gets away from him at turn 12 as well. Daniel Calvert, full commitment there through turn 12, gets himself up into second place, but now Sandro Holtzum will try and make a run back at him. Or perhaps he will decide to try and tuck in behind, and both of them can go hunting for Wyatt Bricacek. I'm not sure quite how much loyalty there is across the 2 different chassis types, the 2 different Rinaldi teams. Sandro Holtzum, though, already two or three car lengths further back. Calvert has been patiently waiting for his opportunity to break free from Sandro Holtzum, and now he has managed to break the dam. And his next target is Wyatt Bricacek, so let's see what happens now. 4 seconds is the gap between Bricacek and Calvert. Your order at this stage of the race: Wyatt Bricacek, your race leader by 4 seconds. Just behind Daniel Calvert in second place is Sandro Holtzum, as you can see on screen. So that's our top 3. 4th place is Danny Sufi, who's fallen back about 3.5 seconds from this second and third place scrap. Sebastian Gravland is a further 7 seconds behind Sufi in 5th place overall. Rodrigo Almeida outpacing Sebastian Gravland in the Inter-Europol car at the moment in P6. So Almeida, the young Portuguese racer, really starting to find his footing in the Molnar Motorsport car. Clement Moreno is in 7th place, so after those brief laps of transponder data, the car is there in 7th place, as it should be, 35 seconds off the race lead. It's Kevin Rabin, 8th overall in the A&S Motorsport car, and in 9th place, a lap off most of the field, is Charles Del Brassin in the Duqueine D08. So then pit window is about to open. 30 minutes of the race remaining, and that is the point where the pit window is open. So the drivers can now take the opportunity to get their pit stops underway. And I suspect that a lot of our pro drivers will initially at least stay out there, maybe until the middle phase of the window. Some of the AM drivers tell their pros, no, I want my fair share, I want my half of this race. Other pro drivers say, actually, or other AM drivers say, well, actually, I want the best chance I can of winning. I'll get out of the car as quickly as I can, and I'll send my talented teenager off to try and claim some trophies on behalf of us both. I'll tell you what, Daniel Calvert is not a teenager. I think he'll admit to that. But 3.5 seconds is now the gap between himself and young Wyatt Bricacek. That gap is coming down, a 138.719 on the previous lap for Daniel Calvert. Calvert is on the hunt then. Wyatt Bricacek will perhaps be looking in those rearview mirrors and going, that is probably going to be a problem before too long. The numerous-time GT racing champion Daniel Kalvitz, of course, handing over to Steve Parrow in the pit stop window. He'll be looking for his opportunity to try and claim a nice cushion for Parrow as the race goes on. So then Bricacek is there in this race lead. It's now 2.7 seconds. Look at the pace from Daniel Kalvitz, a 138.441. 138.441 for Kalvitz last time by. That is a serious lap time. A 139.2 last time by for Wyatt Bricacek. So 8/10 the gap between the gap reduction between the two of them on that lap, and Bricacek will be ever more aware of the car that's appearing behind him. I've been joined at this juncture of the race by Chris McCarthy, who is podium host, social media manager, and now for the first time co-commentator, also professional juggler. He's going to be the Luke Littler of the juggling championships, I promise you that. How are you doing so far?
Fantastic. It's brilliant to be here. I mean, my first time at this circuit, and what a beautiful circuit it is. I was blown away by the elevation changes that the circuit provides. I got to have a wander around with Emilio. I say a wander around. It was almost like doing a flying lap whilst we were going around to get some footage, which I'm sure will be released very, very soon. And it wasn't for the prototype session, it was for the GT Winter Series session. The prototypes were wrapped up by that point, but just seeing the cars come round was absolutely fantastic. And yeah, it's a shame I haven't really been here before, to be honest. It's one of those circuits, when you get here, you almost think, why haven't I been to this sooner? And when am I next coming back?
Exactly right. No, it's my first time here too. It's a pit stop, meanwhile, for Rinaldi Racing's Sandro Holtzum. So Holtzum is in. Of course, he's a solo driver. He's going to have to wait 151 seconds as a solo silver driver with the pit stop handicaps in play. That will also be the case for our third place man, Danny Sufi, soloist in the Conrad Motorsport car. About the same length of pit stop for both of the cars in the lead battle, though. Wyatt Bricacek and Chris Short with 120 seconds of pit stop, 122 for Kalvitz and Parrow. That's because Kalvitz isn't a silver. He is the only gold-rated driver on this grid. One of the marshals then getting his arm stuck in there to try and clear what I assume is some debris from the Moreno and Lemoyne car, yesterday's winner. And of course this only has 89 seconds worth of pit stop from pit in to pit out, so a significantly shorter pit stop. And well, yesterday, especially with the safety car coming in, that really came up trumps for
Yeah,
them.
this is where it makes these races very interesting, doesn't it? The safety car came out at a time where it just played into these guys' favour, but you have to take advantage of that and get back on the track, keep it on the road, and also build on that gap, keep that gap, and that's exactly what they did. But as you said, they seem to be getting to work to the right front there, but they've done the driver swap, and hopefully there's no problems that they need to fix and they can get out going again. Overall, it's been a really good weekend for the ANS Motorsport team and a really good start to the season for them so far.
I must say, he's got faith in the air jacks. He had his whole leg under that car as well. It must be a warm
that was very
as well.
When you're down there, it is, and you see them coming in at the speed they do. Johnny down there, who's doing the camera operating, does a fantastic job because they come in at some speed. I've got to say, all the crew that work on all these cars do a really great job. It's absolutely fantastic to watch when you are trackside, and big thanks to Johnny, our camera op, as part of the Alpha Live team, who's down there, often has Ryan with him just to spot to make sure he's all okay. It gives you a sense of how quickly they come in, and we're seeing another driver swap going on here.
Yeah, so that's the 18 car. Rodrigo Almeida out, Bernardo Pinheiro in. Almeida was quite a late addition to the entry list, actually. He wasn't on my sheets Unfortunately, my research sheet, he wasn't there because I think he got added on Thursday or maybe Wednesday. But that is often the way with the prototype Wind Series and Wind Series in general. Teams will spot a young pro and say, you know what, we want to give you a shot. Come down to Wind Series and have a go at it. Yeah. And it is two Portuguese drivers here, Almeida and Pinheiro, and Portimão is really the jewel in the crown of the Portuguese racing scene. I've heard that from a lot of people, including significant staff members at Estoril, so you know it's true, and I'm sure they're taking great pleasure in driving this circuit in an LMP3 car for what I believe is the first time. As this car gets prepared to head back off, Danny Sufi is coming in as well in the number 7 Conrad Motorsport Ligier JSP 320. Of course, we saw him have mechanical issues, electrical issues, he confirmed to me last night. So Danny Sufi will be looking to try and get at least a podium out of this one, but of course he and all of the Silver Plus entries are all going to have have that 151 second stop in the pits, and that's going to skew things a bit for them.
Yeah, this is the point in the race, isn't it, Adam? As you know very well, where we just wait to find out what the actual situation is, and then the chase begins, so to speak, which makes these races very exciting to watch as the clock ticks down and we see the drivers chasing that. And I think that they enjoy that, the pro drivers, don't they? If they get in, no, right, you've got a 10-second gap to chase down, and you've got 22 minutes to do it. Go after a race win. I think drivers like Danny Sufi love a challenge.
All hunting dogs like chasing rabbits at the end of the day. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left of the pit window then, so they could do another lap, just as long as they don't make an error or something. I've seen that happen before, missing the pit window because of a spin. Oh dear. But Brigacek and Daniel Kalvitz are both due a stop. One of them comes past my pit window, the other does not. Kalvitz is in, Wyatt Brigacek and DKR Engineering willing to push it right to the limit of the window. So Chris Short obviously has been rather magnanimous and said, no, let the youngster take the entirety of the stint that he can. Although I must say, Chris Short is quite a quick bronze. So I think he might be underselling himself a little bit with the team strategy. Kalvitz in, though, and the gold-rated, numerous-time GT driver, driving champion, I should say, will now hand over to Steve Parrow, or Sparrow as it says on the side of the car. You'll be unsurprised to hear that's not his actual name, but Parrow always good for a laugh, along with his buddy Christian Hook. And it's interesting to see, isn't it? Rinaldi Racing running 2 separate chassis, this being the second of them, the Duquesne.
Are they using this as a chance to test the 2 chassis at all? A team like Rinaldi Racing, they're a very big outfit, do you think? Or is that just the ones that the drivers went for?
I think it's the case that Parrow owns the Ligier chassis, so right. I think they're just running the car that the bronze has brought to the party. Danny Sufi heads out on his outlap, and I think he's come out ahead, if I'm not mistaken, of Sandra Holtzum. Yes, he has. So that is, I think, going to work out as being for 3rd and 4th place, maybe, but the timing screen still in the midst of trying to figure it all out for us. So that's really interesting. And actually, if you were watching that pit stop closely for the number 33 Rinaldi car, Sandra Holtzum, it was quite a prolonged gap between the mechanic lifting the lollipop and saying go for it and the car actually moving away. So maybe there was a little bit of problems getting that car into gear for Sandra Holtzum. That would maybe explain why Danny Sufi has got out of there ahead of Sandra Holtzum, because of course in theory both of them have 151 second stops attributed to their name, so in theory they shouldn't really gain or lose too much during the window, but that hasn't proven to be the case.
No, as we see Kevin Rabin come back out, still blown away that he is pedaling round in that when he was in karting. Yellow flag there, Adam, as you're pointing to the screen.
Yeah, yellow flag out at turn 8, but for what we don't know, it's not a safety car. There's still green flags showing on the timing screen and everywhere else, but there may well be a car awry or some bodywork or something like that awry around the circuit just over the crest of that hill at turn 8. This is already the green flags by turn 9, but the previous corner there may be something going on. I do note that Julian Lemoyne in the A&S Motorsport car is not registered as having crossed the line last time by. However, that car's already had transponder issues in this race, so I hesitate to say that that's what's happened.
Good point. This is when the crests of Portimão can be a bit of a nuisance, I guess. Now, is that a problem for DKR?
I think it might be all right, but certainly the car's been a little bit toasty, and obviously what that could be is something like some tyre build-up there, caught in the air intake, maybe just getting very, very hot in the canals as the car continues to run. Of course, that 5.6 litre Nissan V8 is going to be searing hot, so if there is some tyre build-up that's got stuck in the vent, then that's going to be an issue, but it should be okay. The car is running.
Well, we'll see what happens with the yellow flag. I did go to point at the screen there, but I realised we're on pit stops, aren't we? So there's going to be some very long lap times.
Yes.
So yes, that's not going to be problems for those drivers. That's just going to be a normal pit stop. Not too sure what's happened. I guess we'll wait and find out.
Right, so then the current leader on your timing screens is Wyatt Bricacek. Rather, I should say Chris Short, of course. The car has now got Chris Short at the wheel. However, he is not leading the race. The current leader, I believe, will be Steve Parrow in the 66 Rinaldi racing car with his shorter pit stop.
There we go.
That is the 42 A&S Motorsport car, and I believe that is the inside of turn 7 and 8. So that is where that car has come to a rest, but it's well out of the firing line, so yellow flags can easily cover it. Meanwhile, Sufi and Holtzum have found each other again. I don't think they've been separated from each other this weekend, or indeed all season, for better or worse so far. So Sufi and Holtzum running in tandem, but the safety car has been put out onto the circuit, and what this of course does is it once again nullifies almost the safety car handicap system, the handicap system from the pit stops, which if you're Danny Sufi, if you're Sandro Holtzum, if you're Pedro Perino, to name just 3 of them, that is a big advantage because the handicap that has put you further back down the order is now nullified. But if you're a Chris Short, if you're a Steve Parrow, that means suddenly the young pros are going to be all over your rear wing.
This is going to make for a very interesting last
Really is.
10 to 15 minutes now, isn't it? All of a sudden.
Yes, it is. So safety car out then for the first time in this race, and this is definitely, as you said, going to be very, very intriguing. I think for Chris Short, I think he's going to be hoping that Steve Parrow gets those elbows out in the early stages, sometimes known as gentleman drivers, but he'll be encouraging Steve Parrow to be something of a lout in the battle for second place.
That gives you an idea of the gap he did have. He's all by himself with the safety car. There you can see absolutely no one behind him, but they are going to now close up behind that safety car, and some pretty quick drivers behind are going to close up and be right on the back of him, in the likes of Danny Sufi, a winner this season, Sandro Holtzum, who was leading yesterday and will be desperate to make up for that spin he had as well, Adam.
Yeah, of course, and I did say that I thought Steve Parrow would be past Chris Short, but actually Short did have a slightly shorter pit stop. But it is the DKR Engineering car in the lead then. There's your top 4 all in the same picture. Pedro Perino is, of course, going to be looking to try and get involved in that as well once we go back to green flag. And I can only imagine the challenge of that this weekend now, this race for Pedro Perino, because, of course, in qualifying, the brakes failed going into turn 1, or at least that's what the team suspect. Car went straight on. I understand he got even, stretch it off. He was okay, but as a precautionary measure, they wanted to make sure that they didn't do anything too harsh with his back or anything like that. And now 24 hours later, he's not only in the car, but he's now faced with the opportunity to go for an overall podium. I know that in addition to commentary, of course, you were quite the kart racer in your younger days.
Yeah.
How does one deal with that if you have a big accident one day and then just go, okay, I've got to suck it up now because there's a win on the cards?
Yeah, mentally that's going to be very tough for him, isn't it, to come back? But I think it's going to be as weird as it sounds, even extra motivation to go for that win, because he's seen his team go hard to work on that car to get it fixed. He might not have seen that himself. I know he had to go and do some voluntary x-rays, but he would have definitely heard about all the work that's gone on. He would have seen a lot of the work that's gone on as well. And I think it won't just be for himself now. He'll want to do this for his team, for his teammates as well. And this will mean a lot to him as a victory, or even just a podium. We're talking about a victory, you know, fifth to first in the space of just over 10 minutes would be quite an achievement. But if he can go a couple places and get himself on the podium, that would be a huge achievement for him. And I think, yeah, as a driver, you put the crash behind you very quickly and a focus on making up for that, not just for yourself, but for the guys around you.
All three of our broadcast team are putting a shift in right now. Lukas Gajewski has strolled down the pits and found himself a driver to talk to. Let's go down to him.
Thank you, guys. I thought the safety car period might be a good point of time to introduce you to one of our local heroes this weekend. Adam, you spoke about him earlier, Rodrigo Almeida, this time part of the Müller Motorsport LMP3 outfit. And I think, Rodrigo, it was quite a late call, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was quite a late call on Friday night. I received a call from my manager. At least on free practice 1. But in free practice 1 we have an issue, so I go directly to quali, and then in quali it goes a little bit wrong, not wrong, but yeah, not so good. But now in race we have some really good pace. We have purple sector 1, and we can fight now with the safety car for the front positions.
You are very familiar with GT4 cars. How much running have you already done in LMP3 machinery then?
Yeah, it is my first race in LMP3 car. The past 2 years I done in GT4 ADAC and DTM Trophy. This is my first race and I think it's going really well. I really enjoy it and I love it.
So it's one of the most demanding and challenging circuits we have in Europe, and you are in an LMP3 car for the first time. What an experience.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. I really like the track also. It's an amazing track, especially on this car. It's really high aero car and that's amazing.
Now, do you already have your plans sorted for the rest of the season? Will you do more programs in LMP3 cars as well?
Yeah, still in process. I still don't know what to do this season. I'm testing some classes and then I decide to do.
Now, speaking about the race itself, safety car is out. Do you think this has worked in your favor or against you?
I think it's working in our favor because we start from the back. We had a problem in quali and we gained some places, but now with safety car it's all together, so my teammate can go more to the front.
Safety car's back in a second. Thank you very much, Rodrigo.
Thank you.
And just in the nick of time, we go back to green flag racing, we go back to pictures of the cars, and we go back to Danny Sufi. He can't overtake before the safety car line. He has overtaken before the safety car line. Unfortunately, I think that one might be fairly clear-cut, unfortunately. It's 3 wide down into the first corner for third place as Steve Parrow gets overtaken now by Sandro Holtzum as well. So Holtzum gets through into third place. Fourth place then for Parrow, side by side as the 18 car of Bernardo Pinheiro gets past the 66 as well. So Steve Parrow falling through the order. It is the number 3 of Chris Short that leads then from Danny Sufi, from Sandro Holtzum, from Pedro Perino. Your top 4. 4 very quick drivers. The one at the front of the queue, though, is a fast bronze rather than a super silver, and we're going to have to see how he manages to fend these 3 off. Sufi, the first to approach the rear of the car. He powers out of turn 8. Around the outside, he's going to try and go. Short may try and get to lean on him, but he doesn't, and Sufi moves into the race lead. Holtzum follows him through into second place. And Perino is going to try and make it 3 from 3 as they run through turn 12. Third and fourth place will be very close as they come through 12. Short trying to hold it off, of course. Chris was expecting to have that cushion, as now diving to the inside goes Pedro Perino. That should be good for third place for him. Yes, Perino is through into P3. My colleague Chris McCarthy has headed off to go and get the podiums ready for us. So it's back to just myself in the commentary box, but we've still got a Chris in the action, that being Chris Shorts, who's under so much pressure. Bernardo Pinheiro is next up then. He's now trying to get by for 4th place in the Molnar Motorsport car, and he succeeds at doing so. Both drivers, Pinheiro and Rodrigo Almeida, who we heard from just a few moments ago in the pit lane, both seem to have really come on since yesterday. The progression curve has been spectacular across the weekend from these two youngsters. So Pedro Perino is up into 4th place, I should say. Nope, 3rd place. You're right the first time, Adam. And then Bernardo Pinheiro is in P4. Now, can either of them challenge Sufi and Holtzum? The safety car restart is under investigation. Drive-through penalty for Danny Sufi, unfortunately. So car 7 with a drive-through penalty for the safety car restart, overtaking under the safety car restart. So unfortunately for Danny Sufi, that is going to be a drive-through penalty. Conrad Motorsport car will have to idle through the pit lane, and that's going to cost Sufi about 30 seconds. And of course, 30 seconds after a safety car is effectively going to drop Sufi down to the back of the pack. He comes in for the drive-through penalty now, gets the car stopped, and will now have to trundle through the pit lane at an agonizing low number of kilometers an hour. I think it's 80 kilometers an hour. That is certainly not enough to get a rush of speed and adrenaline, and certainly enough to drop him down to the back of the pack. I also hear from Lucas Gajewski that Kevin Rabin has been into the pit lane. Some bodywork repairs going on to the front of the ANS Motorsport 71 car. So the only ANS car left standing was walking wounded for a little while. Sandro Holtzum, though, has inherited the race lead, of course, with Danny Sufi having to run through the pit lane. It is now Holtzum that has the lead of this race, but he also has Pedro Perino and Bernardo Pinheiro just behind him. And certainly for Perino, as he starts to build some confidence, tries to rediscover his faith in the car after the big impact on Saturday in qualifying, he may well just be able to challenge Holtzum before the end of this race. There are 6.5 minutes of the race left to run. And the number 88 Ligier, driven by the former Formula 4 racer, Pedro Perino. He raced in the Italian and the ADAC championships before moving into Prototype Cup journey in Germany and the European Le Mans Series last year. Now making his first effort in the Prototype Winter Series this weekend. Of course, they didn't get to race yesterday. The car still being repaired after the qualifying smash. So this is Inter Europol's chance to come out of this race with some silverware, and they're going to take it with both hands, as will their young driver. And no doubt that Perino has the confidence in the car, because a 1:38.732 was the previous lap. It was only a few hundredths quicker than Sandro Holtzum, but nonetheless, it's testament to the fact that Pedro Perino is pushing just under 2 seconds back from Sandro Holtzum in the 33 car. So the top two run through the 5th corner of the lap, the tight hairpin overlooked by the impressive tower here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. I think that unfortunately, Holtzum and Perino are pretty much equidistant. I say unfortunately because it would be very good to see the two of them duke it out, but they seem to be strong, admittedly in different areas of the circuit, which is interesting. That may be a legacy of the two different cars, of course. A 30.996 in the first sector for Holtzum. That was 0.2 quicker than Perino. Perino was then 0.2 quicker through the middle sector of the lap. You saw Holtzum there locking the brakes into turn 13. So Holtzum struggling a little bit through that corner, but in general, these two seem to be about equal, although we'll see what the 3rd sector brings for Perino. He certainly looks maybe a couple of tenths closer as he comes through the final corner of the lap. And indeed, he has shaved another tenth off the gap, 1.8 seconds then between Holtzum and Perino. Danny Sufi has rejoined the race, incidentally, in 6th position. Let's run through the order at this stage of the race. It is Sandro Holtzum leading from Pedro Perino. There's Bernardo Pinheiro, 3rd overall in the Molnar Motorsport car. Chris Short is next for DKR Engineering in 4th position. Then it's Steve Parrow, who is coming under increasing pressure from Danny Sufi. Danny Sufi is 3.3 seconds back, but he's 5 seconds a lap faster than Steve Parrow. So I suspect that Danny Sufi is soon going to be looking for his way past into 5th position. And Sufi will be looking to try and salvage some points, of course, after that drive-through penalty served at the end of that safety car period. Just overtook Steve Parrow a little bit too early, and now ironically it's Steve Parrow that he's hunting down for that 5th position. They head through turn 7 and 8 at the moment as we overlook the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. There is Sufi lapping Liam Mauer, but then just ahead of him is Steve Parrow, and again that gap was 3.3 seconds at the line. It's already down to something like 2 seconds, if not less, as they go through turns 11 and 12. So I think it could be a matter of when, not if, here in this scrap between Parrow and Sufi. But Steve Parrow would no doubt like a top 5 finish if he can possibly hold off the young American racer. Sufi, in his first full season running a Ligier with Conrad Motorsport, certainly has his grip on the car. Unfortunately, that drive-through penalty costing him a shot at victory. He will be most aggrieved with that, I'm sure, but he's now in the wheel tracks of Parrow. Parrow is surely not going to be able to hold off that momentum out of the final turn from Danny Sufi. Sufi to the inside of Parrow, and that was very, very academic from Danny Sufi. Just got the job done. Slingshotted past Parrow, and Danny Sufi is up into 5th place. His next target is Chris Short, some 8.8 seconds further up the road. It isn't quite doable, I don't think, in the minute and 35 seconds plus 1 lap we've got, although, well, that is 3 laps actually, so maybe he can get there, but it is going to be a close run thing for 4th place on the final lap of the race. Pedro Perino has taken another few tenths out of the race leader, so Sandro Holtzum is starting to see the all-carbon Inter-Europol car a little bit closer in the rear view mirror, which I'm sure will be stealing his attention away a little bit as they continue on around the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. You see Liam Mauer setting a good pace there as well in the Racing Experience car, but of course she is a couple of laps down, so she's not a factor in this battle. The gap between the top 2 is down again, 1.169 seconds the gap, so Perino has taken 3 tenths out of Holtzum on the last 2 laps. Over the course of the last 2 laps, he's gained 6 tenths on our race leader. So Sandro Holtzum is under pressure here. He's got 1 lap and 2/3 left to go. The clock will hit 0 this time, and then we have the +1 lap at the end of the race. 1.5 laps, Pedro Perino with his eye in. Of course, Perino, before the brakes failed in yesterday's qualifying session, he'd already set a time good enough for pole position in that qualifying session. So Perino has been our quickest driver here this weekend. So it's absolutely in the realm of possibility that he could do this, but he is running out of time with which to do it. And Sandro Holtzum, a very experienced driver, not in the business of making too many unforced errors. We did see one yesterday, but he's in a strong position here from the race lead. But Pedro Perino would love to end the weekend on a high. Certainly a tricky weekend for Pedro. They head now through turn 14 of the lap then, and then 15 will follow. And Pedro Perino is maybe going to find a way in this final lap to at least challenge. I think the gap is down again. Yes, it is. 0.6 of a second. Okay, so that is getting very, very close indeed. We'll keep an eye on that 4th to 5th delta as well as they come across the line next time, because that is also going to be close on the final lap of the race. But it's the battle for the lead that we're going to focus on this final lap, of course. And Pedro Portimão is looking to make it a bit of a race to the line. Holtzum leads him into turn 5, and look at Portimão. He was later on the brakes there into turn 5. Certainly has absolute faith in what's going on under his left foot. 1.7 seconds between Short and Sufi as well, so don't be surprised if Danny Sufi emerges in 4th place at the end of this race. However, Pedro Portimão is looking at any chance he can to emerge in the lead. He's got a couple of strong braking zones between himself and the checkered flag. Can he get past Sandro Holtzum? He takes a wide berth at turn 11 to try and line up turn 12. They sweep down and now back uphill towards 12 and 13. Portimão not able to get it done there. Turn 14 is a very difficult place to get a move done, but he might try and dive up the inside. He does not. Turn 15, well, if your driver ahead of you gets it wrong, you could maybe get a good run up to the finish line, but I think Sandro Holtzum has done enough. Holtzum in the Rinaldi Racing Duquesne D08 takes the last corner perfectly. He will win the Prototype Winter Series race number 2 at Portimão. Portimão half a second back. Pinheiro will take 3rd. Now, what about Chris Short and Danny Sufi in the battle for 4th place? Which order will they come out in? Because Chris Short was being closed up by Danny Sufi, who will come across the line in 4th. There is Sufi. He's ahead of Chris Short. So Danny Sufi recovers to 4th place, but a disappointing weekend. The drive-through in this race, the electrical gremlins in race 1. Sad to see that Sufi didn't manage to act on his potential within that race, but he takes 4th place ahead of Chris Short in 5th. 6th place will go to Steve Parrow, of course, along with Daniel Kalvitz. Across the line behind him is Liam Mauer taking 8th position. And the only other car left across the line is Kevin Rabin in the Nova Proto, and that car is a way further back, about 45 seconds behind those two, after Kevin Rabin visited pit lane. So Kevin Rabin not due across the line for a little while. He will eventually finish 7th place, and of course he'll win the Nova class. He's the only one out there on the grid. But great success for Sandro Holtzum in that race. The Rinaldi Racing 33 car is our winner. There's Rabin across the line in 7th position. Liam Mauer a lap down behind him. But a great performance then from Pedro Portimão in the final stage of that race. He couldn't quite reward his team with a race victory for repairing that into Europol Ligier. He does, however, secure 2nd place in that race. The Rinaldi Racing 33 is our race winner, Sandro Holtzum, with Rinaldi Racing. Another success for him. A solid weekend in general for the Rinaldi Racing driver. Of course, the pro drivers this time, at least the ones that were in the 2nd phase of the race, this time around, the safety car that came in a manner that actually helped them. Yesterday, it certainly hindered them. The safety car coming out before the pit window, nullifying any advantage that they gained in the 1st phase of the race. With the pit stop handicaps in place. But Sandro Holtzum, a deserving winner of that race, and even though Portimão was coming on strong, he did manage to stave off those advances. Of course, the fastest lap of the race came from Danny Sufi, ultimately. Sufi a 1:38.397. The fastest lap of the race, just a few hundredths quicker than Daniel Kalvitz, who was on form early on in the Rinaldi Racing 66 car. Good work then from this young man, Sandro Holtzum, who will be turning some heads maybe among the prototype teams. Here in the Prototype Wind Series has, of course, racing GTs recently. And we'll see what his plans are going forward, but certainly currently doing a fabulous job in the Prototype Winter Series. Race win number 2 of the season for him. And that is because, of course, the race win was given to the car after the red flag in race number 1. There's Lukas Gajewski pursuing Sandro Holzem. Media duties, sir. Please come back to us. And I'm sure that we'll hear from Lucas and Sandro within the next couple of minutes, if at all possible. And then we will, of course, have the podium ceremonies once again with Chris McCarthy before the switching of focus towards the GT cars, our next race. 2 races already in the books. This morning is flying by, just gone 10 past 11 local time here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. And the safety crew's just doing a bit of a check lap then to make sure that everything is A-OK around the circuit. It just looked like the A&S Motorsport car of Julian Lemoyne pulled up. So I don't think there was any particular carbon fibre to collect from that one. But in general, the crews making sure that the track is clear, safe and ready to go for our next race, which is of course a 30-minute sprint in the GT Winter Series. The second Prototype Winter Series race, 50 minutes plus 1 lap, and it was down to 0.6 of a second at the end of the race. Certainly an entertaining one, and one that Sandro Holzem came out on top of. The Rinaldi Racing 33 crew, who of course had to work so hard to repair that car after the collision with Danny Soufi on Saturday in Estoril. Unfortunately, the car still had a drive shaft issue and couldn't take the start on Sunday. However, here at Portimão, the running has been clean, the car has been faultless. And Sandro Holzem is now ready to chat with Lukas Gajewski. So let's go down there.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller. Sandro Holzem, your winner in the second race of the Prototype Winter Series here in Portimão. Congratulations. That was a very, very exciting finale, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very tight at the end. I was looking for the track limits because I had all 4 and one more than we had to drive through. So I took a little bit out on turn 1 and everything. And then in the end was a little bit tight, but yeah, at the end we win, and that's what all about. Huh?
And you jumped out of the car. It actually took some time for the rest of the team to appear to celebrate with you, because of course they've got a busy day ahead of them as well.
Yeah, we have also GT3 here, so the team have really much work to do. So, but yeah, really big thank to the team, Rinaldi Racing. Yeah, I'm very happy for the result.
You've had a fantastic journey last year with your first appearances in DTM. Where do you see your future in 2024? Is it going to be a bit of GT3, a bit of LMP3, a bit of both?
I think it's going to be a bit of both. The LMP3 car is really nice to drive. It's like a formal car. A lot of aerodynamics and everything. But for sure we will see me again in the GT3 this year. And we're looking forward for this year.
We've got quite many viewers tuning in from Germany. Let's say hi, ein paar Worte auf Deutsch nach Hause.
Ja, wie gesagt, ich danke meinen Sponsoren, Cologne Watch und Rodopi, und großen Dank an Rinaldi Racing, die das hier alles ermöglicht haben. Ja, wir werden in der Zukunft sehen, was noch wird, aber ich denke beides, LMP3 und GT3. Aber wie gesagt, es ist schön, neue Erfahrungen zusammen im LMP-Sport. Aber ich denke trotzdem, dass der Weg weiter im GT3 auf jeden Fall gehen wird.
Der Sieger, your winner, Sandro Holzem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. A multilingual interviewer is a great thing to have. Lukas Gajewski having a chat in 2 languages there with Sandro Holzem, the young German, claiming a win in the Prototype Winter Series for the second time this year. He will be up on the podium in a few short minutes with Chris McCarthy and the rest of our podium finishers. The Prototype Winter Series race again, very compelling. And the Prototype Winter Series will now take a little bit of a sabbatical from the Winter Series weekends to avoid clashes with the Asian Le Mans Series. The cars will skip February, and we'll see them again at Aragon in the first weekend of March. So we look forward to seeing the Prototype Winter Series cars back out there at Aragon. Jerez and Valencia, the slot will be filled by the Formula Winter Series cars, and then of course all 4 categories are there for Aragon and Barcelona, so that's going to be a very full paddock, probably some bedlam down at Mick Food as everyone tries to get their lunch in at hospitality, but they're well equipped for that, and it will be a very good end to the season with all 4 of the Gedlich Racing categories concluding their championships. And I think Sandra Holtzen will be well positioned in that championship at the conclusion of this weekend. He was second in the championship, first of the drivers here this weekend in the championship at the conclusion of Estoril. And with the results he's had this weekend, I suspect he will work out as the championship leader. So that will be a huge positive for him as well in the Prototype Winter Series. Less than 0.6 of a second between us at the end of the race, which was absolutely fabulous to see. And I'm sure that Sandra and Pedro Perino are currently debriefing, having a little chat about the race that was, and I'm sure smiles all round as they do so. These young drivers with an amount of camaraderie, that much is for certain, albeit, of course, sometimes things can go a little bit awry. And I understand we do have a few replays that we can cut to, a few moments from the second Prototype Winter Series race at Portimão. So then, we had some very feisty racing early on as the Muller Motorsport car was making up positions. Danny Sufi and Daniel Kalvitz were at it again, as they were last time out at Estoril. 2 very fun sparring partners to watch, it must be said. Kalvitz, though, getting past Sufi this time around, and he would charge up towards Sandra Holtzum. He got past Sandra Holtzum as well with a big flick of the tail through turn 12. But then Danny Sufi, I think this is, yes, getting past Steve Parrow towards the end of the race. That is, of course, because Danny Sufi had a drive-through penalty. Kalvitz handed over to Steve Parrow, and Parrow, unfortunately, with the safety car, eating away at the advantage that Daniel Kalvitz had left for him. That ultimately meant that Sufi could get back up to 4th place in spite of that drive-through penalty. But he'll be disappointed. I'm sure he'll come back rallying with an eye on some more race victories when we head to Aragon on the first weekend of March. I understand that the fast lane is open for the GT Winter Series, so I imagine that as Chris is getting everyone rounded up for the podium, he's probably starting to have to shout over some GT cars, and that problem is only going to get worse as the podium ceremony goes on. Thankfully, just one of the podiums this time around, of course, for the LMP3 cars, and Kevin Rabin usually hops on there as well as the Nova Proto class winner, so he's not going to have to try and conduct too many podium ceremonies as the GTs warm themselves up, but he will be ready to go in the next couple of minutes. Great to see spectators in the stands once again here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Yes, not the fullest grandstand. It is a mighty big grandstand to try and fill, but a lot of our local fans here at Portimão coming along, having a look at the Winter Series package. Since spectator access is free, and they will be treated in a few moments' time to a full grid of numerous different types of GT car. The GT Winter Series, always a highlight of a Winter Series weekend. We're expecting well in excess of 20 cars to take the start of that race within the next few moments. And I'm braced and ready. I hope you are too. It's always dramatic when those cars head out onto the circuit. There's a little bit of everything in the Winter Series weekend. The prototypes will shake your teeth out. The GT4 guys will showcase some of the very best racing you're going to find at this time of year. And the GT Winter Series is just the ultimate variety show in terms of big GT3 cars. Of course, the GT3s are out there, but you've also got a lot of the single make cup cars as well. Chris McCarthy will now be down there at the podium, so let's go down to him now.
Thank you, Adam. Great to have the Prototype Winter Series back out there again. What a thrilling end to the race that was. Once again, a safety car, and that led to a cracking end to the race. Great job on the commentary once again to Adam. Let's get the podium underway because our GT Winter Series cars are just heading out onto the track. So we're going to bring our top three teams out overall. Let's start with our third place team. They drove a brilliant race. That went to team number 18, Molnar Motorsport, Bernardo Pinera and Rodrigo Almeida. Come on, guys. Let's give a round of applause down and up in the grandstand, please, as well. Round of applause for third place. Well done, guys. It's going to get quite messy down here as well. You can spray that champagne when we start celebrating. What a turnaround it was for this team. For those of you guys in the grandstand, these guys had a big crash in qualifying. The team had to work really hard. One of the drivers, Pedro, still suffering with his back, had to go to the hospital yesterday, but came back. The team have worked very hard to get the car fixed. So close to taking the win, but nevertheless, a big turnaround. They've got themselves from not even racing yesterday to on the podium today. So a huge round of applause to second place into Europol, Sebastian Gravland and Pedro Pinero. Pedro Perino and Sebastian Gravland onto the podium. Well done, guys. Well done, Pedro. Well done. That was absolutely fantastic. But just holding on to the race win under huge pressure at the end, but put on a great defensive performance when required. The win going to the number 33 Rinaldi Racing, Sandro Holtzum. Well done, Sandro. And we also had our Class N winner, of course, as well. Let's get him onto the podium. That went to number 71, Kevin Rabin. Come on, Kevin. Well done, Kevin. 16 years old, Kevin. Let's go. Well done. Now, we've heard from our winners down there, so I want to speak to Pedro Perino because, well, both of you guys, really. I want to speak to yourself as well. Sebastian, I'll just, we'll make this as unawkward as possible. Pedro, I know you're still feeling a little bit sore. Tell us how it feels to have had that incident, what you've gone through, and how it feels now to come back and get on the podium.
I mean, it's quite tough. Yesterday I spent the entire day on the hospital. It's not fun at all. Taking blood, a lot of tests. I don't enjoy it. I hate that. It was the biggest crash in my career so far, pulling 16 Gs. It's impressive that I'm okay. And yeah, it's really good to do a podium, second to the team. Thank you to the team for the hard work, and thank you to my teammates as well for the nice job. And yeah, it's nice to do a podium at home always.
Well, we may not be able to hear you so well down there, but we can hear you on the live stream, the camera just up there. Sebastian, yourself as well, of course, you're part of this team, played a big role in that. How does it feel to be on the podium?
Yeah, it's great. It's my first race ever in the car, and what a better way to end on the podium. So yeah, I'm happy.
Great stuff. Guys, great to have you on the podium. I'm sure once you're feeling 100% as well, can we push on and get that win, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. My back is a bit sore, and T1 it was very, very difficult, but I always trusted in myself, and I think I should have got the win, but you know.
You're very, very close. It made it for a fantastic race. Well done, guys. Well done to our top three and our Class N winner. Give them a round of applause, guys, up in the crowd and also down here as well. We'll get our trophies presented to our top three and our Class N winner as well. We will get our pictures taken. Let's get you all up on the top step, please, guys. And we will get all our pictures taken. And now, guys, that is yours to do what you want with. Feel free to make as much mess as possible. No, it's not. We've got the cameras ready. Make some mess, guys. You put in a lot of hard work. Let's go for it. Look, the cameras are here ready. Make some noise for the guys as we spray the champagne on the podium for the first time today in the Prototype Winter Series. Fantastic job, guys. Petro's going after Sebastian Gravland around there. And with that, we are going to get ready for our next race, because down below me, we are making a lot of noise on the grid. And that's because it is time for the second sprint race in the GT Winter Series.
The second race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series coming up next live from Portimão. More than 20 cars, most of them GT3s. However, this championship has always been about many other classes, many other teams and many other drivers. One of them is Alex Hart. He's standing next to the lap time performance Porsche number 2 yesterday in great podium contention, Alex, and then it was heartbreak, wasn't it?
Yes, it really was. So I think the pace was good. Car was very great, and for the first race, yeah, would have meant a lot to me, but you're never into it, so yeah.
What happened yesterday?
The crankshaft sensor died, so that was actually the problem. And then the engine shut down, and yeah, that was it.
However, that's one of the beauties of GT Winter Series, isn't it? You have a Porsche Cup car and you are still able to fight against GT3 spec cars.
Yes, of course. So for the first race, I think we can be very happy, and yeah, let's hope that it will continue like this.
All the best for the endurance race later on, Alex, where of course he will be back in the car alongside Marco Dedelo, who is now in the car, accompanied there by Oliver Reile, who is a racing driver himself on the Nordschleifen, on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Was machst du hier? Morgen, Olli. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I'm just helping lap time performance. As well, as you know me from the Nürburgring Nordschleife as well. Yeah, I do the team management here for lap time performance, and yeah. It's a nice weather, better to be here as in Germany.
Much better than on the Nordschleife, we can definitely tell. Are you likely to be in a race car as well in GT Winter Series?
No, not me. Look at me, I have 100 kilos, this is too much.
Well, you say that. Thanks, Olli. I can tell you he is a very, very rapid racing driver along the Nürburgring Nordschleife in a Series 3 Renault Clio. That would be something as well for this package, wouldn't it? You can see some of the cars missing, of course. That is what happens in multi-class racing over the course of the weekend. You can see various other cars from the Porsche Cup class around us. There is the 911 car, of course, a former championship winning car. You can actually still see it on the front. There it is. Meister 2023. That's Champion 2023. Of course, this being the winning car last year. Not entered by this team. They had to buy this car after the accident last weekend in Estoril. There is another very quick Porsche Cup car, the Pablo Brass-driven 951 car, second place yesterday in Cup 2, and out front, of course, it's going to be the battle amongst the two GT3 Mercs with Kenneth Heyer and the number 11 SR racing car, and young Finn Wiebelhaus, who is using GT Winter Series to prepare himself for an ADAC GT Masters campaign. He's on pole position. That's your grid for the second race of the GT Winter Series.
So then the GT Winter Series grid is already rolling for their 30-minute sprint race. This is their formation lap. We understand just one of them for the GTs. And it is Finn Weibelhaus who will be on pole position in the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT3. Kenneth Heyer is going to be alongside him in the 11 car. Row 2 of the grid will be Adrian Lewandowski. Lewandowski would be joined by Matthias Lizowski. However, Matthias not taking the start in the PTT Racing Porsche. Adrian Lewandowski then will be alone on row 2 of the grid. Row 3 is Good Speed Racing's Piotr Vera in the Mercedes AMG GT3. Villeco Motorsports' Pablo Bras alongside him on row 3. Row 4, Racar Motorsports, Leandro Martins and the ex-Capfinger Porsche 992 car. Is the SSR Performance car out there in this one? I haven't seen it yet, but I might not have noticed it yet. Leonardo, set to take the start, but doesn't look like he's going to be there, unfortunately. Row 4 of the grid, row 5 of the grid, BDR competition, Alfredo Hernandez alongside lap time performances, Marco Danilov. Row 6 of the grid, Hubert Darmetko and Pierre Ellet. Row 7, lap time performances, Demir Hott alongside Helen Racing and Thor Haugen. Those two always seem to scrap. Morten Stromsted on row 8 of the grid in his older Porsche Cup car alongside AF Corsa's John Dillon. Row 9, Autosport Racing's Milos Pavlovic alongside Uwe Lauer for the Biermacher Racing. Row 10 of the grid is AF Corsa Motohiko Isazaki at the wheel of that 488 alongside PTT Racing's Igor Klaya. Row 11, Talil Shair in AF Corsa 220 alongside Premislav Bienkowski in the 33. Row 12, Villeco Motorsports' Pedro Bras alongside Pedro Silvero. And we're expecting Benedikt Seibt at the back of the order in the number 128 Porsche. So then, yesterday it was Finn Weibelhaus and Kenneth Heyer, and Jamo Hartling that had a brilliant battle at the front of the pack. This time, the young Jamo Hartling, rather inexperienced in GT3 cars, has been replaced by the vastly experienced number 11 driver Kenneth Heyer. Let's see what Heyer can do then up against young Finn Weibelhaus in his first weekend of GT3 racing. What can Weibelhaus do? And also keep an eye on Lewandowski as well. We're expecting it to be Adrian again. Is he doing both of these sprint races? Yes, he is. That's quite a surprise. It seems as though Lewandowski is driving solo this weekend without the help of his father, Andrzej. He'll have the power of that Lamborghini Super Trofeo car off the line, so he could play interference against the AMG GT3s. The lights will go out and we will be racing in the GT Winter Series. And it is a good start from the inside of the front row from Haupt Racing Team's Finn Weibelhaus. He leads into the first corner. To the inside then goes Piotr Vera, but not being able to move up from fourth as everybody else scrambles to find some track space in the early stages of this one. Does seem like we've got a few gaps in the grid, but still a huge amount of GT racing power going through the first few corners of the lap. Thor Haugen going around the outside there of the number 30 in the hands of Alessio Ruffini. At least it should be Ruffini at the wheel. Milos Pavlovic was set to start the car according to the assigned drivers list, but I suspect that it will be Ruffini in the car for this second race. There is the Racar Motorsport 911 car then, in very familiar Huber colours, it must be said. He's pursuing Piotr Vera then on board with him in the Racar Motorsport car. Great to have these onboard shots. You can see how Leandro Martins is fighting away with that car on board with him. Up through 10 and 11 we go. And you see the different approaches there to 10 and 11. Piotr Vera taking a wider berth at the turn 10 apex. Others decide to go to the inside line and then drift outward for turn 11 turn in. Oh, goodness me. A bit of a late braking moment there for Leandro Martins. Piotr Vera certainly braking earlier just ahead of him. It looks to me as though we've already got one car home free at the front of the order. Finn Weibelhaus looks like he has absolutely disappeared up ahead of Kenneth Heyer at the front of the pack. And sure enough, yes, Finn Weibelhaus no less than 3.1 seconds clear at the conclusion of the first lap. So Weibelhaus having a very good start to this race. Higher from Lewandowski, from Vera, from Leandro Martins, your top 5. Then it's Pablo Bras in 6th place. Marco Dedlov just behind him. So that there, just going through shots, is your Porsche Cup class leaders, the Cup 2 class as it's known. John Dillon up there as well. Oh, and an intra-Ferrari battle as the GT3 of Thor Haugen sides past the Japanese racer Motohiko Isozaki in the Ferrari Challenge car. John Dillon under some pressure then from Demir Hott. We've seen them go to wheel a couple of times already this season, particularly at Estoril. Igor Klaya and Hubert Darmetko equally have shared the track several times. Motohiko Isozaki there with a big sideways moment out of turn 5. Did a good job of catching that slide. Thor Haugen then in the GT3 car, looking to use the potential of that GT3 machine and work his way through the order over the course of this 30-minute race. Sprint race, of course, no pit stops to consider. This is a flat-out sprint. And at the moment, sprinting, definitely flat out, is Finn Weibelhaus. He is very, very fast indeed. The 33 car having a moment on the exit, I think, of turn 8 there. That is Przemysław Bienkowski having a moment. There's Uwe Lauer, race winner last time out in Estoril in race 2, no less. This time around in race 2, he's a little way further down the order in 18th place. Thor Haugen looking to the inside there of Hubert Darmetko. Uwe Lauer then trying to get his way past Motohiko Isozaki, who's already somewhat shown his cards because, of course, Motohiko had a lot of oversteer coming out of turn 5, so maybe feeling a bit unsettled in the car. And that means that Uwe Lauer is going to perhaps sense an opportunity as he continues to pursue the Japanese racer in this intra-class battle. Battle for second, oh goodness me, 4 cars in one big scrum there. The 32 leading the way, the older 991.2 specification Carrera Cup car. This is the battle for 13th overall, and Hubert Darmetko not able to find a way past him. Equally interesting scrap for 10th overall, John Dillon just ahead there of Demir Hott. It's the battle for 12th place behind them because already through on this lap has gone Morten Stromstedt. So Igor Klaya has fallen behind him on this lap in the battle for 12th overall. There is Stromstedt, who has done some racing in F4, along with his son, actually. But Morten Stromstedt in the older 991 car, proving that you can still go very, very quickly in the older Porsche Cup machinery. It's great to see some of the older cars making an appearance as John Dillon still going very defensive up against Demir Hott. What a brilliant scrap we've got between those two this weekend. And John Dillon, I think, may have to give way. Yes, Demir Hott gets through, but Dillon should have the power advantage down the main straight. So if he gets a good run through the last couple of corners, he might well fire back. Meanwhile, Hubert Darmetko has gotten back past Stromstedt as well. Thor Haugen looking to try and find a way past Stromstedt equally in the GT3 spec Ferrari 488. Look at all these different specifications of cars. Look at all this brilliant battling. This is GT Winter Series at its finest. Huge gaggle of cars coming down the main straight at the moment. John Dillon nowhere near close enough to Demir Hott. Thor Haugen now under some pressure from Igor Klaya. He's lost a couple of places recently, but he gets 2 of them back, albeit with a healthy assist from the runoff area on the outside of turn 1. He's now going to get re-overtaken by both parties. Thor Haugen gets through. Uwe Lauer having a look to the inside of Motohiko Isozaki, and we have an issue by the looks of it for Piotr Vera in the 14 car. He was running in 4th place, but he's now limping that car around the circuit, and that doesn't look like a recovery from a spin. That looks like a car that simply will not go, unfortunately. Hopefully he doesn't stop there. It looks as if he's really struggling to find any forward momentum at all. He's right there on the racing line as well, so hopefully everyone's had their morning coffee and realises that car is there. Thor Haugen, oh, into the rear of the 32 of Morten Stromstedt. That looked very ambitious. I thought he was lunging to the inside, and carbon fibre flies. Igor Klaya flies off as they go over the crest at turn 8. And he's into the barrier by the looks of it. Looks like front end damage on Clier's 741 car. I think tried to put the power down as they dropped down the hill, and there was no chance of keeping that car in a straight line from there. Hubert Darmetko gets past John Dillon with a big flourish as well. Dillon tries to recover back at turn 14. There's the damaged car of Thor Haugen, looking decidedly second-hand after that collision with the rear of Morten Stromsted. John Dillon did indeed get back past Hubert Darmetko as they now go around the final corner. Now let's see if the Ferrari has the straight line advantage that it does on paper. Certainly looks like they're actually about equal in a straight line, despite the much vaunted power figures in the 488 Challenge Evo. To the inside line goes Hubert Darmetko. Darmetko should have the inside for turn 3. He has the inside for turn 2. He gets it done before he even gets to the third corner, the next braking zone on the lap. Stromsted just behind them. This is a battle for 10th, 11th and 12th position overall in this race. We have an interesting battle going on for second in Cup 2 as well. 5th overall, the 951 and the 2 car, as Stromsted gets the inside there of John Dillon. They go through past the scene of the accident, and the safety car, rather unsurprisingly, has been called out. The safety car is out. So the safety car joins us on the circuit, unfortunately. I note that Christian Hook is now listed as being behind the wheel of the 115 Rinaldi racing car, the Ferrari 296 GT3. So maybe Pierre Elliott deciding not to take part in this race. All information aside from my paperwork suggests that it is in fact Christian Hook at the wheel, so we'll go with that. Christian Hook seemingly has taken that car over. Piotr Vera has got the car back to the pit lane. The limping Mercedes AMG GT3 is into pits. Hopefully that gets rectified, because we're all very much looking forward to seeing what Vera's co-driver Dan Arrow can do in the endurance race later on. He is one of several very fast co-drivers set to be in the car post pit stops in race 3. There you see Thor Haugen's 23 car into the pit lane as well then. So then Finn Weibelhaus is into the race lead, has been in the race lead from the word go, of course, but now his lead will diminish significantly. Kenneth Heyer will be reattached to the rear of the Haupt Racing team. Mercedes AMG GT3. There's Adrian Lewandowski as well in 3rd place. Leandro Martins 4th place and leading in Cup 2. He's just ahead of fellow Cup 2 competitor Pablo Bras. Next up, 6th overall and leading in 2nd in Cup 4 is the BDR competition by Grupo Prom entry of Alfredo Hernandez, the Mexican racer. Christian Hook is in 8th place, just behind Marco Daedalov. There is Christian Hook in the Ferrari 296 GT3. Absolutely gorgeous silhouette on that car. Damir Hott in 9th place. Hubert Darmetko rounding out the top 10. He's also rounding out the top 5 within the Cup 2 class, the searingly competitive class for the very latest Porsche Carrera Cup cars. Unfortunately, one of them, as you see there, being recovered, Igor Klaya, with a big incident. And of course, there is still a huge piece of carbon fiber from the Pellin Racing Ferrari that's going to need to be collected. I think a few meters away from still a few meters away from any Marshall posts, so that carbon fiber off the 488 car is clearly an obstacle that will need to be cleared as well. We have confirmation from down in the pits from Lucas Gajewski that the timing screen is giving us false information about Christian Hook. It is Pierre Elliott at the wheel as anticipated. I know Pierre has been looking forward to the sunshine all weekend and getting to drive a car in the dry conditions, so I was rather surprised that Pierre wouldn't take the start, but he has indeed taken the start of the race, so thank you to Lucas Gajewski for confirming that he is indeed in the car. Haupt Racing Team's Finn Weibelhaus then leading us at this juncture in the race. We've talked you through the top 10. Let's also mention some of the class leaders further back. Cup 3 and 11th overall, Morten Stromsted. And of course, just before the pit window, he was in a battle with the 488 Challenge Evo, the Cup 1 leader, that being John Dillon. So Leandro Martins, I think, might fancy a go at an overall podium here from 4th. He's already leading in Cup 2, and of course the car just ahead of him is Adrian Lewandowski in P3, so I could absolutely see Leandro Martins having a go. And, well, you may remember that Leandro Martins was in the wall at Estoril, and the reason was a bit of a side-on-side collision from Adrian Lewandowski at the very start of the race. So on multiple fronts, I think Leandro Martins is going to be driving with purpose as the race resumes later on. Lamborghini versus Porsche, Super Trofeo versus Cup, and Cup 2 versus Cup 4 in GT Winter Series parlance. The mechanics doing some system checks, doing some checks on the struts of the 23 car, the Ferrari 488 GT3. And I think that car won't go any further in this one, but Pelin Racing just checking out the car, seeing how it is. Igor Klaya, I think, has been summoned back to his 741 car to assist the marshals with removing it from its resting place. The carbon fibre at the top of turn 8 has now been removed as well, so the marshals have sprung into action there too. Great job from our Portimão marshals as we get this race back underway, hopefully within the next couple of minutes, although certainly at least one more lap with the Igor Klaya car still there and still not moving at this juncture. Hopefully they don't have to crane and flatbed it, but it does rather look like that is going to be the process. So that means it will probably be another few minutes before the track is fully clear. So for Finn Weibelhaus, this is a bit of a test because, of course, as a young driver, you know, every element of their game, if you will, does have to be checked. And of course, any interruption in momentum, be it a slight mistake, be it lap traffic, be it a safety car, it can be difficult for someone's eye to remain on the ball. So this is a good little test of Finn Weibelhaus from that perspective for the Haupt Racing team. It's well known, as Lukas Gajewski said earlier on, that Weibelhaus is set to be within the Haupt Racing team's ADAC GT Masters efforts later in the season. And, well, he could well come into the GT Masters season with some silverware from the GT Winter Series. He's already got a win to his name, of course. It was a mightily impressive performance as Weibelhaus and Jamo Hartling worked their way through the Autodromo International Algarve at record pace. And my apologies, it was of course Jamo Hartling who won the race yesterday. I had a feeling that was wrong as soon as I said it. Finn Weibelhaus was playing second gunner as the two Mercedes AMG GT3s pounded around the circuits at a rate that no other driver could keep up with. Christian Hook in third place, who was a very solid bronze driver. The best he could do was be 35 seconds off the leaders by the end of the race, which tells you all you need to know about Weibelhaus and Jamo Hartling's momentum and speed in that race. Ken Kaya will, I think, relish the opportunity to maybe try and have another go at Finn Weibelhaus. The gap had extended quite significantly by the time the race was put under safety car conditions, so I think Kaya might try and have a little go at Finn Weibelhaus if he possibly can. So then the 4, the 11, the 6, your top three. Weibelhaus, Haya and Lewandowski, your top three. There's the Villico Ferrari slowing as everybody concertinas up going through turn 8. That's the one of 3 cars from Villico Racing on the grid, the other 2 belonging to Pedro Miguel Bras and Pablo Bras respectively. 2 Porsche Cup cars joined by the Ferrari Challenge machine. Of course, the field slowing up there through the scene of Igor Klajer's crash. We saw Igor Klajer out of the car and A-OK, which is, of course, the most important thing. But now it's the process of recovering the car. I suspect that we are going to end up with something in the realm of 10 minutes of racing. So we're going to have a sprint within a sprint by the end of this one. We haven't had a bulletin yet to suggest any resumption this time by. So one more lap under safety car looks to be the chosen adventure. Do love that imposing all carbon fiber number 30 Lamborghini that just went through shot. Alessio Ruffini, brand new to racing, I am told, and he is being coached by Milos Pavlovic, who is anything but brand new to racing, has a lot of experience, not just within Super Trofeo but elsewhere as well. Milos Pavlovic, a Serbian racer, won in 2014 the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe Pro Class and also in the World Final as well. Had great success. Less of a successful day for Good Speed Racing, but hopefully they'll come back out in race number 3. And I mean, look at that. They've got a spare ready to go if that is what they need. Piotr Rivera and Dan Arrow looking over the car, wondering what comes next. I'm sure we'll find out within the next few moments. And I'm understanding it was a loose wheel nut on the rear left of this 14 car that caused the stoppage for Piotr Rivera. Well, a good job that he realized that was happening underneath him in that case. Just to circle back around to Milos Pavlovic, though, beyond his resume as a Lamborghini driver, also raced single-seaters for many years before that, was the 2002 Italian F3 champion, and then raced in Formula Renault 3.5, along with the likes of Sebastian Vettel in 2007, third in the championship that year behind Alvaro Parente and Ben Hanley. So quite a class that year in 2007. Of course, Sebastian Vettel got called up to Formula 1 halfway through 2007, so he didn't get to complete the full season. Still managed to finish 4th in that championship, though. So then, the cars are still circulating behind the safety car. There is still no bulletin to suggest green flag this time by, and well, you can see why, can't you? This Porsche is proving to be quite the difficult crane job by the looks of it, but they are hopefully going to get that car on the flatbed soon. And you can see the angles. I think that's the main thing that they're having to contend with. The fact that that car, or that truck, I should say, is kind of at an angle relative to the racetrack. And it does mean that the laws of physics are playing a difficult role in this recovery for the marshals, who'll be looking to get this race back underway as quickly as they possibly can. So Finn Weibelhaus continues to lead them around the circuit. And again, his first weekend in a GT3 machine, and he's picked it up in remarkably quick fashion. Everyone has been searingly impressed with the efforts of Finn Weibelhaus to this point. Uwe Lauer looking to go racing again, I think. He's there behind John Dillon. So Lauer's up to 13th position, having won at Estoril this time 1 week ago. Unlikely to perform that again from here with 9 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. However, anything's possible in GT Winter Series. Maybe not that, but almost anything. 13th to first does feel like a stretch, but Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez will certainly be an entertaining duo in the endurance race later on. Lopez is a very fast driver, and he is the pro to Uwe Lauer. And we'll see how that goes in the race later on. You see the veritable armada of Porsche 992 Cup cars in amongst all the others. The 992 Cup car, of course, a very popular platform. The 992s often race well outside of the parameters of Porsche Carrera Cup. Of course, a very popular endurance racing car. You'll see a good number of them out in the Creventic 24 Hours of Dubai next weekend, for instance. And the phenomenon of the Porsche Cup cars being used for endurance racing is certainly not new. You can go back to the 964s and the 993s being used at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, for example, into the 90s and early 2000s. The 996s were very popular. There used to be a lot of them entered into the national class of the Spa 24-hour race back when there was a multi-class element to that race. Of course, there is still a multi-class element to that race, but purely on driver categorization as opposed to the spec of cars. And I think that is something that's sorely missing from a lot of major GT championships these days. As much as I love GT3 cars, it is nice to have multi-class racing every now and then. Unfortunately, it is a red flag that has just been put out on the timing screen. So red flag to the race with 7 minutes and 31 seconds to go. I think that's because the recovery of the Igor Klaya car is proving to be very much a Toy Story green alien situation. They're all going, oh, but there's not really any progress happening at the moment, unfortunately. We'll have to hopefully get this race back underway, but I suspect we might have hit the threshold for race distance. So I do think this could be it for this race, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and see. Finn Weibelhaus would not want to take a win, his first win in a car in this fashion, but it does look like that might be the case for the youngster from for this youngster on his first effort outside of Formula 4 machinery. But it does look like he's going to take potentially a race win under red flag, and Weibelhaus, a win is a win, of course. But I think he might be hoping the race gets back underway and we see a checkered flag. We'll have to wait and see official confirmation as to exactly what the next moves are for our stewards. But we see now that on the app that Gedlich Racing operate, we have confirmation that the race will be restarted from Diogo Ferrao of the Race Ready organisation, who is a part of the Gedlich Racing chain of command of the GT Wind Series. So that's great news. The race is going to be restarted. Often when you get past 2/3 distance and there's a red flag, that's sort of it. However, we are going to go racing again, so that is absolutely fabulous news. Thank you to Lucas Gajewski, who just imparted that was confirmed on the app. I have many screens in front of me. I need to get one with the app on it, clearly, because that is very useful information. But the race will be restarted, so that is great news, not just for the drivers, but also for our fans. We are going to go racing again with the GT Wind Series sprint race. It will truly be a sprint within a sprint when we do return to racing action. And I'm sure that will be very entertaining. So do strap in. We are going to go racing again, and it's going to be very interesting as the Portimão 400-yard dash now takes place as the mechanics make their way down to the cars. If that was me, I'd be out of breath. I might need to go to medical centre after that. But Lucas Gajewski will also be hot-footing it down there. I'm sure he'll be earwigging, seeing what he can glean from any of the crews. Meanwhile, I understand we can take a look at Igor Klaya's moment at the top of the hill. So let's have a look at that again. So there we saw Thor Haugen's bodywork flying off, and Klaya then tried to put the foot down over the crest at turn 8-9, and that's the thing, you can't really mess with your throttle too much over the crest of a hill like that. He was offline, he was on a part of the circuit that was a little bit off camber, so he put the throttle down, and well, that was all she wrote, unfortunately. Looped it into the barriers. And now we have this red flag. However, it's going to be a short red flag because the restart is confirmed for 12:04. So the cars will be rolling again at 12:04. So in 5 minutes' time, 4 minutes' time, effectively, that is very, very good work from everybody. I assume that means that the recovery is complete down there at turn 9, and if so, mighty, mighty good job from our crews down there with the flatbed. I see Lucas Gajewski and Johnny walking with purpose down there. I'm sure they're going to join us within the next few moments, and already those engines will be firing into life because yeah, we are going back to racing within a matter of minutes. Igor Klajer's car has been picked up, and Barney on the drone has managed to find the car, I think. Is that the drone shot? I think it is, yeah. So that drone will follow it all the way back to the garage, perhaps not all the way, but some of the way, as Igor Klajer will unfortunately, I think, be in the passenger seat of the car, or of the truck, ruining the end of his race. And the number 4 car is awaiting the opportunity then to carry on from the front of the field. And again, I'm very interested to see whether or not Kenneth Heyer has any answer for Finn Weibelhaus when we do go back to racing. We'll see whether or not the number 4 Haupt Racing Team machine can do anything. Or whether, I should say, whether the 11 SR Motorsport machine can do anything about the Haupt Racing Team and the youngster at the wheel, because he has been absolutely sensational over the course of the last few minutes. And I see that the clock, well, clock is running on my screen, but I think that might be because my connection to the circuit Wi-Fi has dropped rather than anything else. Got it back up now. 6 minutes and 44 left on the timing screen then. We'll see whether the clock starts running as the cars roll. One would suspect that is the case. Lucas Gajewski is down there. Let's pop down to him now.
Thank you very much, Adam. And as you explained earlier, this is going to be a very quick dash. Now, in comparison to other championships, you can see team personnel attending the cars under red flag conditions. This is definitely okay. And although this is not Formula 1 but GT Winter Series, there is of course an extensive drivers briefing on Friday night being held by our very experienced race director Werner Eichinger. And of course these procedures are also part of the briefing so that drivers and teams alike know what to do now. As does this team. It's the Vileco car, the 953 Ferrari. Always spectacular to stand next to these things with the glass engine cover on a 488 Challenge car. Just fabulous to have an own class for Ferrari Challenge cars within the GT Winter Series. And we might even see the newer generation of Ferrari Challenge car in a bit in this championship, because of course the 296 GT3 car, well been established. They will have a challenge version as well. And guys, I'm happy to report engines are being fired up once again. Same applies to the very, very nice looking art car 128 MS Racing Porsche. That's the second to last car here in pit lane. So just a couple of seconds until the light down there at pit exit will switch from red to green, and then we're going to kick the GT Winter Series race number 2 into high gear again.
Yeah, race number 2 will be back underway then in just a few moments. 8 minutes now on the clock, so they've slightly updated that. Of course, it was about 13, 14 minutes of the race left to go when the race was put on hold. We are now under safety car conditions and the clock is now ticking. I assume just the 1 lap behind the safety car, and then we will go back to racing. So I'd expect something in the region of 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Maybe 6 if the safety car driver's feeling particularly fast. And we will then go racing. So that will be brilliant to see. I was a bit worried that we were having a bit of an anticlimactic conclusion to the race, but no, instead the field is compacted together and we are going to go racing once again. It will be Finn Weibelhaus then starting at the front of the safety car Snake. And then it'll be Kenneth Hire in second position. Kenneth Hire, maybe, just maybe, going to have a little bit of a go at Finn Weibelhaus as we go back to racing. Adrian Lewandowski with the straight line missile that is the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car of GT3 Poland. We'll see whether or not he can maybe try and run interference and have a go at least second place on the run back to green flag. It's confirmed as anticipated that the safety car is in this lap, and so we will go back to racing, this time by Finn Weibelhaus will have control over the field as we go back to racing conditions. It'll be Weibelhaus from Hire, from Lewandowski, Leandro Martins leading Cup 2 just ahead of Pablo Bras, last year's Spanish GT champion. Alfredo Hernandez in 6th position, the second of the Cup 2 cars. Daedalov 7th, Christian Hook in 8th, Demir Hott and Hubert Darmetko rounding out our top 10. But it's Weibelhaus with the all-important job of getting this race back underway. I suspect he's going to punch it any moment through the fast final corner. Of course, you've got to remember, no overtaking before the safety car line. We've already seen Danny Sufi fall foul of that this morning. There is Leandro Martins. We're on board with him as Finn Weibelhaus pulls the pin, and we go back to racing speeds and racing conditions with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. The GT Winter Series sprint race number 2 is on, and Lewandowski looking for any way he can past Kenneth Hire, but that's not quite possible into the first corner. Hire then down in second place. Oh, and Hubert Darmetko gets past 2 cars at one time. Both Pierre Ellet and Demir Hott get overtaken there by Hubert Darmetko. Very impressive start then from Darmetko. Took advantage there as everybody maybe struggled a little bit on cold tyres. It's Weibelhaus from Hire, from Lewandowski, from Leandro Martins, from Pablo Bras, from Adrian Hernandez. Your top 6, Alfredo Hernandez, I should say, rounding out your top 6. And oh, John Dillon and Uwe Lauer have gotten into it together. Uwe Lauer to the inside there of John Dillon, and they met each other in the middle. That's given Motohiko Isozaki an opportunity to potentially lead in Cup 1. Yes, the top 3 in Cup 1, all within your shot there. The class for Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo cars. And Motohiko Isozaki is your leader in Cup 1 now, just behind Uwe Lauer in the GT3 Spec 488. Isozaki would be loving it if he crosses the line to win that class. He's got just 4 minutes and 8 seconds left to try and achieve that. There you see Weibelhaus clearing off at the front of the order. Then it is the Kenneth Hire car in second place, but it's all kicking off in the mid-pack as one would perhaps expect if you've seen GT Winter Series before. Looks like the 220 car is struggling a little bit there. That's Talal Shahir losing a couple of positions by the looks of it. Shahir looking a little bit slow, but hopefully that's just him getting back up to temperature as Hernandez gets through there. That's putting himself between the top 2 in Cup 2. As a matter of fact, looked like he was deep though into the first corner. Yes, he was. The 951 car gets through then. Pablo Bras, and also looking for a way past is Marco Daedalov in the number 2. There's Hire in second place. There's Lewandowski in third. Then it'll be Leandro Martins, still pursued by Pablo Bras. I think for a little while, Leandro Martins was hoping he'd get some respite from being pursued by his fellow Cup 2 car, but no chance of that in this fast, frenetic race. Uwe Lauer running it a bit wide there through turn 5 in the 488 GT3. He sits 12th overall. Demir Hott, meanwhile, just behind Hubert Darmetko. These two then scrapping once more for 4th in class, but Demir Hott overdoes it through turn 8. Oh, he's going to lose it, but thankfully he's going to keep it out of the barrier. Oh, but he needs to get the brakes on there. Oh, don't roll onto the circuit. That was the most uncomfortable. He's got to keep that car at least stationary and not roll it backwards as the car is on the hillside there. Quite easy for the car to roll backwards in that situation, but thankfully Demir, I think, just about got it stopped and will hopefully be able to rejoin the race, albeit with some grass in the cooling ducts of that Porsche 992 Cup car. He does indeed, after mowing down some of the daisies around the Autodromo Internacional Algarve, he does rejoin the race. Here comes the Lamborghini once again then, interfering within the Cup 2 class. Alfredo Hernandez doing a really good job in the Grupo Prom car, the BDR competition machine. The distinctive golden racer, the Mexican competitor, looking to try and get an overall top 5 out of this race. He currently sits in P6, just behind the top 2 within the Cup 2 class, but class honours are often thrown aside, as we are seeing once again in this race. This will be the penultimate lap of the race, incidentally. Finn Weibelhaus far enough through the lap that we are going to get one more once the clock hits 0. He will be across the line to begin his final lap in about 30 seconds. Meanwhile, this battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th overall is looking particularly feisty, and Marco Daedalov carrying a lot of speed, a lot of mustard out of that corner, turn 8 of the lap. And again, you've got to be so careful in that situation. You do not want to be sideways over that crest. As the tarmac drops away from you, you can quite easily lose control, as we've already seen. So then the 911 entry, the Porsche 911, the 992 Cup car of Leandro Martins. Again, new to driver, new to team, after being purchased by the team from Johannes Kapfinger just a few days ago. The car stripped of its Kapfinger decals on, I think, Thursday. And the car is here and ready and racing. And potentially Leandro Martins is headed for first in class once again. Leandro so quick in these Cup 2 machines, these Porsche 992 Cup machines, as we are seeing once more. There, though, is our race leader. Finn Weibelhaus in the number 4 Haupt Racing car has once again disappeared up the road, clear of Kenneth Heyer in second place. Heyer around turn 5. Then it's the Lewandowski car in P3. And then, of course, it's that scrum for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th that follows, with Leandro Martins still just about heading the snake. Or is he? Yes, he still is at this stage, with Pablo Bras trying to find any which way he can to get past Hernandez. Of course, with the straight line speed on that Lamborghini, he might try and set himself up for a run to try and get into 5th at the line. But we'll see if that works out. We await Finn Weibelhaus. We see Finn Weibelhaus. He will take an inaugural GT3 race victory in just 2 corners. Haupt Racing team, I think, are going to be very optimistic about the future prospects of their new young charger after this race. Leandro Martins there looking, getting almost overtaken by Pablo Bras. He remains in 4th place, but Finn Weibelhaus remains uncontested at the front. He crosses the line now to secure a victory in the GT Winter Series for the very first time. Kenneth Heyer will follow through in 2nd place. Heyer takes P2. Lewandowski 3rd place. He will cross the line. And then in Cup 2, and indeed for 4th overall, it is going to be Leandro Martins. We ride on board with him through the final corner of the lap. One last glance in the mirrors, I'm sure, and confirmation that he is the Cup 2 winner. 4th overall ahead of Pablo Bras. 6th place to Hubert Darmetko at the end. Where is Hernandez? Hernandez has gone missing on the final lap of the race. Alfredo Hernandez in the golden Lamborghini now crosses the line in 9th position. So Hernandez clearly had an error of some sort out there on circuit at the end. Uwe Lauer crosses the line to be 10th place overall. So he rounds out the top 10. Christian Hook finishing between the Cup 2 scrum and the rest of the pack. He finishes in 8th place overall, except my apologies, it is Pierre Elliott at the wheel of the car, as confirmed by Rinaldi Racing. So Pierre Elliott taking 8th place. But a great race all round from our drivers. The undisputed king of Cup 2 then, Leandro Martins. That makes it 2 from 2 this weekend for him. He will be really pleased with how the new Racar Motorsport 911 car is handling. Pablo Bras a close second in class ahead of Hubert Darmetko, who inherited third at the end there. I wonder if potentially Gedlich and Hernandez got into it somewhere, because both of them lost positions. It's another fabulous race in the GT Winter Series. It's often frenetic. There's often a lot going on all at once. But the Alpha Life crew doing a brilliant job of bringing us all of that action, and we saw a lot of it over the course of that 30 minutes, albeit with a little bit of a half-time forced by Igor Klaya. And John Dillon has ended the race with a flat. John Dillon, he crossed the line second in class. He was only 1.7 seconds off of Motohiko Isazaki, but his tyre has gone down. One would assume that's more something to do with contact than a slow puncture, because it wouldn't deflate that quickly on a slow puncture. John Dillon's car then will have to be recovered by the crew here at Portimão. He's gesticulating to the marshals by the looks of it, and John Dillon will of course share this car with Matt Griffin in the endurance race later on. Nothing but a puncture by the looks of it, so that car will definitely be out there later. But Finn Weibelhaus is the man of the moment. He will be celebrating with his team in the next few moments. Lucas Gajewski will be on hand to hopefully catch the young man, and we'll hopefully hear his thoughts at the end of that race. Weibelhaus, incredibly impressive. Good to see DKR Engineering getting involved there as well with the Hout Racing team, and getting involved in the celebrations. Emilio getting his shots from pit lane as the 911 car makes its way down into the paddock area. It's still an unfamiliar sight for everybody, seeing the cap finger signature colours on Leandro Martin's car. That's a new thing, and we're going to have to get used to that, at least until they get the decals applied. Finn Weibelhaus, though, doing about everything he needed to in that race. I feel like we're seeing the start of something here with this young Weibelhaus fellow. He's very, very competent at the wheel of a GT3 car. That much is proving very clear. And, you know what? Don't wrap the helmet, mate. It looks so good in carbon fiber. Keep it that way. That looks absolutely phenomenal. Young Finn Weibelhaus debriefing with the team, making it look all fairly effortless, really. Just feeling good, I'm sure, after that race. We'll hear from Lucas Gajewski in a couple of minutes' time. Meanwhile, the flatbed is once again out there. They seem to be doing a drop-off one, pick-up one policy in the GT Winter Series at the moment, as the flatbed gets deployed once more. John Dillon overlooking the 408 Challenge Evo, and hopefully we'll see him back out there for race number 3. Motohiko Isazaki, incidentally, finishing 12th overall and taking the Cup 1 win. Of course, John Dillon is meant to be on the second step of the podium for the Cup 1 podium, but I don't know that he's going to make it down there, so I think we might be missing our second in the Cup 1 class from our podium, unless he hitches a lift with a photographer or something of that nature. I'm sure that Motohiko Isazaki will have the energy and the celebrations for 2. I only met him for the first time this weekend, but I get the feeling if there's one thing he will do with aplomb, it is celebrate. John Dillon's car raised up onto the flatbed, and understandably John wants to observe this process, make sure that it's all done properly, and he will then ride with his car back into the paddock. Meanwhile, at the weighbridge, Finn Weibelhaus will still be debriefing with his team, and of course was second yesterday to J-Mo Hartling. Today he beats the SR Motorsport car, and we can hear from Lucas Gajewski now.
Finn Wiebelhaus, your first victory there in GT Winter Series, and I guess, Finn, in a GT3 car overall as well.
Yeah, it was my first GT race weekend this week. Yeah, finally managed to get the victory. Yesterday I was like P2, so today like finally get it done. It was a long safety car, but the pace was brilliant. I could step like quali laps every lap, so it was perfect.
Long safety car, you just mentioned it, a bit of a shame in terms of the racing, of course. However, for a young driver like you, that's part of the practice, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to have like a practice start for the safety car as a leader, for sure. You can learn a lot from like a safety car start. It's nice to practice, so yeah, I don't mind. It's like, it's part of the racing.
And it's the same story with the endurance race later on with pit stop windows and pit speed limiters and so on, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's a good practice for endurance races. Of course, it's only 55 minutes, but it's good to have a practice like for bigger events like that. So yeah, it's perfect.
You have a prominent supporter here with Manuel Reuter, former DTM racer himself, a very successful career. How is it to work together with him?
Brilliant. I learn a lot from him. He gives me on the track and outside of the track some advices to get faster and fitter, so it's perfect.
Some German fans back home tuning in as well. Let's say hi. Ein paar Worte auf Deutsch an die Fans.
Ja, Grüße nach Deutschland. Ich hoffe, meine Freunde gucken zu und genießt das Wochenende. Montag ist wieder Schule, gell?
Finn Wiebel, it's back to school on Monday, he was just saying. Congratulations.
Thanks.
GT3 racing on Sunday, maths test on Monday, huh? Okay. All in the day of the life of Finn Wiebelhaus then. Congratulations to him. He'll be up on the podium within a few minutes with Chris McCarthy, along with our other class podiums. No overall podium in the GT Winter Series, so you'll see the GT3s, the Cup 4s, the Cup 2s, the Cup 1s, and indeed the one Cup 3 car, all having individual podiums. Morten Stromstedt again doing a good job in the Porsche 991.2 GT3 Cup car, so 11th overall for that one. A good result from Morten Stromstedt. I reckon he could break the top 10 over the course of the endurance race, because of course he'll be a solo driver, and of course solo drivers, they don't have a drop in performance. Well, they might have a marginal drop in performance due to fatigue, but there is no factor of a slower driver hopping into the car and changing the performance of the machine in any phase of the race. So I think Morten Stromstedt could be very strong when we go racing for 55 minutes in the Enduro later on. Between minute 25 and 35 there will be a pit window in that race. That is also the case for the 60-minute Enduro in the GT4 Winter Series. It is nothing but Enduros from here on out. Post-lunch break, 2 more endurance races to bring you from our 2 GT grids. And that will be very compelling in both categories. Of course, the GT4s have once again been absolutely fabulous this weekend. But let's have a look at the GTs and take a look at some of the action from that race. So then, it was a fairly busy start, a fairly hectic start to this half-hour race. Everyone trying to pick their spot and find their piece of tarmac. A little bit of a spin for Przemysław Bienkowski, but he ultimately finished 14th, worked his way back up the order nicely. Igor Klaya was making some mighty moves earlier on in the race. Unfortunately, Piotr Vera didn't last too long, and this was the moment where things started to go south. Thor Haugen into the rear of Morten Stromstedt. They come over the crest of the hill. Igor Klaya is trying to find somewhere to go. He tries to avoid the Ferrari's bodywork, and in the process, he spins out. And that was the end of his race. That was also the cause of ultimately a red flag. But thankfully, the race did resume for Thor Haugen and Pelin Racing, though it was just checks to see that the car was still happy and healthy after the collision with the rear of Morten Stromstedt. Obviously rear engine in those Porsche Cup cars. It was quite fortunate really that there was not much damage seemingly to Stromstedt's car as well. Igor Klaya meanwhile returning to the paddock. As we went back to racing, Kenneth Heyer had his hands full with Adrian Lewandowski trying to find any way he could to find his way through. Uwe Lauer dove up the inside of John Dillon, and that was indeed the corner of the car where the tyre would ultimately go down. So it might have been a legacy of that for John Dillon. The puncture, Demir Hott had a big moment at turn 9. Thankfully, he managed to stay uncontacted after that, and John Dillon didn't get back to the paddock, unfortunately, with his Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo gaining a puncture. So Finn Weibelhaus will be on the top step of the GT3 podium. Adrian Lewandowski third overall behind Kenneth Heyer, rounding out your overall podium in that race. And Morten Stromstead, Cup 3 winner, Cup 2 winner Leandro Martins, Cup 4 of course going to Adrian Lewandowski, and Cup 1 going to Motohiko Isozaki. And I'm very happy, I'm very interested to see how Motohiko Isozaki celebrates that podium, because he's a ball of energy in the paddock. Brilliant speaking to him yesterday, or on Friday I think it was actually. This week has flown by. And he described the circuit to me. We talked a little bit about his past racing in single-seaters in Asia, including being a teammate to some bloke called Kamui Kobayashi in 2003 in Formula Renault racing at the Macau Grand Prix. So that's Isozaki's claim to fame, I'm sure. And came back to racing a couple of years ago as he retired from his day-to-day business operations. He decided he'd go back to racing, and he's proven to be very quick in Ferrari Challenge machinery. He loves racing Ferraris, and as he said, Ferrari absolutely the best for me. And he won the Copper Shell AM class within Ferrari Challenge Europe over the 2023 summer, and great to have him with us, and indeed have him winning in Cup 1 in the GT Winter Series. For Finn Weibelhaus, though, you get the feeling that we're about to see him on the top step of a podium for the first time, and certainly not the last time, because the youngster, with ADAC backing in his Formula 4 career, making this move into GT3s, and it seems like one that suits him nicely. Even though Jamo Hartling is only marginally more experienced in GT3s, he is a lot more experienced in tin-top machines generally. Yesterday, he was matching Hartling every inch of the way, and today he was a lot better than the highly experienced Kenneth Heyer in terms of lap-to-lap pace. So really is impressive stuff from Finn Weibelhaus, and we'll Weibelhaus, sorry, and we will see more of him, perhaps in GT Winter Series, but certainly in general we're going to see a lot more of him, I think, on podiums in GT machinery. So we are in the midst of lunch break here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. I understand that we are going to see Chris McCarthy and Lucas Gajewski doing a bit of a pit lane wander later on. And of course that will have to come after Chris hosts our podiums in the next couple of minutes. Lucas Gajewski, I'm sure, though, will be there to initially find some drivers. He seems to have a very good eye for where the drivers lurk. He always seems to be able to find someone to talk to in this paddock. Of course, it is a very German paddock, but increasingly international, I'm noticing as well, with a few more of the Iberian teams joining in. Obviously, AF Corsa joining in as well. More and more of an international feel to the paddock here in the Winter Series. All three, or indeed all four championships, once the Formula 4 cars join us for Formula Winter Series in February. And that is exciting to see as well. I'm sure this championship is only going to continue, or this series of championships is only going to continue growing over the next several years. And I understand that Chris has managed to herd some of our drivers now, and he's ready for the podiums. So let's go to Chris McCarthy on the rostrum.
Thank you very much, Adam. A great last few minutes to the race there. Of course, we did have that red flag, but the race really delivering for us at the end there, didn't it? We're going to crack on with our podium. I know plenty of the spectators who were with us over in the grandstand now down in the pit lane. Thank you to all of us who are over in the grandstand. Please do give the drivers plenty of support as they come out, and thank you to all of you who have gathered down at the end of pit lane for these celebrations. We are, of course, celebrating the GT Winter Series second sprint race. We're going to have one more race for the GT Winter Series for the second round here at Portimão. We have their endurance race coming up later on. We've got 5 classes to go through. Let's go first of all with the GT3 class. We're going to get our top 3 on the podium, starting with third place, number 115, Pierre Ere. Let's give him lots of support, guys, as he comes out. It's not Pierre. It's going to be collected by a mechanic. I mean, that wouldn't have been appropriate race wear, but there we go. Let's go next to our top 2 then. Finishing in second place was the number 11, Kenneth Heyer. Well done, Kenneth. Solid drive from the Schnitzelhelm team once again. And Finn just missing out on the win in race number 1, but today taking a win by 7.5 seconds. So our winner for race number 2 in GT3, number 4, Finn Wiebelhaus. Well done, Finn. Disappointed, I'm sure, just to have missed out on that win yesterday, but fights back to take the win today. We'll get the trophies presented by the Gedlich Racing guys, and we will get our pictures taken by Danny, and then we will move on to the next category. Closing, guys. And then we're going to move on to the Cup 1 class. Well done to our top 3. I'm sure we're going to be speaking to all of you guys later on as well. For now, we're going to move on to Cup 1. But for one more time, let's give a round of applause to our top 3 in GT3. Well done, guys. For now, we are going to press on if that's okay. But congratulations. Please give it up one more time for our top 3 overall in GT3. Well done. Well done, guys. Well, do you want to say some words? I think we've got some time. It's the lunch break, isn't it? Finn, jump down. I'll jump up to you. You are the winner overall. Finn, you've got plenty of people gathered down here for you. Anyone you'd like to thank for this one? I know very close to the win yesterday. Anyone you'd like to thank for this one?
For sure, my team and my whole family for getting me here, especially my team. Obviously, we improved the car from yesterday to today. It was perfect. I could push all the way to the line. And it was perfect. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah.
Enjoying the battles you're having up at the front? I mean, this looks like a brilliant circuit to race on.
Yeah, could have been quite a good battle, but yeah, it was a bit too long for a safety car, so we were a bit bored, I guess, from the safety car. About like 4 or 5 laps, so we were just waving, braking. You know, it was a bit boring, but yeah, it was quite fun. Still.
Good stuff, Kenneth. Jump back up onto the podium. I'll have a chat with you. I mean, how was it when you had the safety car? Did you think you could have a stab at the win, or happy to take second in the points?
Was not really able to follow him so close, so I do myself improve a little bit after the safety car from the times. I changed a bit the line, so improved a bit on the time. But yeah, it was also the first time I see a truck close to flip on the side when he was loading the Porsche. It was really, it was more than 45 degrees or something. It was already close to flip on the side. So yeah, something new. After 20 years, still something to improve in seeing on the track.
Looking forward to the endurance race later?
Yeah, for sure. JMO will push after me. I will do the starts, and then we will push and make the life for him as complicated as possible.
Good stuff. Well done. Well done. Let's give a round of applause to second place, Kenneth Heyer, one more time. And we've got to speak to Pierre Ere, who got changed for us to look like a mechanic. It was probably the first time you've been interviewed on a podium. Yes. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's first time. I'm a mechanic, so.
And your name?
Borja.
And how does it feel to be up on the podium?
It's good.
How was it working with the team?
Yeah, good.
Good? Yeah, just one word answers?
Yeah, no.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
No, it's okay.
Okay, we'll treasure this and tell him to turn up next.
Okay, thank you.
Well done. Well done to our top three overall, including this man. He drove very, very well. Well done to our top three overall. Give them one more round of applause as they leave the podium. Thank you for turning up to collect the trophy as well. Okay, we're going to move on with the Cup 1 category next, the Ferraris. Great racing in the Ferraris overall. Changes for the lead after the safety car as well. But let's get our top three out, starting with third place, number 220, Talal Sher. Well done, Talal. Good to see you again. We meet again on the podium, sir. Give him a wave. And we had to wait a little while for him to get back. Problems on the in-lap, but drove very well whilst the race was green to get yet another podium, finishing second, number 151, John Dillon. That's you, sir. Yes, as it says on your suit. Jump on the podium. And finishing in 12th overall on the circuit on a packed grid to take his first win in the GT Winter Series this season, number 105, Motohiko Isosaki. Well, Motohiko took the lead after the safety car as well, with some fantastic racing as they came down through turns 7 and 8, and Motohiko taking advantage to take the lead as the cars came back up through turn number 9. Well done to the guys. I'm going to grab a word with Motohiko before we go to the Cup number 2 class, because it's been great to have Motohiko. Motohiko, don't run off. I want to grab a word with you as our winner. How does it feel to take the win? I mean, all changed after that safety car. Tell us how it feels to take a win.
Today is a really sunshine and the long safety car for me. Very nice day.
Reckon we can get some more?
Yes, maybe.
maybe. Promising.
Okay.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yes, I like fun. Very fun. Porsche, Lamborghini. And many car, it's pass. It's very nice, fantastic.
Loving the enthusiasm, and you're showing it on circuit as well. Well done to our top 3 in Cup 1. Well done, guys. Congratulations. We will see you again later on, I'm sure. Okay, let's go to Cup 2 next. Those Porsches tearing around. They sound absolutely fantastic as they're doing it as well. Finishing in third place, number 7, Hubert Darmetko. Thank you. Let's keep that going, please. Yes. What a race it was between our top 2 as well. Just 0.3 seconds between them as well. It went all the way down to the last lap, last corner. Just missing out on the win this time. He put on a fantastic race. Please give a huge round of applause to second place, number 951, Pablo Brass. We can do better than that, guys. So just missed out within half a second of a race win. Well done. But holding on to take that win and finishing 4th overall in a grid of over 20 cars, your winner, number 911, Leandro Martins. Well done. Did very, very well. We'll get the trophies presented by Gedlich Racing, and we will get our pictures taken. And let's get you all up on the top step of the podium. Well done, guys. Should we grab a word with our winner? Do you want to say some words?
É para a equipe isso aqui, é para a equipe, okay?
And say some words to them. Anything else?
É para a equipe, esse troféu é para a equipe, okay?
Good stuff. Well done. Good stuff, guys. Right, let's get our Cup 3 winner out. He finished 11th. Whoa, that's almost a great catch. Good job, that was some champagne. Oh, that could have got very messy. Let's get our Cup 3 winner out. Great to have him here. And he's doing very well, settling into the championship nicely. Finished 11th overall out in his Porsche. Number 32, Morten Stromstedt. Let's give him a round of applause, guys, as he comes out. Morten Stromstedt Absolutely fantastic. We'll get the trophy round to be presented. We'll get the pictures taken, please, as well, Danny. Congratulations to Morten in a Campos racing suit, you'll notice, because he's used to racing in single-seater cars. And that's what I'm going to speak to him about, as we were speaking about for it all started. Morten, I mean, pretty different, the car you're driving now, to the single-seaters you're used to racing.
Yes, much more comfortable. I can sit properly. I can see, you know, don't get wet in the rain. It's perfect.
And your son, of course, you mentioned as well, people will know him. He's going to be racing in Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine this year. You want to get him in with you at some point and do a race together?
Yeah, he was actually, we had to talk about being here this weekend, but plans couldn't make up. But at one point we might be doing the endurance race together.
We're going to change that going forward this season. We got some time.
Yeah. Then I'll need to teach him something about the GT cars, of course, but I think he can catch up.
That's going to be fantastic if that happens. Congratulations, though. I'm sure we'll speak again later. Well done, Morten Stromsted. 11th overall. Top 10 coming later. Top 10 coming later, I'm sure. Right, let's go for Cup 4 next. We are... okay, we've had a change to third. I think we're going to get third place out now in Cup number 4, and that's Alexi Wolfe. Finishing in second place was the number 177, Alfredo Hernandez. Well, do I hear people down there? Let's give him a round of applause as he comes out. Well done, sir. And finishing third overall, put on an absolutely fantastic drive in his Lamborghini in the number 6, taking the Cup 4 win, was Adrian Lewandowski. Well done. Let's get the trophies presented and we will get some pictures taken, and we will grab a word with our winner before we head down to the pit lane, which is where we're going to go next. So stay with us, because Lucas is prepped and ready, I believe, ready to speak to some drivers. So stick with us. We are going to take a very short break. Do you want to have a chat? Should we chat about that one? Third overall. I mean, that was an absolutely fantastic result.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to come the third overall with the few GT cars, few GT3 cars, which are supposed to be faster, but generally it was pretty peaceful race for me, and I think pretty okay. Maybe too long, the safety car was too long and not so much racing, but generally I think fine race, fine training, and we will see what will happen in endurance.
Good stuff. Well done. It did look peaceful to watch, I'd say that. Interesting description. Well done. Okay, that concludes the podium ceremony. As I look to my right, Lucas is going to be down there somewhere in the pit lane getting ready to speak to some drivers. I'm going to go down there and join him. For now, though, we're going to take a very short break. So don't go anywhere, because we are going to be live in the pit lane very, very shortly.
So that's your set of podiums done for the GT Winter Series. One more race for that class, of course, coming up later on today to round off the second weekend of the GT Winter Series package. And we can just see why we like it so much. It's midday here in very sunny Portimão. It's about 14, 15 degrees, sunshine, blue skies. Everything is perfect. And look, we've even got a bit of a crowd in our pit lane. Now, of course, with the massive grandstand on this very modern Portimão venue, it doesn't really look like much. However, when the people gather here in the pits, it's a different story. Now, let's talk to Mr. Lewandowski there as he just comes back from the podium. As always, very exciting, the mix between the GT3 cars and, of course, your Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. How does the mix work here in Portimão?
Well, I mean, it was funny because, for example, I tried to to fight with the second Mercedes. And generally, in the probably first sector, maybe second sector, I think I was a little bit faster, at least before the safety car. But last sector, especially last corner, was like, phew, so big difference between the GT3 Mercedes and my Super Trofeo. I was like pushing as much as I can, and he was like disappearing from me. So pretty hard to fight because we are faster in different part of the track. But generally, it was a good race, good fun, to just try to fight with the GT3, which should be faster. Probably is the faster, yeah, and try to come up with the Super Trofeo.
And then, of course, there is another aspect for the endurance race later on, because after the potential driver changes, you never really know who is in the car right now and what you're up against.
Yeah, that's what I was talking with my friend now. That will be really fun because probably the faster driver will come with the second part of the race, and they will start to overtake. And will be a little bit, I think it will be messy. I'm going alone now because my father is not here, so we will see how it come up. For sure we have also, I hope not, but what we saw in every race we had some safety cars, so we will be close, everyone will be close, and the fast driver will be pushing behind, so there might be good race to watch.
Racing aside, Adrian, if we have a look around, sun is out, nice weather, and we've even got spectators in here in the pits. That's fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah, I was surprised in the story. There was lots of spectators, and there was very enthusiastic. And now we have sun, much better. The weather is much better. And unfortunately, I don't know. Maybe the track is far from the city or something. I'm not sure. But it is what it is. It's just like a winter series, a little bit warm up, so maybe people don't really know or something. I don't know.
Adrian, thank you very much and all the best for the third race coming up later. Now look at this, we even got young racing fans here. I think you're from France, aren't you? I spotted some French there. What?
Yeah, we actually live here, in Lagos.
So you live in Lagos and you decided to come here for a nice day out on the circuit?
Yes, absolutely, because it's so rare to have this opportunity to just meet the pilots and just go in the padlocks. My son is thrilled. Yeah, it's awesome.
And it's all for free, it needs to be said, so very nice to attend. You're enjoying your time as well? Thanks to have you here. Come on, yes! Yes, thanks for joining us here in the GT Winter Series paddock. Please feel invited whenever you want, as I see our colleague Chris McCarthy joining our pit walk as well. What a fabulous day it is now, Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good so far. All the racing has been fantastic, I think. That one going really to the wire, wasn't it? Across some of the classes in particular. Prototypes was interesting as well. I think some of the stories of the day has been the safety cars, isn't it? The safety cars coming into play, just tightening things up, and I think in some of the longer races like this, that can really swing things around. But yeah, overall, some fantastic racing, and I've really enjoyed it. I think the prototypes put on a fantastic show. GT Winter Series, I think, almost stealing the show there, but GT4s, again, really close battles for the lead, and I think that's given us a taste of what's going to be a great endurance race later.
So let's have a bit of a wander through the pit lane. Of course, racing aside, weather very nice now. And of course, there is plenty of stuff to talk about. You are doing quite a lot in terms of social media coverage as well. One of the many things that has been extended for this year's GT Winter Series campaign.
Yeah, it's been great to work with our colleague Emilio, who's been running up and down around the circuit. It's a good job he has his scooter to get around, because it's quite an extensive circuit, isn't it? But no, it's been great to work with him. We're trying to get as much insight coverage as possible, because with a championship like this, I guess only ourselves and the team at Alpha Live and everyone at Gedlich Racing really get to know how it all is put together, how it works. And I guess the part of the social media coverage is to try and help people who, wherever you're watching from around the world, who can't be here today, like these lucky fans are, be here in the pit lane with us. And then I guess that's the whole idea of it.
And look, there is one of the LMP3 machines, the Inter-Europol car number 80. That's one of the stories as well this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been what a story, what a turnaround, right? Pedro still, as I point to my back quite literally, you could tell when he walked up onto the podium that he was, holding his back, really is in some pain, in some discomfort. And to see that car come in, we were both talking yesterday, saying, you know, that car's not going to go anywhere. And yesterday, even possibly for the weekend, and it didn't go anywhere yesterday. Pedro had to go off and get some x-rays done, which he did voluntarily. But the fact that they've turned that round and got out and got a podium is absolutely fantastic. And so close to getting that overall win. Maybe one or two more laps, they might have even done it. But I think that's been one of, you know, possibly the story of the day so far. I think, what was it, 6/10 at the line? It was absolutely fantastic. It was really edge of your seat stuff. Yeah, I took me a long time to get to the podium because I didn't quite want to leave my seat. So, yeah, and it's been great to have Sebastian Gravland in there as well. He did a, you know, we've seen him racing in the likes of F4 in Eurocup 3 as well, and I think he's made for a great teammate for Pedro, particularly this weekend.
And as you can see, the pit box is almost empty in there at Inter-Europol competition. Of course, a very professional outfit. They won Le Mans last year in the LMP2 class. They do an awful lot of racing around the globe with various types of prototype machinery. And this is one of the most interesting and fascinating aspects about motor racing, isn't the whole logistics behind it. Even here in GT Winter Series, which basically happens in 2 countries only, it's still an incredible effort, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you made a very good point there. Inter-Europol are a team that have raced at the very top at the 24-hour Le Mans and been successful at it. So they've had the experience of a car coming back in a bit of a state, maybe at 1 a.m. and having to get it fixed and get it back out so they can take the checkered flag. That's just a rough example. That's not an actual fact, but they know what it's like. You know, if they've had an incident in practice at Le Mans, they've got to get it fixed really quick so they can get some more practice or even go out for qualifying. So I think, you know, Pedro and Sebastian were in really good hands there, and the team, we were both amazed by it, weren't we, yesterday when we came down to the garage. I couldn't believe how quickly that car was looking normal again, looking race ready again. I thought they were even going to get out yesterday. I think they were very close to it, but you know, in the end, maybe it was a safety thing or precautionary thing. They left it to today, and yeah, I think they've done a fantastic job.
Well, they were close to it, working until the very last minute. And if we take a closer look at these cars, now, of course, it's a proper bodywork. There is aero and a big wing and everything. But if you peel this off, you can sort of see it this way. It's pretty much like a single-seater, isn't it?
Yeah, and when you look inside, and we were lucky for Danny Sufi to quite literally open the door and take us inside, and he did describe it essentially as a single-seater. You know, when you're sat in the tub, that's the kind of view that you get from it. You know, you're very restricted on what you can see. The mirrors don't give you a huge amount of a view. I mean, they do have the screen to either their right or left, which they use as a mirror, essentially, so they can see what's going on behind them. But other than that, you know, you can see how low to the floor they are. You know, they essentially are sitting on the ground, and it's absolutely fantastic as we got more fans coming up to take a look. Yeah, amazing bits of kit, and this a great step for someone like Kevin Rabin in something like the Nova, who wants to jump straight out of karting. But for drivers like Sebastian Gravland, who raced in single-seaters last year, if you want to start a career essentially in racing in prototype, getting to the 24-hour Le Mans, LMP3s is the perfect way to go. Do your prototype winter series, and then we were speaking to Wyatt Brickarchek yesterday, and it sounds like he's going to be off to do the European Le Mans series, and this is a perfect way to get ready for that. And into Europol, I think that's what they're here preparing for.
Absolutely. So let's move on for a couple of meters or feet or whatever you want to call it. I think we might even have a second microphone here for you, Chris. That would make things even easier.
I think that's our podium microphone, but yeah, if I do that, I might be going all around. So yeah, we've just had to run that rundown. It would have been great, but I'll speak when spoken to.
We'll share. That's no problem at all. Let's speak to one of our drivers just climbing out of the car there. Now, we're still wearing proper kit, proper jackets. Are you getting a bit hotter in the race, Kazari?
Yeah, a little warm.
How was the race?
It was great until whatever it was, 15, 16 corners to go. Yeah, no, had a lot of really good fights. A lot of really good coaching from my man Steph here. He was up in the stands spotting me, and that really helped on the start and the restart. And then, you know, had what looked a lot like a potential podium position, and got a little bit ambitious on the throttle and ended up last.
Demir Hott is one of the drivers being entered in the 992 class, which is our category for the Porsche Cup cars. It's incredibly competitive because it's essentially a one-make championship within another championship.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, the cars are amazing. Everybody I've interacted with in these last couple race weekends here in the Cup cars has been incredibly fair. It's been really good racing. It's been very close. No quarter given, but no elbows either. It's been good.
Now, in the, let's say, official Porsche One Make Championships, there is a very, very specific rule set in what you are allowed to change on the cars and what that's even more important, what you're not allowed to change. What about the GT Winter Series? Which setup windows do you have for the car?
No, we're actually running it just like in Carrera Cup. So the team we're running with, lap time, Moritz is engineering for us. They don't want to go and learn a whole new set of setups and a whole new set of configurations, so we're racing it pretty much straight up.
And let's speak to Stefan Razinski. He's your driver coach. Demir, as you said earlier, I'm just going to step around for a second. I'm seeing Area 71 Motorsports Park.
Area 27, Area 27.
Well, what did I say? 21?
71, I think.
71. Anyway, it's 27. I can see clearly. Yeah, there we go. What is Area 27 Motorsports Park?
So it's the racing circuit in Canada that I'm a coach at and I'm an instructor. So that's where I met Demir. So this is his first foray into proper motorsports beyond sort of club level racing. So this is weekend 2, so we're still learning quite a lot, but it's been great so far.
Now, we should explain you're still racing full-time yourself, which always helps in giving knowledge to another driver, doesn't it?
Yeah, I raced in the 2023 Porsche Carrera Cup North America, so learned a lot about this car in the past season, so obviously it helps to pass along some of that feedback. And also in my stint in the endurance race, I've had about 2 laps here in the dry, so I'm going to have to learn it very, very quickly in the second half of the race.
And we just heard from Demir, you spent the race upstairs in the grandstand?
Yeah, I spent it in the top left corner there, and you can see quite a lot of the track. So in terms of traffic flow, race management, I mean, I know he just doesn't have the experience, so sometimes it's helpful, and even things I sometimes like to know, just in terms of the gaps, knowing what's happening in front of you, the level of aggression some of the other drivers have. It's always good to know to keep it safe.
So what are the main bits you're focusing on when watching a race from Demir?
I think just primarily watching his level of aggression as well as the drivers around him, just in terms of a safety aspect, to make sure I can see a problem happening sometimes before perhaps he can. Sometimes he sees it as well, but mostly for safety, level of aggression, or potential opportunities as well. If there is a gap, obviously I'm not going to drive the car and say, hey, you have to pass him now. But if I see there's an opening or a mistake, I'd say, hey, there is an opening or a potential opportunity.
So you have radio contact, live radio contact as well?
Correct, yeah. I'm in the radio up in the stands, and where I don't see him, there's nothing I can say, but where I do see him, I'll do my best.
Right, that's definitely a very, very interesting factor of GT Winter Series just as well. Demi, what's your long-term goal for this championship and potentially for any other classes of racing just as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much in sort of exploring how fast I can get, trying to be very professional about it, but knowing that I'm an amateur and, I'd like to be a really good AM and maybe get invited along some, really good pros in some big races one day, but just taking it step by step. Like Stefan said, this is my Estoril in here, first real foray into fast cars, wheel to wheel. I like it a lot. And learning curve has been steep, but it's also been a lot of fun. So I think we're just going to kind of keep chipping away at it. And I'm more about finding out how fast I can get rather than any, kind of accomplishments or whatever, because that's for these guys to do.
And then there is one more race coming up, of course, this afternoon, the almost hour-long endurance race for GT Winter Series. What do you expect?
You know what? We've had 2 objectives every race so far. It's been keep it shiny and keep it on the black stuff. I got 1 out of 2 in this last one, so keep it shiny, keep it on the black stuff. I think we have the speed. We don't need to focus on the speed. We've got, I've got decent enough racecraft. He's got plenty, so it'll just be about keeping a cool head, taking the opportunities so that we don't get gapped. But enjoy the last race of the weekend.
Right. Thank you very much, guys, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. It's getting easier and easier, isn't it, in these weather conditions? It's just fabulous. Right. Chris still being here, and I'm told we have more drivers up there. But oh yeah, there are the guys from Fossetti Motorsport. Before we walk up to them, that I think is one of the great stories in GT4s this year. Completely new team using the new GT4 Winter Series to just have a go and try it out, and they are successful immediately.
Yeah, they are. They've done a really superb job. You know, to just jump into that car, essentially, the team take it on and develop almost a new program and put these two together, Jamie Day and Mikey Porter together. New pairing as well as teammates. You know, Jamie's had some GT4 experience at British level, at European level. Mikey's come up from Ginetta Juniors, fresh into this. Finished 4th in that championship last year. I always considered him one to watch though, because that's a really tough championship. You know, the likes of Lando Norris have come out of that championship. So yeah, they've had some really big names come out of it. So if you do well in that, I always think you can go and do really well pretty much anything. I think we've got Ryan, one of our producers, waiting for us down there, maybe with a driver. But yeah, I'd say these guys are ones to watch going forward. And I think that was a sign, that race that they put in earlier with Jamie essentially cleared off down the road of what we're going to see possibly going forward. I wouldn't say it's a sign to the other teams. It was almost a threat that these guys could almost run away with this championship. But I think the other teams will look to respond going into this endurance race now and try and get back on the board, because the races we've seen, it's been four for the win all the time, and that was almost the first time we've really seen someone clear off down the road. So yeah, Jamie Day was a fantastic racer in karting, single seaters, and he's starting to prove it now in GT4.
And that's a very nice aspect of GT4 Winter Series, isn't it? We've got 3 races per weekend for 2 different durations. In some cases, 2 different drivers for the shorter ones, and then a completely different 3rd race to round it off.
Yeah, it's always great when you put the drivers together. You almost give them their own chance to go out there for 30 minutes, have a sprint. No coming into the pits. It's them to themselves, as they're used to doing in kart racing. And then they have a chance to share the car, which I think is really good way to learn how to race in endurance racing. You know, it's great for someone like Jamie or Mikey to be sat in the pit lane and watch the other driver go out first and then jump into whatever situation they're dealt with. It might be that they're dealt with, you know, a 10-second lead, or that they're dealt with being dropped down to 10th place because something has happened on the track before them. So that's the experience that these drivers have to go through, and that's what essentially they're going to go through as they move on to whatever it is they go to next. I think all these drivers will be looking to go on to something like GT World Challenger or the World Endurance Championship. They've all got the potential to do that, particularly these guys. So yeah, I look forward to seeing what they do next. I think they're going to be some big names in the GT World for Fossetti Motorsport, considering they're only getting started. And the most important thing, their car looks amazing. It looks amazing, doesn't it? It looks like an Aston Martin, the livery. I know that sounds weird, but it looks absolutely fantastic.
And it's a good, but I mean, we always have lots of Caymans, of course, because they are available in various configurations, and it's very nice to have a couple of Astons on the grid, and of course the very, very distinctive McLaren just as well. Let's maybe have a look inside the Fossetti pit box, because we can see that Mikey Porter is already getting ready for the next race that's coming up in a couple of minutes, with a very, very nice crowd still attending our pit walk. I have to repeat myself, this is so nice to see. I mean, if we look at the massive grandstand on this modern spec Algarve circuit, of course, with a couple of hundred spectators, that doesn't look too impressive. In here though, in the paddock, in the pits, it's a different story.
Yeah, it's, you know, really good atmosphere down here, and you know, this is what it's all about. It's dealing with that pressure, isn't it, of having the fans around you. For Jamie, who's walking by now, it's you know, he's not going to be starting the race, so for him it's having to get himself ready for, you know, half an hour's time, 20 minutes time, and Mikey now of course is looking out to a huge crowd, but he's used to that. You know, Ginetta Juniors race on what we call the Toka package, British touring cars. They have 30,000 fans, so yeah, Mikey Porter, he's used to racing in front of big crowds. I think he'll be dealing with this no problem. Jamie likewise as well. British GT he's raced in, which have big crowds as well. So yeah, I think I'm not surprised they're both taking to this very comfortably.
And of course, that's going to be the next race on our schedule. Now fans are being I was about to say kicked out, but that really isn't the case, and they are properly complying. Very nice to see some fans here, and I think that really sets the tone for the remaining 4 rounds of the championship, all happening in Spain on fabulous circuits just as well.
Yeah, you know, the only circuit I've really been to is Barcelona. So these are new trips for me. I've got to say, this is a fantastic circuit, but they're all GT circuits, aren't they? Although we are welcoming the Formula cars next time, which I'm super excited for. You know, Casper Stuka, who was our champion last year, Red Bull Junior, and he's just signed to MP Motorsport as well as a Formula 3 driver. So looking forward to seeing those. But of course, we're concentrating on GTs now. I think they all provide something different, don't they? Aragon, so fast, you know, hugely fast circuit. Valencia, more tight and twisty as well. Barcelona, real F1 style circuit, I guess. It's got a bit of everything to it. And Jerez, well, I've never really been there before, so I guess you can tell me a bit more about that one. It's a great circuit, though. You know, I think they've all got a bit something different to them.
Need to admit, I haven't done Jerez on a GT Winter Series weekend, but I went there on for the MotoGP a couple of years ago, spent watching the race on the service road. One of the most impressive things I ever saw. It's fabulous.
And it's got some fast sections to it as well, hasn't it? So these cars are really going to kick round there. I think we should move to the side. When the lights come on, I think that means maybe we'll clear to the side. But yeah, I think they all provide a different challenge, their own unique challenge, as does this track. You know, this track is really on the elevation. I was speaking to Matt George, who himself a GT racer over there, who's helping coaching the guys this weekend, and going forwards, he's going to be a part of this team. But yeah, he was telling me how, you know, driving around this circuit, braking on the elevation, you've got to get the car nice and settled. Yeah, the weight transfer, even on these cars, really tough to deal with. Again, at the first round, that was just, you know, Estoril. Again, when you get there, he blows away how much, you know, the start-finish line is different to turn 5 and 6, for example. So, yeah, the calendar is put together very well, and I'm looking forward to going forward throughout the season.
So 2 more races coming up today live from Portimão. The GT Winter Series to round it off, but next up is the GT4 Winter Series. And in both races, we are going to see a pit stop, and in some teams that will include a driver change just as well. Now, earlier today we spoke to Gianni van der Kraats, the young Dutch racer in the FK Performance BMW, and Adam Weller, our commentator, has been busy catching up to some other drivers this week. And Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is Gianni's teammate in the FK Performance team, and they spoke earlier this weekend. I'm just waiting for confirmation if we can roll the tape or if we are heading straight into race preparation, because as you can see, the cars are heading into or out of the pits. So here we go then. This is the 3rd and last race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series coming up next.
Yeah, we are back to live racing action then in a matter of moments as the GT4 Winter Series cars are heading back out there onto the circuit. We are going to go racing. It is going to be a very interesting pair, or a very interesting 60-minute endurance race. Pit stop set to come from minutes 25 to 35 here, and for a number of these teams that does mean a driver change in this one. It will be Mikey Porter starting that number 19 Forsetti Motorsport car from pole position. As we saw, they are on pole position because their lap times, plural, across the 2 sessions were the fastest average across the 2 times. So that was a good showing from them, and they will be really on it going into the race, I'm sure. Mikey has been getting stronger and stronger himself at the wheel of that car, and of course Jamie Day is already a proven commodity all over the world within the GT4 universe, but also of course in particular in the GT Win Series, where he's already secured 2 race wins. The cars are headed down to the grid at the moment. I believe Lucas Gajewski is going to hot-foot it across that barrier and join them for a wee chat before we go racing. Of course, the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes AMG is the car that starts alongside Jamie Day on that front row, and it is set to be Joel Mesh, we understand, that takes the start in that one. Just double checking that. No, on my information, Marcel Maršovic should be taking the start in that car. So Marcel Maršovic will take the start before handing over to Joel Mesh, who of course took the win along with Jamo Hartling in the GT4 endurance race last weekend at Estoril. He'll be looking to make it 2 from 2 in GT4 Win Series endurances this time around. On the second row of the grid, Elite Motorsports, Tom Leben will be there in the McLaren Artura. No considerations given, of course, this time to the tyres they're going to put on. Everyone on slicks this time, unlike last time's endurance race. And that McLaren, a very potent package. Look forward to seeing how it performs across the 60 minutes. And that car alongside Matthew Martins as well, who'll be one to watch in the number 9 Dakar Motorsport entry. Roberto Faria, I shared a car with him this morning on the way down to the circuit, and he seemed very confident in the race pace in particular of the Dakar Motorsport machine. So I think that they are in a strong position, and that is good news for the Dakar Motorsport team. And Forsetti Motorsport then showing up to the grid as everybody else pretty much is there now. The last of the Caymans making their way as well. The anticipation building for this 60-minute endurance race then in the GT4 Winter Series. And you can see there that the grid pretty full. I'm sure that the spectators will be heading back to the main grandstand in their droves for this 60-minute race. This one is going to be very exciting. These 16 cars in the GT4 Winter Series, not as big of a grid, of course, as the main GT class, but very, very competitive. Lots of strong lineups in all 4 classes. Lucas Gajewski, we can see him there from a long way away. Let's get a close-up. Over to Lucas.
Thank you very much, Adam. Here we are next to the number 66 Speedworks Automotive Porsche Cayman. This is a new team in the GT4 Winter Series this weekend. You can see Arne Hoffmeister, young German racer, having a bit of a chat with Franz Linden, who will take the start and the first part of the race. And this is a bit of a story. For Franz, he has a big history in Gedlich Racing, the company running and organizing the GT Winter Series package, and it's his first competitive outing after starting in track days. And I'm trying to disturb the two, having their chat. Arne, kann ich mal grad noch? Oh, danke dir. So, Franz, welcome to competitive racing. Welcome to GT4 Winter Series. I was already explaining to the audience your history with Gedlich Racing. How do you enjoy your time in a proper race competition now?
Well, I have to admit it's a totally different and new world, which I also to 100% enjoy. I'm really, it's really a pleasure being part of this team and also being part of this race. It's brand new, it's different, but it's bottom line, a lot of fun.
That's great to hear. Not too scary, hopefully.
No, lots of respect, but no fear.
That's great to hear. Franz, thank you very much. That's very good to hear. Is Arne still here? Yes, let's just check with Arne Hoffmeister, because we spoke earlier about the topic of coaching. Arne, very interesting task, I guess, for you just as well, to have someone who has quite a lot of experience in a racing car, but who has never taken part in any competition.
Yeah, exactly. We have a lot of fun, and now it's the next step for Franz, as you explained already. He's doing a great job, and he is having fun. So for us, the weekend was perfect, and we hope to have fun again in the last race for today.
Now, of course, you're being very used to GT4 and GT racing in general. Is it still, after all these years, hard to be in the pit box, watching and waiting for the car to come back in for the driver change?
Yes, of course. You explained my job is more coaching than driving, and yeah, I'm very excited to watch Franz, how he's doing, and then I have to focus on my driving, so it's not so easy sometimes.
Thank you very much, Arne, and best of luck to you guys. So there is your new addition to the GT4 Winter Series, the number 66 Speedworks Automotive Porsche. Definitely keep an eye on this one, because it really is an advertisement for what you can achieve as a gentleman driver within the Gedlich Racing and GT Winter Series package, although they are, of course, for now, lining up pretty much last on the grid. Next to the 127 BMW, there is the 81 car, and a bit further up the order is the car we were speaking about earlier on. That's the FK Performance BMW. That's going to be shared by Gianni van der Graats and Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, the Canadian racer. However, out front, it's going to be Schnitzelalm Racing in the Mercedes-AMG GT4 in second place on the grid. And Fossetti Motorsport, we've just been in their pit garage, are starting this almost hour-long race from pole position once again. Quick ad break, and then it's going to be Adam Weller on the comms for the last race of the GT4 weekend.
So then, welcome back from the commentary box. We've taken a walk through the pits. We've taken a walk on the grid. We're now focusing back on the racetrack once again with Fossetti Motorsport's Mikey Porter leading us around the circuit on this formation lap. It will be Mikey Porter handing over to Jamie Day in the second half of the race, of course. They'll be alongside Marcel Marchevitz and Joel Mesh in the on the first row of the grid, so the Schnitzelalm Racing number 11 car right there, primed and poised to try and take another endurance racing win. Tom Leben, the 78 Elite Motorsport McLaren. Leben is starting the car. Zach Meekin is set to follow, although Matthew Martins is ahead of him in the queue, and he's meant to be in fourth place on the grid, so I'm not quite sure how that's happened, but there we are. Matthew Martins incidentally sharing with Racar Motorsports Roberto Faria. Faria was only confirmed very late for this weekend, so he's very much enjoying jumping in last minute for a second weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. Row 3 of the grid, Andreas Huffler is going to be sharing with his son Leo Pichler, and it's Huffler taking the start, so we'll see how he does. Charles Dawson from row 3, he is alongside, of course, young Emil Yerdrum. We'll run through the rest of these as quick as we can. NM Racing Team's Max Huber, the number 10 car, alongside Wimmerwerk Motorsports' Ivan Ekelchik. Row 5 of the grid, Alberto Di Martin will be sharing with Neil Montserrat in the NM Racing Team car. Then it is the the FK Performance entry, Gianni van der Graats, set to take the start. He'll hand over to Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. In row 6, it's the pair of SR Motorsport Porsches in the Cayman Trophy class. Mikael Sander in the 111, set to start alongside Enrico Federer in the 110 car. Federer likely to make up some places early doors in this race. Speedy Motorsports' Luis Liberal is alongside Richard Wolff in an all BMW row 7. Speedworks Automotive's Franz Linden, who we heard from on the grid, will be joined by Michael Bonk on the final row of the grid. So then it is 60 minutes of endurance racing in the GT4 Winter Series. We're about to go racing, and it is Jamie Day rolling towards the start-finish line on the inside of the front row. Joel Mesh will be looking for his opportunity to go around the outside and challenge early doors. We've seen so many fights between those 4 pro-class cars at the front of the order. Fassetti Motorsport, Schnitzellaum Racing, Elite Motorsport and Lakar Motorsport. Mikey Porter, Marcel Marchewitz, Tom Leben and Matthew Martins, your cast of characters for the opening salvo of this 60-minute GT4 Winter Series race. Pit stops in the middle 10 minutes of the race. That's going to be very interesting to see how that affects things. But for now, it's an all-out run to the first corner, and it should be Mikey Porter that leads them there. We go green, we go racing, and it is Mikey Porter with a decent start, but Joel Mesh is right there with him as they run towards the first corner of the lap. Who's got the run through the corner? Certainly the inside line is preferable, and Mikey Porter will in fact lead into the first turn. Joel Mesh runs it wide, but nothing that Tom Leben could do about that. Matthew Martins looking for second place in the number 9 Rakar Aston Martin. He has to settle for P3 for the time being. Everybody else navigating their way through the pack as they now come up from behind the crest of the hill down towards turn 5, and Mikey Porter goes defensive, and he has to because there are a lot of very fast drivers behind him. Andreas Huffler and Ivan Ekelchik in the 2 Porsche Caymans joining in with the scrap early doors as well. The 2 NM Racing Team cars have already found each other. Neil Montserrat will have his head in his hands going, this again? Side by side, guys? Really? Yes, really. Side by side for second place, as well as Joel Mesh under pressure from Matthew Martins as they run down through turn 9 for the first time. Everybody cleanly through the first few turns by the looks of it. Looks like we still got our full quota of cars. Enrico Ferderer is making up places as we expected in the Cayman Trophy cars. The first of the plain white Porsches in the hands of Enrico Ferderer making up some places. We'll see exactly where that car is when we cross the line for the first time. I think it's well in the top 10 though. There is Alberto Di Martin chasing Max Huber for the AM class lead. Meanwhile, at the front in the Pro class, it is Pro 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's Mikey Porter and Marcel Marchewitz that lead this scrap at the moment. Tom Leben there in P3. Marchewitz running down the main straight and looking to the inside, but he's not going to be close enough. Mikey Porter holds on then for the time being, but he drifts really, really very wide indeed through the first corner. That's the opportunity for Marchewitz, or is it? Because Porter carries the speed around the outside on the runoff area, and he retains the lead. Now, he can't afford to do that too many times. I'm sure once is probably forgivable, but they do have to be careful of doing that time and time again, or else the track limits fairies will start to cast their magic spells. I'm talking about the stewards. Marcel Marchewitz goes to the outside line at turn 5. Can he carry the speed around the outside of the corner? No, surely not. But it is still almost side by side as they run up the hill through the kink at turn 6. It is going to be Mikey Porter that just about has the car ahead by the time they get to turn 7. The 2 Aston Martins then sandwiching the Mercedes AMG GT4. But the interesting thing is, of course, that all 3 of these cars are powered by the same basic 4-litre Mercedes AMG power plant. So the cars should be very even in a straight line at least. Looks like there was some grass kicked up on the exit of turn 8, but everybody is through safely. Your leader in Cayman Trophy, Enrico Ferderer, was 7th across the line, so he did indeed make up places early on. He's now trying to chase down Andreas Huffler in the full-fat, full GT4 spec Cayman. Through the 14th corner, the penultimate corner of the lap they go. And Porter will lead for another lap for Fassetti Motorsport. How they would love to chalk up a first enduro race victory. Of course, Mikey Day has claimed 2 races as an individual. He's yet to stand on the top step with Mikey Porter, though, and that's what they're trying to achieve in this one. Mikey Porter, all too accustomed to defensive driving in the Jetta Juniors, so Marcel Marchewitz is going to struggle to find his way past this youngster without a very smart move. However, Marchewitz to the inside line at turn 3, a little bit later on the brakes than Porter. Porter is very clever about it, doesn't cut cut to the inside because he knows he has the inside for turn 4. But is he still there? I'm not sure he is. I think Martovic may well have done enough. We'll see them emerge now from turn 4, and it is still side by side. Mikey Porter did hold on. He's still got the inside line at turn 5, and still they are side by side as they now head back uphill towards turn number 6. They'll now head towards turn 7 and 8, and I don't know who's going to be in the lead by the time they get there. It is Marcel Martovic just about. Matthew Martin says, well, can I come through also? And he does find a slightly open door. It's now side by side between the Astons, and the McLaren wants to run interference as well. Tom Levin looking to try and have a go as the two Astons do in fact run side by side. And it is going to be Matthew Martins with the inside line into turn 11. Surely that's second place to him. It certainly looked like it was as they exited stage left. We pick them back up at turns 12 and 13, and it is the Racar Motorsport Aston Martin that leads the way. Mikey Porter wants to go on the offensive now to try and get some of those positions back. Ivan Ekelchik getting involved as well in the first of the Pro-Am runners. Ekelchik handing over later on to Yegor in the Vimmerwerk team. Yegor Hishin taking that car over after the pit stop window. We'll see how that youngster gets on in just his second weekend of racing a car later on in the day. Mikey Porter up into 6th gear then as they run down that main straight in the slipstream of the top two, flashing the headlights. He wants to pull this one back if he possibly can. No pit stop handicaps, unlike the prototypes in these GT endurance races, so these drivers have to win these on merit, and it is going to be a long, hard slog for anyone to find a way past Marcel Martovic or indeed Joel Mesh once the Schnitzelau Mercedes-AMG GT4 has got itself to the front. But Matthew Martins is clearly feeling game. He flashes the headlights as well, and we've seen him pull some wonder moves already this season, from 4th to 1st place at Gancho in race 1 at Estoril. The biggest flourish of all in the first ever GT4 Winter Series race definitely went to Matthew Martins with that phenomenal manoeuvre. The top 5 clearing themselves off then from the rest of the field as they dip down through 8 and into 9 now. Basically like jumping from the third floor of a flat, going from turn 8 to turn 9. It is quite the decline as they run through 10 and 11. Andreas Hurfler and Enrico Förderer also packing together in 6th and 7th. Then it's the BMWs of Van der Kratz and Richard Wolff fighting for 8th overall. Richard Wolff is your AM class leader in 8th place overall as it stands. Marcel Martovic looks like he's under some pressure from Matthew Martins as they come out of turn 14. Martins just looking for his opportunity. Now let's see what the run is out of the final corner for the number 9 Aston Martin. If he gets a good run, turn 1 can be an overtaking opportunity. I don't think the run is quite good enough for him on this occasion, but I've been proven wrong plenty of times before, especially by drivers as determined as Matthew Martin. Has raced Ligiers, he's raced Porsche Cup cars, he's now in GT4 machinery and looking for his opportunities to race more GTs in 2024. And what a way to showcase yourself if you can get a good result here in the GT4 Winter Series, if you can prove yourself in a championship against competition as we have in this class, a spoil of riches in terms of silver rated hot shoes in this category. Lots of promising youngsters. There's Mikey Porter in 3rd place, also keeping a watching brief. And I think Mikey, as young and as new to GT4s as he is, I know he's a very clever young driver. I think he'll just be sitting there waiting for Matthew Martins to have a go, because I think Matthew Martins is observably determined most of the time at the wheel of a racing car. And I just don't anticipate that he's going to sit there and keep his powder dry for the entirety of this stint. So I think that sooner rather than later, Martins is going to try and open that door, kick it down, or otherwise, even if he has to pick the lock, he'll try and open the door and get through. And when he does that, well, it might just swing open for Mikey Porter also. So I think Mikey is just waiting for that opportunity to arise if and when it does. Great to ride on board there with the Fassetti Motorsport car. Mikey Porter proving to be a competent cameraman as well as an exceedingly talented driver at this stage of the race. Again, Marcevics and Martins very close together as they exit the penultimate corner of the lap, but now through turn 15, Martins has to try and hold on to the rear of the AMG. You see the car, the Aston, drifting slightly wide. That might just be dirty air causing a little bit of interference with the car's steering ability. Even though these cars aren't exactly the most aerodynamic laden devices you've ever seen, it still has an effect trying to follow a car. Oh, and Matthew Martins was very much faster turning into the corner there than Joel Mesh. I thought for a minute they might find each other. I should say Marcel Marcevics, of course. It's Marcel Marcevics that started the car. My apologies. Marcevics then running in the front of the order here. Indeed, Marcevics will be handing over to young Joel Mesh, who also finished the race with Jamo Hartling last time out. And Matthew Martins, for a minute there, looked to the inside, but he's sort of compromised his run now up the hill through 6. And let's see whether or not he can find an opportunity in the next few turns. Turn 10 and 11 is an overtaking spot that we've seen in use a couple of times this weekend. You have to be fully committed down the hill and through turn 9 in order to give it a go. But I tell you what, he's not far away, is he? Flashing those headlights as they run through 10 and 11. Matthew Martins not close enough for a move on that occasion. And we have a car off the circuit, the 85 of Charles Dawson. You see it there. I was about to say there's some new skid marks, and unfortunately, with the safety car now out, this brilliant battle has to come to an end. And also, the race has come to an end for Charles Dawson as well. So Charles Dawson, who was running fairly well, started from the 3rd row of the grid, has unfortunately had a moment there. You can see those telltale tracks behind the car. I think he just locked it up into turn 10 and could never get the thing turned in. And unfortunately now stuck in the gravel. I'm sure Seb Morris will be trying to impart some words of advice, some calming words down the headset to his coachee. His coaching client, Charles Dawson, but unfortunately, there's no two ways around it. The race effectively finished for the CV Performance Group car. It may well be recovered and may well continue. However, the car will not be a factor in the Pro-Am leading battle by the looks of it in today's race. So then your order, as we are under safety car for the first time in this race, is Marcel Marcevics, your leader, Matthew Martins in 2nd place. Then it's Mikey Porter, Tom Leben in 4th position, Ivan Ekelchik in 5th place. Then it's Andreas Höfler in P6th, Enrico Förderer in 7th, Richard Wolff in 8th, Gianni van der Kratz in 9th place, and Alberto Di Martin in P10. Mikael Sander is in 11th position, 12th place is Mikael Bonk. In 13th position is Franz Linden, 14th place, and unfortunately, as we saw in the gravel, Charles Dawson. And I also note that in the pit lane is the NM Racing team car of Max Huber. That's hugely unfortunate, actually, because Huber is always one to watch in the AM class, and that car looks to be going no further. So that is a big shame. You see the recovery crews then working to recover Charles Dawson. And we also didn't see the Speedy Motorsport BMW take the start of the race. So no start for Luis Liberal, unfortunately, in the number 5 Speedy Motorsport car, electing not to partake in the endurance race. The car did suffer an issue with brake pressure in the first race of the weekend on Saturday. So potentially that is an issue that has reared its ugly head once again. We'll have to see whether that is the case or not. We'll find out, I'm sure, in the postscript, as it were. So Charles Dawson's car still in the midst of recovery. And of course, for the AM class drivers that are maybe handing over, or indeed the Pro-Am drivers that are handing over to their Pro later, this could be beneficial. I'm looking at Andreas Höfler, for example, there in the Razoon, Milwaukee-backed Razoon Porsche there. The 77 car just going out of shot. Andreas Höfler, he'll be the first to tell you, since he's Leo Pichler's dad, that Leo Pichler is faster than he is. At least I'd like to think that that's the way that works. Andreas Höfler will hand over to Leo Pichler, and this helps Leo Pichler potentially become a factor in the overall fight in the second phase of the race with this safety car period. I'd also say this car, Alberto Di Martin, is potentially, I don't know about a factor for an overall result, but could well be a top 5 contender, and certainly an AM class victory contender. Alberto Di Martin handing over to the extremely talented Nil Montserrat, who, despite being downgraded to bronze, is a bit of a super bronze, if you will. Also the team boss of NM Racing Team. So I suspect that this car, running in 9th place, will ascend up the order after the pit window is complete. This safety car is going to have a skewing effect on the race to an extent then. I think also Mikael Sander and Franz Linden will benefit from this as well, the second and third place cars within Cayman Trophy, because of course in the case of Sander, he's handing over to Thomas Rackel, the young karting ace who's making his first steps in car racing. He was very quick in the race earlier on today in the 30-minute sprint, so I expect him to be very impressive. And then also in the case of Franz Linden, he's handing the Speedworks Automotive Cayman Trophy car over to Arne Hofmeister, his driver coach, and I expect him to be very, very fast and very, very handy as the race gets underway. I did see another car speeding around the circuit there in the far shot. I don't quite know whether that's just a course vehicle. No, it's the Wimmerwert Motorsport Porsche. So the Wimmerwert car has been in the pit lane, was running well up there in the top 5, but Ivan Ekelchik has been into the pits. Safety car is still out there. I don't think it's expected in this time, so he won't lose much time. He will lose a lot of position, and sure enough, the safety car obviously is still out there because we're still dealing with the crane game down at turn 10 and turn 11. There's no shame in losing to a crane, gents, but we do have a race that we'd like to try and restart. They're doing a great job getting that car back onto the flatbed now, though. It took a couple of laps to get the straps on there and make sure the car was secure, which obviously you want to do, make sure everything is safe. And we will hopefully within at least the next 2 laps get this race back underway once again. The pit window opens in just under 8 minutes, so with 35 minutes of the race left to go, the pit window will open. It will close again with 25 minutes left to go. So the pit window looms large over this race as well. I'm sure that if you're a Marshevic's, a Matthew Martins, you want to try and be ahead while you can, get away while you can before a few of the more experienced or faster drivers get into the cars behind you. Certainly we know Jamie Day is one of the quickest drivers on this grid. Nothing against Mikey Porter either. It's a very strong driver lineup at Forsetti. And then, of course, you've got Zach Meekin, who's done a good amount of driving here at Portimão, feels very comfortable at this circuit, so I expect him to be good once he takes over too. And, of course, in the AM class, or the other classes, you have to consider that as well, that potentially with this time taken away from them, I'm looking Ivan Ekelchik in particular, actually, even though he's now at the very back of the order. Ekelchik handing over to Yegor Hishin, who is a very promising young driver, but certainly not quite on the pace of Ivan Ekelchik just yet. And so potentially that Wimmerwerk team will be ruining the fact that they've lost some of their pro driver time in that Pro-Am lineup. Lights still on the safety car. I hope that this will be the final lap under safety car conditions. It looks a little bit touch and go at the moment as the flatbed is being prepped to head off into the service roads once again. There is your field running through. Your class leader, Richard Wolff, there in the 81 BMW, just behind this one of Van der Kratz, Gianni Van der Kratz, the BMW M2 Cup Benelux champion of 2023, of course, sharing with Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. Rihanna is set to take that car over, the Kiwi racer who got to speak to earlier in the week. She said, I work at Highlands Motorsport Park, of all places, as a driver coach, which to me is by far New Zealand's coolest looking racing circuit. It's a very impressive track. Check an onboard lap or two of that place if you can, or indeed the first lap of the Highlands 101, where they have to do a classic Le Mans style run in order to get to their cars. Well worth a look at Highlands Motorsport Park if you've never seen it and you're into binge watching YouTube onboards. You'll be there a while. It's a pretty impressive place, and she gets to work as a driver coach there. Started her racing in Toyota 86s, or at least car racing wise. One of her first forays into cars was Toyota 86s. Did some running in the GTR New Zealand class after that, which is a very spectacular series in terms of grid variety, I must say. And then has been plying her trade in BMW since then, in GT4s since then. This is her first weekend in the BMW, and I believe she's set to race in the 24 Hours of Dubai next weekend, so she's going to have a lot of BMW seat time to contend with after today's race. But Rihanna will take that car over in a few minutes. So then, 39 minutes and 15 seconds of the race left to go. I don't see a flatbed, I don't see a Mercedes. I do see a bulletin saying safety car in this lap. So we are going to go back to racing this time. Safety car will come in and we will be underway once again under green flag conditions. What can Matthew Martins do as this race resumes? He was really looking quite feisty behind Marcel Marchevix before the pit, before the safety car came out and intervened. Let's see what happens as we go back to racing conditions. There you see, just holding the field at a very slow pace now is Marcel Marchevix. He's probably going to pull the pin. Yes, just going into the final corner. And he launches the car away, takes the corner flat as best he can. He's pursued by the Astons, by the McLarens, by the Porsches as they run through the final turn up the main straight for the first time back under green flag conditions. Mikey Porter fancies a go at Matthew Martins. He's been afforded the outside line, though, in the Forsetti Aston and can't quite get that done. Matthew Martins holding on to second place then. He was rather hoping he'd get to try and go on the offensive up against the race-leading Mercedes, but instead he's having to defend that second place. Everyone through the first couple of turns readily and well then. Mikey Porter just battling the car a little bit through turn 4. Very easy to get it wrong at turn 4. We saw in the GT Winter Series in qualifying, unfortunately, the car that was set to be driven by Bruno Spengler in the endurance race, Louis Stern's FK Performance GT3 BMW. That car had an incident in qualifying with Stern at the wheel, and that concluded their weekend before the first race even started. I understand Louis is okay, but car needed repairs beyond what they could achieve within the paddock. So sadly an early flight home for Bruno Spengler, who we were hoping to see on the track. We're hoping to have him in the commentary box too, but sadly had to head home. Ivan Ikelchik going through some of the cars further back in the pack. Of course, he started resumed this race at the very back of the pack after visiting the pit lane, and he's already up into what looks like 10th position. So Ekelchik working his way back through in the orange and white Wimmerwerk Porsche. And look at Andreas Hufler. He's really doing a fairly solid job, isn't he, in the number 77 car. So Hufler running quite nicely here, and of course he's handing over to Leo Pichler, his son, who has repeatedly proven to be a force to be reckoned with already in the GT4 Winter Series paddock and in various GT4 paddocks elsewhere around Europe and within their native, well, not their native Germany, but their nearby Germany. They are Austrians. And Van der Kratz second in Pro-Am, about 4 seconds down the road from them as well. So, or about 2 seconds down the road from them. 4 seconds behind the leader is Van der Kratz in 6th overall, second in Pro-Am. But there is Andreas Höfler just clinging on to the rear of Tom Leben at the moment. A very fast family by the looks of it, the Höfler-Pichler clan. The inside goes Marcel Marcevics, covering off the threat of Matthew Martins, who is once again looking to go on the offensive. As I said, I thought he'd try it as we restarted, but Mikey Porter had other plans and tried to get around Matthew Martins. But now Martins looks like he's got his eye back in, got the tyres up to temp, and he wants to try and get past Marcel Marcevics before the pit window opens. Incidentally, the window will be open as they pass pit entry this time. So the pit window to open in just 20 seconds. And we'll see what effect that has on this race. Who will pit and when is the big question. Will anyone pull the pin on the first occasion? I'd suspect maybe someone like Franz Linden might pass the car over to his pro pretty quickly. Maybe Alberto Di Martino as well. We'll have to wait and see. But Mikey Porter following on behind Marcevics and Martins. Last time they split this race about down the middle at Forsetti, but we'll see whether they do that this time. Certainly the top two continue on, but Mikey Porter with the tight line. He's coming into the pits, I believe. Porter, yes, into the pit lane comes Mikey. I understand this was the original plan at Estoril for the endurance race, but it didn't pan out that way. This time, though, Mikey Porter is handing the car over pretty sharpish to his teammates. Meanwhile, Ivan Ekelchik continues his move up the field, this time up against Richard Wolff. Didn't quite have the room to dive up the inside there, though. This is the battle for 6th place overall. Well, battle for 5th place, really, because Enrico Förderer is right there with him as well. There are your leading two, Marcevics and Martins. There's Leben in 3rd place, and then you've got that scrum in the back of shot for 4th position, for 5th position, sorry, being led by Förderer. There's Mikey Porter out of the car then. Good first stint from Mikey. And up into 6th place has gone Ivan Ekelchik. He's gotten himself past Richard Wolff, so that is a change for position. Enrico Förderer will be his next target. Förderer in the Cayman Trophy car. Again, I remind you, not a full-fat GT4 machine, but close to it. So on paper, Ekelchik has the better car. But of course, setup and things like that can have an effect. But for all the will in the world, I'm not sure Förderer is quite going to be able to hold off Ivan Ekelchik, who seems to mean business now that he's back in the car after that unscheduled and unexplained pit stop, as well as the... Oh, as we have the move going on. I was just looking at the timing screen, but move for 5th place as Ivan Ekelchik goes through. That's fairly academic stuff then for Ekelchik. The faster car gets through and will now move on to try and chase down Gianni van der Kratz, who is significantly less experienced than Ivan Ekelchik in GT4 machinery, so we'll see how long it takes for that to maybe become another position for the charging Ekelchik in the Wimmer Wirth car, as well as Forsetti Motorsport and Jamie Day. We also saw a few pit stops elsewhere. Leo Pichler came in the Cayman, so he takes the car over from his father Andreas Höfler. Thomas Rackel has come in, or rather has taken the car over at SR Motorsport from Mikael Sander. We've also had the Arne Hofmeister Porsche in as well. Franz Linden handing over to him. We see there Alberto Di Martino in the pit lane, and the very fast Nil Montserrat is about to belt himself in and go after it in the AM class battle. I suspect he'll be challenging Richard Wolff for the AM lead before the end of this one. The 15 car belting up at the moment, Nil Montserrat, and we'll see how he performs in the second stanza of this race. Through turns 10 and 11 they go then. 31 minutes and 30 seconds of this race are still to come. So approaching half distance, approaching halfway in the pit window as well. Marshevicks and Martins, it looks like there's very, very little in it. It's going to be very interesting to see how the race changes once Joel Mesh takes over the number 11, the leading Schnitzelau Mercedes, and when Roberto Faria, the ex-GB3 and Formula 3 star, takes over the Aston Martin in second place from Rackar Motorsport. Does either car duck into the pits this time? No. I suspect that these are two driver lineups that are basically going to cut it down the middle, though, so I think we'll see them and even potentially Tom Leben as well in as well. I suspect that all three cars in that picture are probably due a pit stop this time by, but they could prove me wrong. Usually all pro lineups will typically cut the race in half, and we'll see if that proves to be the case. Another couple of stops this time. Charles Dawson is back running again, I see. Although actually, no, I think he's just been taken into the pits by the flatbed, and it's showing up as the car in the pits. So Charles Dawson isn't running again, but he's listed in the pits, as is Max Huber, who sadly pulled in after just 3 laps. The only car still running to make an appearance in the pits this time is Michael Bonk for Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. He hands the car over from second in AM, and there is the 127 car, which will be now handed over to Martin Kroll, who's been a little bit off the pace so far this weekend. We'll see how he performs now, taking over this car that was running P2 in the AM categorization. It's getting very close once again as Matthew Martins continues to try and just knock on the door of Marcel Marshevik, see if he can find passage, gain entry through any means, and let's see if either of them do pit this time then. 4 minutes and 30 left on the pit window. No pit stop handicaps in this series, so everyone has to adhere to the same minimum pit stop delta, which I believe here is 79 seconds. So they have to do that, and both drivers actually carry on. Okay, so clearly both team bosses looking at their drivers and saying, you know what, I think they've got their eye in right now. Let's keep them out there as long as we can. Tom Leben not peeling in either. The Bonk Motorsport BMW heads out, and oh, the lead is changed. The lead is changed with a car slowing. That was Max Huber, I think, coming back out on an outlap after several laps spent in pit lane, and Matthew Martins runs off the circuit and gains a position as a result of it as they went either side of the back marker. Marcel Marshevik isn't going to have any of that, though. He's going to try and challenge now as they run down into turn 5. I'm sure the argument from Matthew Martins will be, well, where else could I go? But I don't know how much that will hold in the court of stewards. We'll see what goes on there, but certainly as a rule, you're not supposed to make overtakes by going off the circuit, but there were circumstances at play there, potentially, that might cast a nicer outlook on it from the stewards. We'll have to wait and see, but the reality of the situation is that Marshevik is no longer your leader. We ride on board with him there on your picture-in-picture, and Marshevik is just studying now the rear of Matthew Martins, and of course Roberto Faria will now be rubbing his hands together saying, I take over the leading car. Excellent. And we'll see whether or not he can make something happen once he does take that car over, trying to hold on to that advantage. We've got 27 minutes and 20 seconds left of the race. They could still do one more lap in theory, but I suspect, yes, at least one of them will come in, and it is Marcel Marshevik's in. Roberto Faria's got one more lap left to wait, and so does Zach Meakin as Tom Leben continues on his merry way. Pretty much almost everyone in the field has now made their stop. In fact, I think everyone but the top two will be making their stop. Yes, indeed. So these are the last two cars left now, Matthew Martins and Tom Leben, that we're not yet seeing in the pit lane. Jamie Day is the first of those that have pitted. Now the question is going to be, where does Jamie Day come out relative to Marcel Markovic? Because of course Jamie Day is pitted. He's taken over the car that was in that lead battle earlier on, and of course Marcel Markovic was our leader until about a lap ago. So it's going to be critical to see quite how Jamie Day and Marcel Markovic rejoin each other in this race. Matthew Martins will also be there with them in about a lap's time, or yeah, about a lap's time, because he's got half a lap before he's going to have to make that pit stop, and Tom Leben equally is going to have to pit this time, lest they fall outside of the pit window, and that is a no, no, and no again in the eyes of our stewards. Marcel Markovic then exits pit lane, but where is Jamie Day relative to him? The Aston just came past my commentary box window. I think Marcel Markovic should just about come out. Oh, sorry, Joel Mesh, as it now is, having taken over the car, should just about come out ahead of Jamie Day. And oh goodness me, it's getting very close between Rihanna O'Meara Hunt and Richard Wolff. Rihanna's taken over from Gianni van der Kratz, and this is a battle for something like 5th or 6th overall, and Rihanna wants to start to get those elbows out, and looks like she was defending very hard against Richard Wolff as these two scrap. Rihanna goes defensive there into turn 3, and Richard Wolff had to duck out of the way of that one. Now Elite Motorsport haven't pitted Tom Leben. Leben has come across the line as the race leader, and he now is outside the pit window. What has gone on with Tom Leben? Side by side and through goes Richard Wolff to get up and past Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, and now right ahead of him is Yegor Hichin in the 24 car. So suddenly the Pro-Am second place battle joined by the two Am class leaders. Richard Wolff is going to have to keep an eye on the Mercedes AMG just behind, because that is Neil Montserrat challenging him for the Am lead. So you've got second in Pro-Am, followed by the Am leader, followed by third in Pro-Am, followed by second in Pro-Am. So 4 cars fighting 2 classes. Neil Montserrat around the outside of Rihanna O'Meara Hunt there. Neil Montserrat, I think, moving up into 8th place overall as a result of that then. Matthew Martins in the pit lane, as you can see, as Neil Montserrat gets himself past Yegor Hichin. So Yegor Hichin moves down the order further and is now under pressure from his Pro-Am class fellow racer, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. Tom Leben, meanwhile, is still circulating around the circuit, and he's fallen outside of the pit window, unfortunately, and that is pretty much a slam dunk penalty as far as I know the regulations. So we'll have to see what happens with Leben and Meakin. There is the Am class lead then under contest, because Neil Montserrat in the slipstream of Richard Wolff. We ride on board with Montserrat then as he dives to the inside at the first corner. Is the BMW still there? Well, I surely hope not, because Neil Montserrat drifted wide. Where is Richard Wolff relative to the Spanish racer? I think Neil may have gotten through, or is Richard Wolff still there? I think it may still be side by side, but Montserrat with the inside line into turn 4, that should be a position gained. That should be the Am lead then for the NM Racing team boss. Neil Montserrat is still under pressure from Richard Wolff. Wolff around the outside at turn 5. The talented Am driver going against the team boss of NM Racing team, and it looks like Neil Montserrat now has this covered off. Richard Wolff needs to act quickly in order to try and get this Am class lead back, because to be honest with you, if it's down to pure pace, I expect Montserrat to be the quicker driver, and sure enough, as they now start to head towards more apexes, more challenging sections of the circuit, the Mercedes just starts to find a half car length or so at most corners. Tom Leben, meanwhile, in the pit lane at long last, handing over to Zach Meakin, but again, this has fallen outside of the pit window. The pit window shut with 25 minutes of the race left to go. And I believe that means that Tom Leben and indeed Zach Meakin may be punished for that transgression. So then Zach Meakin rejoins the race. Meanwhile, the top 2 are exceedingly close at the front of the order. Jamie Day and Joel Mesh will be running through the first few corners of the lap as we speak, and Mesh is just behind Jamie Day. Now I think that Joel Mesh was ahead of Jamie Day before, after the pit stop, so I think Jamie Day may well have overtaken Mesh on track. Nonetheless, Jamie Day is your race leader. Mesh is second place. Meakin is registering in third position, albeit again this question mark hanging over their heads regarding the pit window. And then Roberto Faria is down in fourth position. He'll be looking to try and pick up some momentum and go podium hunting. Leo Pichler is in fifth place and leading in Pro-Am, just 6.2 seconds off the lead as well. He could still be a factor for a podium over the next 21 minutes and 5 seconds. Of that, I am certain. Top 6 within 6 seconds, or top 5, I should say, within 6 seconds then in this race. We see the drone hovering over turn 12 then, watching expectantly at one of the primary overtaking spots of the lap, turn 12 into 13, and indeed then into 14 thereafter. But everybody in the top 5 a little bit too spread right now, and look at the gap now between Jamie Day and Joel Mesh. The gap is out, I think, to something like 2 seconds. We'll confirm it as they cross the line. 0.6 last time by. Let's see what the gap is on this occasion. Through goes Jamie Day. He's followed by Joel Mesh, and it's 1.7 seconds, the gap between the two of them. So yes, the gap is extending. The Pro-Am second place battle is once again getting interesting as Jägel Hishin tries his best to hold off Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, and they're being joined by the lead battle in the Cayman Trophy. So that is Thomas Rackel and Arne Hofmeister closing in on the Pro-Am second place scrap. So again, 2 different classes being contested at the same time on track there. And the big BMW trying to stave off the Porsches and pass the Porsches. Porsches everywhere that Rihanna O'Meara Hunt looks. And Thomas Rackel getting past the big BMW then. And Hofmeister trying to follow suit. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt already down to 10th place, still there third in Pro-Am though, and looking for a way past Jägel Hishin if at all possible. There is Hishin, there is Thomas Rackel, and here comes Arne Hofmeister, gets past Rihanna O'Meara Hunt then. And now Rihanna will be hoping that these 2 Cayman Trophy cars can maybe part the seas for her in the battle in Pro-Am. However, actually, she's firing back at Arne Hofmeister. What was I expecting a racing driver to do but fight back? But she will be hoping to potentially get another shot at Jägel Hishin in this race, because that is 4th in Pro-Am, and I'm sure that's being imparted to her by the FK Performance crew. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th then running in a line. They fly through turn 12, and the 24 car, Jägel Hishin, has very quickly been pursued and caught up by Rackel and Hofmeister. Those 2 are going to be fighting for the Cayman Trophy honours right to the flag, I suspect, because they are looking very, very equidistant, and both of the white Caymans have disappeared around the outside of Jägel Hishin then. And now Rihanna O'Meara Hunt has another opportunity to maybe go for that Pro-Am lead. She gets a good run out of the final corner. The big BM then in the slipstream of the Cayman that looks diminutive in comparison. Can Rihanna O'Meara Hunt find a way to the first corner on the inside line? No, not quite close enough, but that's a little look anyway. Thought she might go for it there after all. She is looking to try and get that second place in Pro-Am. Looks to the inside. Of course, second place in Pro-Am would match her results yesterday in the 30-minute sprint race, so she'd absolutely love to go home with 2 second-place trophies, although I'm not sure there is a trip home between now and the Dubai 24 Hours next week. She goes to the inside line but can't get it done there as the 2 Cayman Trophy cars disappear up the road from our Pro-Am second-place battle. Meanwhile, Joel Mesh has closed in on Jamie Day once again. The gap has gone down by a second in the last lap. So Jamie Day and Joel Mesh at the front of the order. they are suddenly much closer together, and Leo Pichler has gotten through into 4th place. So Leo Pichler in the Pro-Am Cayman has gotten past Roberto Faria. Faria still finding his feet in GT cars. Leo Pichler has found his feet and is now tap dancing away in the battle for 4th place, and he might go Zach Meakin hunting yet. The top 2 have crossed the line. The gap is back out to 1.1 seconds. So whatever happened to Jamie Day, it was only a momentary issue. But he was a second slower on just over a lap ago, which is certainly uncharacteristic for the experienced Jamie Day. Leo Pichler is on his final warning for track limits as well. That might be something to consider. And Roberto Faria is slowing. Roberto Faria seems to have a mechanical issue then. I was wondering why he was pulling out on the main straight in the manner that he was. I was rather hoping for his sake that the car was okay, but it seems as though Roberto Faria has a problem. That's going to hand 5th overall to Neil Montserrat then. And Roberto Faria sadly going no further. Will he even emerge on the other side of the hill? Yes, he will, but at a very slow pace. And next up comes Nil. There he is going past in the black and red Mercedes-AMG GT4. That's for 5th overall. The AM class leader, Nil Montserrat, continues on his way, but clearly it's day done for Faria. There's your Cayman Trophy lead battle then. Still Thomas Rackel holding off Arne Hofmeister. Quite the disparity in terms of experience from these two, as they both lap Max Huber, who is some 12 laps down. 1:11 and 66, heading through turn 8 now. And Hofmeister, a very experienced Porsche pilot. Thomas Rackel, a very experienced kart racer, but seemingly taking to this whole car lark quite well. The same is going for Yegor Hishin as well, as they all get past the limping Roberto Faria. Hishin is doing a good job here of holding off Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, who is certainly trying every which way she can to get past Hishin in the battle for 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am. There is the Cayman Trophy battle, also the fight for 7th overall then. Hofmeister still investigating his options, investigating his possibilities. But for now, it's Thomas Rackel just about keeping things at bay. And we've had a swap for 2nd in Pro-Am because Rihanna O'Meara Hunt has gotten past Yegor Hishin. So Hishin down a position then. 3rd in Pro-Am for Hishin now, 11th overall, while Rihanna O'Meara Hunt moves into the overall top 10 there in the back of shot, albeit with Hishin looking on the offensive as they head towards turn 1. He brakes very late for the first corner, side by side between the two of them. Hishin doing everything he can to try and get back to the Pro-Am class 2nd place, but not quite able to do anything about it. O'Meara Hunt then will now be looking to gather herself and maybe try and make up some more overall positions, so long as she has staved off Hishin for the time being. There is Roberto Faria into the pit lane. That car finally into the pits, and a shame to see Faria's race end in this manner. Thomas Rackel and Arne Hofmeister still going at it for 7th and 8th place. Meanwhile, the penalties are coming in. The Elite Motorsport car, Zach Meakin at the wheel of the Elite McLaren. Pit stop infringement, stop-go penalty of 20 seconds for that car. Remember, it was outside the pit window that car pitted, as I said at the time. Too late into the pit lane, and that is going to be a hugely costly thing. A stop-and-go penalty of 20 seconds in the pit. And then also the number 11 car of Mesh is into the pit lane as we speak for a drive-through penalty. So your former 2nd place runner, Joel Mesh, is in the pit lane serving a drive-through. 2 of the leading cars serving a drive-through penalty as we speak. The Cayman Trophy class still providing the fireworks, though, as Thomas Rackel and Arne Hofmeister are going at it for 7th overall. Mesh rejoins the race behind Richard Wolff and Neil Montserrat in 5th position. Here come the Cayman Trophy cars across the line for 7th and 8th place. I'll tell you who's smiling right now. His name is Franz Linton. Linton is going to be smiling from ear to ear. Franz Linden will be smiling from ear to ear watching Arne Hofmeister here. A great scrap this is, and wouldn't it be amazing for Linden to take a win in the Cayman Trophy class in his first weekend. Certainly Arne Hofmeister is trying to make that come true at the moment. But at the sharp end of the order, it has been all changed because we've had those drive-through penalties and that stop-and-go penalty served. So Zach Meakin has rejoined the race in 11th position. Joel Mesh has apparently rejoined in 3rd place, which I'm quite surprised about. I thought he'd be a little further down the pack than that for his drive-through for a pit stop infringement. I don't actually know what the infringement was. I assume a slightly short stop is the answer to that. Just verifying that as we speak. Unfortunately, it's too late for me to verify that, but I suspect that was the case. But 2 penalties then to 2 leading cars, and that has changed the order. Jamie Day is your race leader. 2nd place is Leo Pichler. 3rd place should be Joel Mesh ahead of Neil Montserrat, and indeed there is Joel Mesh just ahead of Montserrat on the circuit. I wonder if that puts a bit of fire under Neil as we have side by side for the Cayman Trophy lead. Arne Hofmeister has found a way alongside Thomas Rakel, and the number 66 Cayman is through into 6th overall, and more importantly the Cayman Trophy lead. I'm sure the battle is going to continue on regardless, but Arne Hofmeister has finally broken the dam and gotten through. And sure enough, confirmation that the pit stop infringement was the pit lane time for the number 11 car of Joel Mesh, so that has been confirmed. Unfortunately, Schnitzelbaum sending the car out an iota too early, and a drive-through is the result. We continue to watch this battle for 6th place then between Hofmeister and Rakel. Also a good battle still going on a few seconds further back between O'Meara Hunt and Yegor Hishin as well. So all of the subclasses with good scraps going on. Neil Montserrat is by no means out of the woods in the AM class lead either, because only 3.2 seconds further back is Richard Wolff. So wherever you look, you've got exciting battles. There is Yegor Hishin still looking for his way past Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, but Hunt seems to be controlling it to an extent right now. Yegor Hishin, though, an ambitious young racer in his first couple of outings this month in a racing car, at least in racing conditions. And I suspect that if he gets half an opportunity to try and go for that 2nd place in Pro-Am again, he is going to take it. We'll keep an eye on those two. Certainly Yegor Hishin receiving tuition from Ivan Echelschik, and I'm sure that with each passing weekend we're going to see Yegor Hishin improve that little bit more. And that's going to be the exciting thing across the 6 weekends in GT4 Winter Series, which is proving to be a development ground for so many young GT racing talents. Where will they be at the start of the year versus the end of the year? We're certainly going to see some forward progression. We're certainly seeing forward progression from the driver of the 66 car, Arne Hofmeister, building an advantage as Yegor Hishin goes for it. Yegor Hishin does go for the inside line, does go for P2 in Pro-Am, and goes successfully through and past Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. I'll be honest, I didn't think it was quite going to happen into turn 1, but apparently the pace was there, the braking was there, and Yegor Hishin gets through then into 8th overall once again as he continues to scrap hard with O'Meara Hunt. 8th place then for the youngster once again. And I know his dad is here supporting him. I've had a few conversations with his dad through the power of sign language, Google Translate, and well, at least one of us just about being able to speak the opposing language. I'm not very good at Russian, and it's been really nice to speak to Hishin's father, actually. Jolly nice chap, and well, they'll be watching as that McLaren gets closer, won't they? Because 8th, 9th, 10th now all in the same shot. Zach Meakin, who, lest we forget, had a stop-go penalty for 20 seconds because of pit lane infringements. So, well, pit stop infringements, that being a pit stop held outside of the pit window. So this is going to be Zach Meakin trying to make short work of the second place Pro-Am battle, but I don't necessarily know that he's going to, because Hichin and O'Meara Hunt will be rather on their own island thinking about their own battle and won't much care for the yellow McLaren behind them. There won't be any blue flags because this is for position, 8th, 9th and 10th overall. So let's see what Meakin can do. He's got a good run out to the final corner. Down the main straight they go, flashing the headlights furiously as he does so. In 11th place in the back of shot is, well, not in the back of shot, but Villicuna is in 11th place just behind them. He's a long way back from this scrap that is now unfolding between Hichin, O'Meara Hunt and Zach Meakin. They come out towards turn 5 then, and it is still all stations as they were. But Meakin to the inside of the BM, and that should be fairly easy done. Yes, O'Meara Hunt had no response there for Zach Meakin. He now has to try and find his way past Yegor Hichin. And Yegor will have to be careful here. This is going to be a difficult situation for him, because of course if Meakin gets through at an inopportune place, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt could well follow. So it's going to be hard to manage for young Hichin on this occasion. Let's see exactly what goes down as they approach turns 10 and 11. Hichin goes defensive. Meakin, though, dives to the inside line, and actually that was pretty well managed by the 24 driver, the Vimmerwerk youngster, because he managed to not lose too much time at all as Zach Meakin went by, and that means that he has now the optimal chance of keeping Rihanna O'Meara Hunt at bay. But the big question mark is now, will O'Meara Hunt have an opportunity into the first corner, because she is right there with him. And obviously it was Yegor Hichin going past Rihanna O'Meara Hunt at turn 1, what, 2 laps ago? Are we going to see role reversal this time as the big BMW scythes out of the last corner just behind the Cayman? Not quite as good through that final corner, I don't think, the M4 GT4 compared to the Cayman. And I think that may well save Yegor Hichin's bacon on this occasion. So then 4 minutes and 8 seconds left of this race. We've had a brilliant battle here among the second place battle in Pro-Am. Of course, Pro-Am leader Leo Pichler is second overall and well clear of everybody else in that class. Jamie Day well clear of everybody, 11 seconds to the good for Fassetti Motorsport. Fassetti not getting that much coverage on camera today, but that's because all the battles are going on somewhere else. Principally that second place Pro-Am battle. But to be honest, if the silverware says P1, I somehow doubt that anyone at Fassetti will mind too much. They've got an ever-growing tally of successes to their name. Of course, for Mikey Porter, in 3.5 minutes, he may well be a GT4 Winter Series race winner for the first time, because Jamie Day's 2 wins for Fassetti Motorsport have both been in solo races so far. And Mikey Porter would love to see that car cross the line in P1, as it's certainly looking likely to do at this stage. Zach Meakin is striding off into the distance then ahead of this Pro-Am second place battle. I don't think he's going to close in on the Cayman Trophy cars before the checkered flag. P8 then might be the limit of what he can do in the Elite Motorsport McLaren. See how much runoff area they take there through that run from turn 14 to turn 15. Try and minimize the radius of the corner as much as they can by being on the far extremities of the outside. There's Jamie Day on board with him. He will most likely, it's going to be touch and go actually, whether he starts the final lap this time by or not. I think it may well be the last lap this time by as he crosses the line, but it is going to be close. This, though, the Pro-Am second place battle continues to exhilarate then in the GT4 Winter Series. And Rihanna O'Meara Hunt looking to match that solo performance from Saturday afternoon here on Sunday afternoon, along with the help, of course, of her Dutch teammate Gianni van der Kratz, the BMW M2 Racing Cup Benelux champion of last year. And she is looking quite good on the run towards 7 and 8. That was good momentum out of T5, but I don't think quite close enough. Just waiting for an opportunity up against Jägel Hishin. Had a little look to the inside at turn 8 and gets bare to run out of the corner. However, the young Hishin will continue on unabated. Here they go through 9 and 10 then. And there goes O'Meara Hunt, inside line, can't quite get it done though, pulls out of the move fairly wisely there, otherwise I think there would have been contact. So Jägel Hishin continues to lead the way in the second place Pro-Am battle here. 24 from 187, is that still going to be the case in just over a lap's time? I don't know. It has been a hard-fought, hard-contested scrap to this stage. But Jamie Day ascending once again up the hill towards turn 8 and then dropping it down through turn 9 on his final lap, I believe. And the final lap beginning then for our second place Pro-Am battle. Does O'Meara Hunt have the opportunity that she needs to maybe claim it in the final lap? I'm not so sure the opportunity is going to be forthcoming, but maybe she pulls a rabbit out of the hat towards the very end of the race. Meanwhile, for Jamie Day, the electrical backed machine, the Fassetti Motorsport crew willing the car on as Jägel Hishin continues to defend against Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. Jamie Day, though, has had to do no defending in his stint of the race. Some competitors fell by the wayside because of pit stop infringement, but Jamie has been scintillating on Winter Series Sunday. He takes the win in the GT4 Winter Series along with Mikey Porter, their first endurance race win down at Fassetti Motorsport. Leo Pichler crosses the line for second overall and the Pro-Am honours, sets his personal best lap of the race on his final run around the circuit as well. Third place for Joel Mesh once he crosses the line. But that'll be another 15 seconds or so. So in the meantime, we rejoin the second place Pro-Am scrap. Joel Mesh has crossed the line third overall. Nil Montserrat will cross the line next in fourth place to win in the AM class, despite Richard Wolff trying to hold on to the back of him, who emerges from turn 12 in the Pro-Am second place. It is just about Jägel Hishin. However, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt around the outside at turn 13. That's going to be the inside for turn 14. No, not quite. Hishin does a good job there of holding the position. Can O'Meara Hunt find any way to retaliate before the line? I don't think so. I think Jägel Hishin has done enough on this occasion to take second in Pro-Am, unless the BMW gets a mighty run out of the final corner. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. It's a drag race across the line. Who's got it? I think it's the BMW, but let's see what the timing screen says. The timing screen decides it in favour of Jägel Hishin by 0.002 of a second, 0.002 of a second in favour of Jägel Hishin. Oh my goodness. What a run to the line from Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. I thought she might have had a nose ahead, but unless this is down to transponder positioning and with such a fine margin, it could be the transponder position that has provisionally decided that. The drag race apparently falling in favour of Jägel Hishin. What a finish in Pro-Am second place. Right, let's run through the order then. Jamie Day for Fassetti Motorsport taking the overall win in that race. That was hugely impressive from him. And just to cover some of the other drivers that crossed the line while we were watching that battle. Sixth overall, Arne Hofmeister taking the Cayman Trophy win for himself and, of course, for Franz Linden on his first weekend racing. So huge congratulations to Franz Linden on his first weekend outside of track day competition. That's sixth overall and that Cayman Trophy win. A real indication that he's ready to move on from track days. We're now going to take a look then at the results in full. Jamie Day on the top step of the overall podium and the Pro Class podium. 10.3 seconds up on Leo Pichler at the end of the race. Joel Mesh having to serve a drive-through penalty, only able to take third overall. Fourth overall and winner in AM once again, Nil Montserrat along with Alberto Di Martin. Richard Wolf, 5th place and 2nd in AM. Hofmeister, the first Porsche Cayman Trophy car home, in 6th place. Thomas Rackel alongside in 7th place. Then Zach Meakin in the McLaren Artura, finishing 8th overall after that stop-go penalty. Great grandstand finish between Diego Hishin and Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, 9th and 10th place respectively overall, 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am. Billy Kuna taking 11th place. Martin Kroll in 12th for Bonk by Hofer Motorsport. Of course, Roberto Faria not taking the flag after problems with that car. Max Huber also struggling, but eventually crossing the line in 14th. Charles Dawson was the cause of our safety car, and Luis Liberal did not take the start in the Speedy Motorsport number 5 BM. Well. Celebrations. Matt George getting an embrace there from Jamie Day. Mikey Porter and Jamie Day with a race win together for the first time. Fassetti Motorsport make it 3 wins in 6 races. A 50% hit rate is certainly not bad in a series as competitive as GT4 Winter Series. I'm excited to see the progression of the team as they grow into their first year as a racing outfit. Understand their Snetterton base is being built at the moment, so we'll see how they go once they actually have a fully built headquarters to contend with. Jamie looks like he has worked hard in that car. Make no mistake, even when you aren't really having to fight too hard for position, it is a pretty rough go of it in the cockpit. And certainly the temperature is obviously quite nice, being January in the mid-teens, but in a race car it very quickly becomes something of an oven, no matter really what temperature you're dealing with. But with the sunshine beating down on the windscreen, it does get quite hot quite quickly. And of course the small matter of a 4-litre turbo V8 just ahead of Jamie Day's toes as well doesn't help either. Great performance from Jamie, good result again for Leo Pichler along with father Andreas Höfler as well for 2nd, and the win in Pro-Am. Joel Mesh in 3rd place. And again, another strong result for Nil Montserrat as well, winning the AM class along with his friend Alberto Di Martin, who he's been so keen on getting to the top step, both coaching him and competing alongside him when it comes to these endurance races. And I'm sure Arne Hofmeister is going to be so proud of Franz Linden after this race. 6th overall, 1st in Cayman Trophy. And certainly Linden played a good role in that as well as Arne Hofmeister. I understand, though, that Lukas Gajewski is ready for some interviews, so let's go down to him now.
In race number 3 for the GT4 Winter Series, congratulations to Jamie and of course to Mikey as well. Welcome to the winner's circle in GT4 Winter Series, Mikey.
Yeah, it's all right. First win in GT4. It's been a while. Thanks to Jamie and all the team for doing an amazing job. Jamie bringing it home, and of course the professor for giving us a sublime car. It's just, yeah, he's just the best.
And Jamie, I think it was quite a joy for you to take it home, wasn't it, after Mikey's first stint?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, Mikey brought it home in a good position. Then after that, we just stayed calm and then just made our way through the field until the end.
And then we'll meet you in Jerez in a couple of weeks' time with potentially some more podiums or wins. Mikey Porter, Jamie Day, thank you very much. Congratulations. Enjoy the podium, guys. Thank you.
So there we go. Great to hear from our race winners. A great day for Day, I had to say at least once, I haven't done it before, along with Mikey Porter in the Fassetti Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage GT4. They will be celebrating long into the evening today, I am certain. Of course, the champagne will be sprayed at the end of this race, but Mikey Porter, I don't think quite able to sip it yet. At tender age of 17 for Mikey, very, very young driver. A brilliant race, though, in this young championship, the GT4 Winter Series, delivering again in the endurance. Let's take a little look back. So then it was Mikey Porter with the early lead from pole position. Matthew Martins making a statement move around the outside, trying to get around Marcel Maršovik's early doors, and would keep trying that outside line in the first lap of the race. Great scrapping as Matthew Martins tried everything he could to deliver the car to Farrier in a good position. Mikey Porter, though, will ultimately lose out to Marcel Maršovik's in the Schnitzelau Mercedes after quite a few laps of battling between the pair of them. And Porter, despite having the inside line there into turn 5, would soon lose out a few corners later to both of these parties, the number 11 and the number 9 cars. And it was then Matthew Martins jinking through into the lead while they avoided the Max Huber NM Racing Team Mercedes. We had some great scraps here. The Cayman Trophy lead battle converging with the AM lead battle, while Roberto Farrier unfortunately coasted home at the end, and Arne Hofmeister, after closing in on Thomas Rackel, managed to take the lead for he and Franz Linden in Cayman Trophy. Egor Kishin having a good run with Rihanna O'Meara Hunt for the Pro-Am second place, I should say, because of course Leo Pichler was the Pro-Am leader. And then it was a drag race to the line, and well, the result going down to 0.02 of a second in favour of Egor Kishin at the end of that second place battle in Pro-Am, which captivated us for a lot of the second phase of that motor race. Jamie Day then, our overall winner, as we have seen. Again, class winners, Nil Montserrat in AM, Leo Pichler in Pro-Am, and the Cayman Trophy falling to Arne Hofmeister and Franz Linden. And we might well hear from Arne and Hans before the, of Arne and Arne before the end. We'll try that again. Franz and Arne before the end of this broadcast, because those two had a brilliant time of it in Franz Linden's first racing weekend. Can see construction there on the hillside here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. The team working hard here at the circuit to improve the facilities ever more. The circuit just passing its 15th birthday as an operative racing circuit. They only finished construction they only opened construction 16 years ago next month. It was finished by October, started building it in February. Very impressive turnaround back in 2008. And it has held many an impressive motor race since then. We've had a couple of corkers so far in the Winter Series weekend. And of course, we're not finished yet. We have another endurance race to come. But the GT4s were great value for money, as always, here in the Winter Series broadcast. So your top 5 comprised of 3 classes, your top 6 comprised of 4 classes. And there really isn't much between some of these drivers, despite their driver categorizations. That speaks to how strong some of our AM drivers are in both the Pro-Am and the AM classes. And also, of course, the Cayman Trophy guys. Those are not GT4 cars. They're lower revving, smaller engines, different suspension, and so on. And yet, the likes of Hofmeister and Rackel, very quick indeed. Chris McCarthy is standing by down on the podium. Let's see our drivers celebrate.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, we're going to get ready to go with the podium celebrations, the first of our 2 endurance races this afternoon. Hope you all enjoyed it up in the grandstand. We have another race coming up straight after this GT Winter Series, but a great GT4 Winter Series to end their racing for this weekend. They'll be back with us the next round at Jerez. And thank you to all the teams who've worked very, very hard down below us. Now we get to celebrate properly. As you can see as well, the drivers are going to celebrate with some champagne up on the podium. So 4 classes to get through in total. Let's get all the drivers out here. These drivers did lead throughout the race, but hearing from Tom, radio issues meant they did have to come through pit lane for a second pit stop, a drive-through, meaning they did drop to 3rd place. But nevertheless, a good performance from them. Let's get them out on the podium, finishing in 3rd place. Elite Motorsport, Tom Leben and Zach Meakin. Well done, guys. You can hear me now, Tom, yeah? You can hear me now. Well done. Good stuff. Let's get 2nd place out on the podium. They've done a great job all weekend. Let's get them out onto the podium. Schnitzelhelm Racing finishing in 2nd place. Number 11, Joel Mesh and Marcel Marshevich. Regular visitors up here. Well done, guys. Superb performance once more. But clearing off up the road by 10 seconds to take yet another win. They are starting to take control slightly in this championship, aren't they? Finishing on the top step of the podium, the number 19 Forsetti Motorsport car of Mikey Porter and Jamie Day. Let's get the trophies handed out to the drivers. Gedlich Racing will come out to present those. And then we will grab a word with our top 3 drivers. Let's go and speak. Let's get the pictures first. I won't jump in front of that. Let's all get on the top step. Cram in, guys. We will look to the camera, get a picture, and then we will grab a word with our top 3 drivers. So our top 3 teams, shall I say. First of all, we'll come to yourself, Jamie. Another win, cleared off up the road there in the end. 10 seconds, I think it was by the end.
Yeah, it weren't too bad. Just got a nice, easy start after Mikey handed the car to me in P3, and then just after that we just chipped away and then just extended the gap at the end.
And Mikey, a great drive by yourself as well. Put it in a good position for Jamie.
Yeah, just doing my best saving the car for him to put in a good stint, and yeah, he done an amazing job bringing it home in P1.
You guys are doing a fantastic job. New team for this year as well, and already getting some wins on the board. A great job behind you, a great team behind you as well.
Yeah, can't thank the team enough, all of them, especially my dad. Forgot him last time, had to give a special mention to him. Yeah, but the whole team done excellent job all weekend.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. I must ask you about the celebration you guys do when you come out as well. What's behind that?
You just got to ask Matt George.
Matt George, yeah. Well, I remember him from karting days. He's moved on a lot more since then. We'll ask him next time. We'll do an interview about him. Okay, let's come to 2nd place. Schnitzelhelm next. Joel Mesh. Great job. 2nd place.
It was okay. It was okay. We've just been a bit too early out the pits and got that drive-through penalty. But I think in the end we could have been quite competitive and racing against those 2.
Marcel, yourself enjoying racing in the championship so far?
Yeah, definitely. It's a very good championship, a lot of fair fights. So, yeah, I'm very happy about the championship, really happy about Joel. He was really fast this weekend, so I'm looking forward to the next races.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Their team doing a fantastic job. Give them another round of applause. Schnitzelhelm Racing, 2nd place. Give them another round of applause, guys. Schnitzelhelm Racing, 2nd place. Work the 2nd time. Tom. Come to yourself. Of course, an unintended trip through pit lane. Well, came in a little bit later and then had to come through pit lane again. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, my radio packed up, so I had no idea. I couldn't talk to the team. I saw everyone else box, so I sort of thought I had to, but it was too late. Yeah, whatever, we've still got on the podium.
Just didn't want to hand the car over, basically.
Well, yeah, it was going quite well in that race, so I didn't want to swap.
And Zach, for yourself, when you got in the end, still managed to get a podium for yourself as well.
I'm happy about it. I think we deserve one this weekend, and we finally got it. Shame of what happened with the radio, but I reckon now we can compete at the top 3, which is good.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. I'm sure we're going to see you go at least one. We can see you fight for the top step. You've proven that. Well done, guys. Well done to our top 3 in GT4 Winter Series. Give them another round of applause, guys. Fantastic driving up in the grandstand as well. I'm sure you enjoyed that one. Guys, you know what time it is now. Go for it. Send it, as we say in racing. Jamie Days ran off. Go for it, guys. Go for it. Schnitzelham have gone for it. So have Elite Motorsport. They know how to celebrate properly as well. Oh. Are you waiting for Jamie? Oh, well, okay, Tom Levin's got absolutely soaked. Oh, my. Wow. Okay. Thanks very much, Tom. I'll see you soon, mate. I'll see you soon. Well done, guys. Well, I think Forsetti, more for you guys. They've just ran off with it, so I guess there's going to be more for you guys. Okay, we're going to get a quick picture. Schnitzelhammer stealing the podium. That gives you time to reset it, and we're going to move on to Pro-Am. This is absolutely soaked after that. It does taste nice. Actually, I was able to have a drink of it last time, and it is very nice champagne, I have to say. Okay, let's go to Pro-Am next. We're going to get our top three out once more. Finishing in third place in Pro-Am was the... all good, all good. Finishing third in Pro-Am was the number 187 FK Performance car of Gianni van der Kratz and Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. Round of applause for our drivers up in the grandstand, please, as well. Give them some support as they come out. They've done a fantastic job all weekend. We had Rihanna on the podium yesterday as well. Finishing in second place was Ivan Ekelschik and Igor Kitchen. The Vimmerberg drivers are going to make their way out now. Big waves down to the pit lane. Well done, guys. Very close between these two. I think it was just 0.02 of a second, was it? Very close. It was very close out on track, almost side by side, I think. And finishing in first place in Pro-Am was the Resoon More Than Racing team, the number 77, Andreas Hoffler and Leo Pichler. Big round of applause for our Pro-Am winners, please. Let's get the trophies out for the GT4 Winter Series Pro-Am winners for round 2 in the endurance race. The top 3 will all be presented trophies. We will grab a quick word with our winners, and then we will move on to the AM category. Let's get a picture first of all. Let's all get up on the top step. Look to Danny, our photographer. We've got Amelia over there filming our social media content as well. Well, I was gonna speak to our winners first. Well, you could just stay there. That's okay. It's okay. The green light hasn't gone yet for that. Okay, let's speak to our winners. Leo, first of all, we'll get a head start over there. Oh, just wait, guys. Wait. Okay, Leo, another win. It's becoming normal now, almost.
Not normal. The race was really good for us. My dad did a really good first stint, and then I continued, and it went out really good for us.
And Andreas, you are ready to go there. So yeah, that one must have felt good.
For me, it was a hard race, but it was much fun for me. This is good.
And it's going to be much fun now. I'm going to get off very, very quickly. Right, go for it, guys. Let's spray the champagne in the Pro-Am category. There we go, guys. Now we will go to the AM category next. I like your style. It is quite hot up here, actually, isn't it? I imagine even more so on track. Okay, let's go to the AM category next. We are going to get the top 3 out. First of all, the number 127 of Michael Bonk and Martin Kroll. The Hoffer Racing drivers, please come out. Let's give them a round of applause as they do. Third place in AM. Are we back there, guys? They might have got too comfortable back there. That's where they do the driver's briefing. Third place in AM, number 127, are we there? Have they run off? They're coming. Michael Bunk and Martin Kroll. Here we go. Let's go. Let's give a round of applause as they come out. Third place in AM. Podium on the board. Well done, guys. Finishing in second place within 4 seconds of our leader was number 81, Richard Wolf. Give him a round of applause as he comes out. Resume More Than Racing on the podium again. But our winners were the NM Racing Team, number 15, Alberto De Martin and Neil Montserrat. Round of applause for our AM winners, please. Here they come. Well done, Neil. Well done, Alberto. We had him up on the podium earlier. Trophies in, guys. Let's get some pictures, some trophies. I'm going to grab a very quick word with our AM winners and we're going to press straight on. Let's get a quick picture of you guys up on the podium, please. Smile, guys. Down to Danny there. And I'm going to grab one very quick word. Oh, you guys just want to go for it, do you? It sounds like you guys want to just go. Neil, can I grab a quick word for you? How does it feel? Winning the endurance race, it must feel good.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. Very tough also, the last laps with tire degradation. I pushed it my maximum at the middle of the race to make a bit of distance to Michael. And then the last laps, I was struggling a bit with the tires. The car was amazing. The setup of the car was amazing, and thank you to all NM crew and Alberto for the confidence they put on me.
Very well said, very well said. I can tell you're used to this. Well done, Neil Montserrat. We'll see you at the next round. Okay, Cayman Trophy next. Well done to our top three in AM. Finishing third place in Cayman Trophy was SR Motorsport, Enrico Federer and Will Kuna. Let's get them out on the podium, Enrico and Willie Kuna. Enrico Federer and Willie Kuna out onto the podium, guys. If you want your trophy, here they come, here they come. Well done, guys. They always put on a good show, do the Cayman Trophy. Just 4 seconds, 3.6 between our top two. Finishing in second was number 111, Michael Sander and Thomas Rackle. Two SR Motorsport cars on the podium, second and third. But it's Speedworks Automotive who take the win at this time, finishing in first place in Cayman Trophy in the endurance race for round two was number 66, Franz Linden and Arnie Hofmeister. I like the energy down there. Trophies in, guys. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Okay, Franz, just a quick word from yourself on the top step. I know you've been on quite a journey with the guys here at Gedlich Racing. How does it feel to now get a win?
It is absolutely fantastic. New experience, new world. I'm extremely happy and also exhausted, to be honest.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Well done. Congratulations to our top three in Cayman Trophy. Give them a round of applause, please, guys. Cayman Trophy putting on a great show. Guys, you know what's next. That is yours down there to do whatever you want with. Feel free to spray it around now and make a mess up here. Let's give them another round of applause, please, guys. We're going to walk up with it? Okay, we're going to walk up with it. You want to drink it? It's for the team. Fair play. Fair play. Okay, we still have one more race coming up today, and that is going to be the endurance race for the GT Winter Series.
The last race of the weekend here in Portimão coming up in just under 10 minutes. Race number 3 for the GT Winter Series live from Portimão. 55 minutes race duration this time with a pit stop in the middle, similar to the format you've just seen in the GT4 Winter Series. However, there are some teams and some drivers who will go alone, and one of them is our pole setter in the number 4 HRT Mercedes, the team owned by Hubert Haupt, former DTM racer himself. The team is fielding a couple of Mercs in the DTM, and maybe in the future one of the drivers is going to be Finn Wiebelhaus, who is handing his drinks bottle to Manuel Reuter, former DTM driver just himself. Manuel, spoke to Finn earlier. Nice to have your word as well on your rookie driver first weekend in a GT3 car. How do you like it so far?
I mean, 2 times front row, won the second sprint race yesterday, second, a solid place. I think very good start into the weekend, into his GT3 carrier. And yeah, we try to prepare him as good as possible with the Winter Series for the GT Master season.
And he's going alone now in the endurance race, which is still quite vital, isn't it, with pit timings and pit speed limiters and all the rest of it.
Yeah, exactly. That is part of the learning, and hopefully he's doing like in the morning in the sprint run.
Are you going to appear to any other of the GT Winter Series races this year?
Yeah, it's planned that we do 2 more, definitely.
That's good to know. Manuel Reuter, thank you very much. So Finn Wiebelhaus in the number 4 HRT Mercedes on pole position for this race. Next to him is going to be another Mercedes AMG GT3 car, Kenneth Heyer, who is going to take the start. You can see his dad Hans on the other side there just as well. We can see Jamo Hertling, who took a victory earlier on this weekend. Of course, he is right next to his colleague Kenneth just as well. Not going to disturb Kenneth, but Jamo, one more comment from you before the start of the race. Always exciting, isn't it, to be on the grid and then you have to wait first of all for your teammate who's hard at work for the first part of it.
I don't know what I need to say, but yeah, we wish Kenneth good luck, and I'm waiting for him.
Jamo, thank you very much and good luck to you and to Kenneth, of course, just as well. So there is your front row of the grid that's already being cleared with less than 3 minutes to go. In third place on the grid, it's Adrian Lewandowski in the Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini. He is on his own this weekend with his father being absent. Make sure to watch out for this car because it has a huge amount of power, running without restrictions in the GT Winter Series just as well. So that's going to be incredibly exciting to see this car storming down into the first corner. Mateusz Lizowski over there, car number 13. That's very nice to see. He's been missing from the grid earlier on today. Let's try if we can still grab a word with him. But of course, Mateusz, very, very experienced, so he is relaxed, hopefully. Mateusz, you've been missing from the grid earlier on. Very good to have you on the grid now. What happened earlier today?
So the contract is that I'm driving only endurance race, so race number 3. So keep fingers crossed because there is a tough competition and I try my best to be fast as I can.
Thank you very much and good luck. Now that's interesting, isn't it? So we've got 2 AMG Mercs on the front row and then there is a Polish second row of the grid. One is a one-make series Lamborghini, the other car is a one-make series Porsche. Engines being fired up. Make sure to enjoy the last one of the season. Very short ad break and then it's going to be Adam Weller in the commentary box with race 3 for the GT Winter Series live from Portimão.
So for the final time this weekend, we are set to go racing. 55 minutes of racing to be exact in the GT Winter Series. Mandatory pit stop in the middle phase of this race from minute 25 to minute 35. So with 30 minutes of the race left to go, the window will open for exactly 10 minutes. No more, no less. Pit outside the window, and as we've already seen today, trouble will rain upon you. So then, the grid for this one, the Haupt Racing Team, number 4 Mercedes-AMG GT3 of Finn Wiebelhaus is our pole sitter once again, alongside the number 11 car being started by Kenneth Heyer, the SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG of Heyer, looking to maybe move up the order in the early stages, try and cover off the youngster in the similar Mercedes AMG GT3. Adrian Lewandowski starts from row 2 of the grid alongside Mateusz Lizowski, championship winning driver. Let's see how Lizowski does after having a good performance last time out in the endurance race. Piotr Vera will be starting from row 3 of the grid in the Goodspeed Mercedes-AMG GT3 alongside another GT3 car, Pierre Elliot's Ferrari 296. Row 4 of the grid, lap time performance, Marco Dedlov alongside Vilico Motorsport's Pablo Bras. Row 5 of the grid, BDR competition by Grupo Prom entering Alfredo Hernandez alongside Leandro Martins. Then it's Demir Hott in the lap time performance number 20 car. We heard from Demir earlier on today. He's alongside Thor Haugen from Helen Racing. Then it's the Sunda Motorworks entry of Morten Stromsted. He is joined by AF Corsa's Motohiko Isozaki on row 7. Row 8 of the grid is Alessio Ruffini in the Auto Sport Racing number 30 car. He's joined by John Dillon on row 8. Row 9, Divya Marco Racing's Uwe Lauer. Expect that car to go through the order, especially once Francesco Lopez takes over. Talal Shahir will be lining up on row 9 alongside that one. Vilico Motorsports' Pedro Bras is next alongside MS Racing's Werner Panhauser, Pedro Silvero and Hubert Darmetko, rounding out our order in this race. So then, 22 cars set to take the start of this race per my grid sheet. We've lost a couple over the course of the week, but it's still a hugely strong grid for this GT Winter Series Enduro. All flavours of the GT Racing ice cream shop then, and let's see which one comes out on top. The smart money is certainly on Finn Wiebelhaus in the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes. How exciting to hear that this youngster is due to compete a couple of more times after this weekend in GT Winter Series. He is going to be the measuring stick with which everyone else will test themselves. Let's see what happens as we go racing for 55 minutes in the endurance race in the GT Winter Series. Can Kenneth Heyer do anything about the SR Motorsport driver alongside him on the front row of the grid? Well, the time for speculation is over. The time for finding out is now. We go racing in the GT Winter Series, and Wiebelhaus has launched the car away long before anybody else, so he leads into the first corner. It's 3 wide between 3 marks for second place. Kenneth Heyer, with the downforce of the GT3 car, holds on to second place around the outside ahead of Maciej Lizowski. Then it's Adrian Lewandowski. Then it's Piotr Vera in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. The number 2 car of Marco Dedlov is in 6th place. Then it's Rinaldi Racing's Pierre Elliott. We ride on board further back with the 911 Racar Motorsport car. That's the car in 8th place, I believe. Leandro Martins making up a few places in the early stanzas of this race. And of course, he is handing over to pro driver Dieter Sveps halfway through this race. Expect that to be a very quick car in Cup 2 across the race distance. You already see Leandro Martin's potential here, holding on to the GT3 cars in the early stages. Side by side further back, Demir Hott losing out to the big golden Lamborghini through turn 7 and 8. The 177 car of Alfredo Hernandez then picking up a position early doors. Everyone seems to have got through the first few corners without any particular transgressions then in this 55-minute encounter for the GT Winter Series. And it is, perhaps to no one's surprise, the number 4 car, Finn Wiebelhaus, in the race lead. However, that was a very spirited start, and at least looked like it was maybe full acceleration before the green light. We'll have to see if that's looked at in any form. Nonetheless, the race continues on in its own right for the time being. The 2 GT3 cars there among all of the Cup machinery. That's the exciting thing about GT Winter Series, something that my colleague Lukas Gajewski has said a couple of times down on the grid. It's so great to see this kind of not parity between the cars. There's no balance of performance to put these all together. However, they're not too far apart, and if you've got drivers of varied ability in the cars, you end up with very unusual packs of cars all together at once. The kind of thing you only see here in the GT Winter Series. Something we've seen several times so far this weekend is this battle. Pablo Bras being right on the back of Leandro Martins, albeit it's been rarely not for the class lead. It's currently for 3rd and 4th in Cup 2. Piotr Vera, of course, he'll be handing over to Dan Arrow later in the race, and we want to see how the Dutchman goes on later on. Rinaldi Racing entry starting well in the hands of Pierre Elliott as well, to be just there behind Piotr Vera. Over the crest of the hill they go then for the second time in this race. And the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve has created some really spectacular racing between these different types of GT car so far this weekend, and we're expecting a lot more of the same, especially post-pit window, where some drivers, some cars are going to surge up the order. We're seeing Uwe Lauer make some good progress in his own right. He's just behind these two Porsches, making his way up the order. There is Uwe in the green and black Ferrari 488 GT3 car. So Uwe is up to 14th position. One of our onboard cars, of course, he's got ahead of Motohiko Isozaki as well. Isozaki actually was in 12th place at the line. So I think Uwe Lauer has gone from 17th on the grid to 12th over the course of 2 laps. So Uwe has found the overdrive button on the 488 GT3 and wants to get the car into a good position before getting the car over to Francesco Lopez a little bit later on. So then, the De Beermacher Racing Ferrari that we ride on board with here, the two Cup cars dueling ahead of him, that's Demir Hott and Alfredo Hernandez. It looked as though Demir Hott may be on for a move down into turn 5, just ahead of Uwe Lauer. Let's see whether that's the case. No, not quite close enough. Of course, the Lamborghini with a little bit of extra power to use on the straights, and Demir now trying to have a go at him. Of course, he's handing over to another one of these fast hot shoes that appear in the endurance race in the form of Stefan Radzinski from the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And two drivers in Demir and Stefan that I think will be favourites each time they appear in the Wind Series within their class, because Demir is a very quick driver in his own right, as he's been proving repeatedly, I should say, in that machine. So then 50 minutes left on this 55-minute race. The window will open in just under 20 minutes time. And Demir Hott still all over the back here of Alfredo Hernandez. Hernandez second among the Lamborghinis, of course, because Adrian Lewandowski, as always, is strong in the GT3 Poland Lamborghini further up the track. Through the final corner then goes this battle for 10th overall, and Alfredo Hernandez and Demir Hott look like they may be joined soon by Uwe Lauer, who is on a roll in the early stages of this race. So the battle for 10th may well soon be 3 cars strong. Cup 2 leader is Matthias Lizowski in 4th place overall. Cup 1 leader is Motohiko Isozaki in 13th overall. So also, of course, in Cup 3, we have Morten Stromstedt running 14th overall as well. So class leaders dotted across the overall classification. But let's see what Uwe Lauer can do. Can he close in on this battle for P10? At the front of the order, as Alfredo Hernandez goes quite wide there, could that be an opportunity for Demir? Not quite close enough, as this battle for 3rd in the Cup 2 class continues on. Also, of course, for 8th overall, they're just behind the 2 GT3 cars of Pierre Elliott and Piotr Vera. So that's the battle for 6th and 7th place, just ahead of them among the 3rd and 4th place cars in the GT3 category. Good to see a good strong contingent of GT3 cars. We did, of course, lose a couple of them, and sadly we seem to have lost the Pellin Racing car. We're expecting Thor Haugen to take the start in the GT3 machine, but sadly that car has not taken the start, so we are down to just the 5 GT3 cars. However, still a nice impressive entry overall. We're disappointed to lose the BMW M4 GT3, for instance, from the entry list after issues in qualifying. But we can afford to lose cars currently in the GT Winter Series between races, and that's a rare and vaunted luxury indeed, albeit one that we don't want to have to use. There is the onboard then with Piotr Oliveira. This car is going to absolutely fly in the hands of Dan Arrow later in the race. But now the car is pursuing Marko Dedlov, who of course is handing over to a hot shoe in his own right in the form of Alex Hart, who was running 3rd overall yesterday before the hydraulics, or rather before the crankshaft sensor cried enough in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car that we see just in front of our cameraman there, Piotr Oliveira. So this is the battle for 5th overall. It's also the battle for 3rd and 4th in GT3 when you factor in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 296 of Pierre Elliott, who seems to be really enjoying his time in GT Winter Series. I know that Christian Hook has had a lot of good things to say as well. We've been chatting a couple of times so far this weekend. Two great personalities in that Rinaldi Racing garage. Lots of wonderful personalities to be had in the GT Winter Series paddock as a whole. And for now, the Cup 2 car in the hands of Dedlov is just about holding off the GT3s. But as Piotr Oliveira and Pierre Elliott continue to find their footing, continue to find some confidence in these superior GT3 cars, one would suspect that maybe that 5th place is going to come under doubt. Certainly, Piotr Oliveira looked notably quicker there through the sweeping last corner. Of course, that's where the downforce really helps the GT3s versus the softer, less aero-dependent Cup cars. And Pierre Elliott keeping a watching brief as well. He's maybe looking for an opportunity at a GT3 class podium here alongside Christian Hook, the bronze lineup in those two cars. I think in that car, I should say, and Christian Hook is, I think, the slightly quicker of the two, so it'll be interesting to see how he matches up to some of the pros that are set to take over later on. And just looking to the inside there, the 115, but no move made on that occasion. So your order at the moment is Finn Wiebelhaus in the lead for the Haupt Racing team by almost 10 seconds as Piotr Oliveira there goes a little bit wide. Is that an opportunity potentially for Pierre Elliott? Certainly the number 2 car has disappeared a good few car lengths up the road there as he hesitated his way through turn 8, but I think Piotr Oliveira continues in that 6th position. But Wiebelhaus leading by over 10 seconds from Kenneth Hyatt at the front of the order. Then it's Lewandowski, then it's Lizowski, and then it's this battle for 5th overall with Marko Dedlov leading Piotr Oliveira and Pierre Elliott. Your Cup 1 leader still Motohiko Isozaki. However, John Dillon is closing in on him further back in the pack. The two 488 Challenge Evos running at close quarters, battles up and down the grid in the GT Winter Series as always, as the battle for 5th overall comes across the start-finish line once again. And can Piotr Oliveira find a way through before he hands the car over? Again, there's always that interesting factor of when the gentleman driver, when the AM driver of the duo decides to pit the car and pass over to his pro. I suspect that Vera will be quite quick to hand over to Dan Arrow, who should be very rapid indeed at the helm of that Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. And it was looking very close there for 5th place. Piotr Oliveira pressuring ever more so, and side by side for 8th overall. Here comes Pablo Bras. He's up the inside. He's up into 3rd in the Cup 2 class. Nothing that the Racar Motorsport driver Leandro Martins could do on that occasion. Whoa, and that was a nice handful of opposite lock as well for the Racar Motorsport driver. But managed to hold it nicely. Still an unfamiliar car, of course, that he's driving. He'll be handing over to Dieter Sveps later, and funny enough, that's a car he's very familiar with, Dieter Sveps, because of course Dieter has run with Johannes Kapfinger in that car previously here in the GT Winter Series. Still a great battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. No changes there. There's the 8th and 9th place scrap. Still getting closer as well for 15th and 16th out there, the Cup 1 class lead. Motohiko Isozaki coming under increasing pressure from John Dillon too. So lots of intra-class battles, lots of battles within class as well. 5th, 6th and 7th coming across the line with about 7/10 between the three of them. But still just about proving to be fast enough to hold them off is Marko Gedlich. I kind of think that Vera and Erit would be quicker if they could just get past the cup car, but that's proving to be the fly in the ointment, the trouble for both GT3 parties. They come up over the hill now, and Pierre Elliott is looking a little bit feisty. Is he going to make the lunge? He is going to make the lunge. That's incredibly brave, and it doesn't pay off for Pierre on that occasion, but that was certainly a move made with gusto. Very, very fine margins between the two cars there. That could have been contact quite easily. Thankfully, both of those gorgeous GT3 machines remain undamaged. For the first time in his GT racing career, I think Finn Wiebelhaus is not too far away from lap traffic for the first time. He is running very well indeed at the front of the order, still extending that advantage. Around 15 seconds between Wiebelhaus and the chasing pack right now, and he'll be closing in on some of those cars further back in the order. Kenneth Heyer is in second place. Adrian Lewandowski still there in P3, but we've had a moment for Pablo Bras. Pablo Bras has lost out there to the Andro Martins and had a spin while he's at it. Now Demir Hott emerges on his bumper. He's managed to get past Alfredo Hernandez off camera as well, so Hernandez has lost out to Demir Hott. We ride on board once again with Piotr Vera. Oh, look at that, the GT3 car a lot later on the brakes into turn 1. Noticeable catch up there through turns 1, 2 and indeed into 3, and has a look up the inside but can't quite get it done there. Very impressive racing though between the two parties. Of course, Pierre Elliott falling back a little bit after trying to make that lunge up the inside. But I'm sure he'll rejoin them before too long, especially if we start to see some side-by-side action in this battle for 5th place. John Dillon has gotten past Motohiko Isozaki in the Cup 1 class, so John Dillon now your leader of the AF Corsa dominated Cup 1 class for Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo machines. As 5th, 6th and 7th once again head through turns 10 and 11. Again, expect Dan Arrow in particular to really surge forward in the second phase of this race in the number 14, the Matrix Media backed Mercedes-AMG GT3. Christian Hook, while he is a little bit quicker usually than Pierre Elliott, he's not a pro driver, so I'm not expecting him to necessarily keep pace with someone like a Dan Arrow, but hey, he could surprise me. He is full of surprises after all. Battle for 5th place coming across the line once again, and this time Piotr Vera looking particularly strong out of the final corner. We know that Mercedes is better on the brakes. If he just pulls that pin, he might get through, but not close enough in his estimation for that move, and probably quite right to hang fire for just a little while. Pierre Elliott has firmly rejoined the party as well. And I think, again, that is a sign that these GT3 cars would be quicker if they could just find a way by, but that is far easier said than done. One thing that is good to see is that Igor Klaya is still out there and racing. Of course, he was the car that caused the red flag earlier in the day, and he's actually having a good scrap further back in the pack with Morten Stromsted. So we didn't lose a car courtesy of that red flag earlier in the day. That's always good to see. I'm just being told now that Pierre Elliott will stay in the car for the duration of this 55-minute enduro, so I guess Christian Hook may have headed home early or something like that. I don't know the details, but I know that the Rinaldi racing car is apparently now a solo for this race. Christian Hook was due to take it over. That's a shame that Christian won't be there come the checkered flag. But Pierre Elliott getting some running in here and very much enjoying the Ferrari 296 GT3. We are just over 7 minutes from the pit window opening. With 30 minutes to go, the window flies open. They've got 10 minutes before it slams shut. Piotr Oliveira hoping that a door opens for him here as they run down towards the first corner for the 11th time in this 55-minute race. Again, better on the brakes is the Mercedes AMG, but not close enough for a move by the time they get down to turn 1. What about turn 3, though? He's very close. Doesn't quite get to the inside in time to try and capitalise, though. Of course, the frustration is only going to build as Piotr Oliveira continues to get a great look at the rear end of a Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, and that could be a dangerous thing as this battle continues on. Pierre Elliott is now looking more of the aggressor in this battle as Vera loses a little bit of time through the opening sector of the lap. Wiebelhaus has crossed the line again in that lead, almost 20 seconds to the good now in the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT3, which is an incredible performance less than 20 minutes into this race. Through turn 10 and 11 go the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th places. Still no move to be made here. Every time we go through that final corner, it looks like a move might be on. Vera having a little look to the inside there at turn 14, but he couldn't make that work for him. Now watch how the AMG GT3 closes on the run through the apex of the final corner. He does close nicely. I don't think, again, he's going to be able to make a move. He's very close to the back of the Porsche, though. If he can maybe just jink to the inside, he is very close. He's got better brakes in that GT3 car. Can he finally get it done into the first corner? Yes, he can. Piotr Oliveira gets it done at turn 1, but firing back now comes Marko Gedlich. Can't quite get it done. Pierre Elliott with the best seat in the house for that, but finally through is Piotr Oliveira, and now we get to see whether my theory holds any weight. Always scary for me, of course, but the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo is through. Will it now break clear of the number 2 car? Maybe not, because already trying to get a way back through is Marko Gedlich. The 115 of Pierre Elliott. Just watching on as these two continue to scrap. Piotr Oliveira in 5th place in this race then, and doing a great job of holding off the number 2 car for the time being. Just over 4 minutes before the pit window opens then in this 55-minute enduro. And for the solo drivers, it doesn't really matter when and where they stop, but for those anticipating a pro waiting for them in the garage, I suspect that they will pit early doors. And for Pierre Elliott, who is a solo driver against our initial forecasts, he will get to just stay in the car, hop back out there and see what he can do across the race distance. There is our race leader. First we've seen of him for quite a long time. Finn Wiebelhaus, he's making his way through the lap traffic. Meanwhile, Motohiko Isozaki has found a Lamborghini to play with. That is the Alessia Raffini-driven Autosport racing car, which will be handed over to Milos Pavlovic in a short while. John Dillon looked like he was going to dive bomb our leader momentarily there. That would have been a moment. But he continues on in the Cup 1 lead, John Dillon, just ahead of Isozaki in the sister AF Corsa car. But there is the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT3. Out of the final turn, or the penultimate turn, he goes. Next target in terms of lapping is Morten Stromsted. So already putting a lap on close to half the field. Morten Stromsted running in 14th place right now. But Wiebelhaus is doing an incredible job of holding on and just building that lead each and every lap. There is the 151 car. We've also seen Isosaki has gotten through on that lap, so Alessi Ruffini got overtaken there by the Japanese Motohiko Isosaki. Uwe Lauer through shot, Hubert Darmetko following him, 12th and 13th place, and then our race leader comes across the hill. This is, again, almost a demonstration run, a rolling advertisement for the abilities of Finn Wiebelhaus right now. Very, very impressive driving from Wiebelhaus here. You see him going across those curbs, shake, rattle and a roll for the Haupt Racing Team car. Uwe Lauer just closing in on some lap traffic there in P12. Everybody over the crest of that hill then. There's Isosaki past Alessi Ruffini, as we alluded to. Blue flags are waving as the race leader goes through. In just 1 minute and 20 seconds, the pit window will open. We'll start to see some lapping then, as we'll start to see some pit stopping as a result of that then. And of course, for Wiebelhaus as a solo driver, it doesn't particularly matter when he does it. Just pursuing Uwe Lauer over the crest of the hill on the start-finish straight now. Lauer exits stage right to allow him through. Hubert Darmetko flashing the headlights as if to say, can I also get a free pass? And I'm sure the answer will be no. He is fighting Hubert Darmetko for position, and he knows that. Uwe Lauer in the cockpit of this Ferrari 488 GTE 3, I should say. There was a GTE variant that looks broadly similar, but it's not that car. Darmetko, though, getting past Lauer, and Lauer looked like he was allowing him through, so maybe he did think that Darmetko was a lap ahead of him. That's a big shame, actually, because Uwe's been doing well so far in this race, and that position for Hubert Darmetko isn't his. It's not a lap ahead at all. In fact, that's Igor Klaya, my apologies. Igor Klaya in the number 7 car, of course. Hubert Darmetko races solo in that car throughout the weekend until the endurance race, and it caught me out in Estoril. It's caught me out again in this race. Messages board has a few nuggets of information. The number 7 car with a 5-second penalty added to the end of his race. So the 7 car being PTT Racing's Igor Klaya. So Klaya in trouble, potentially. A 5-second penalty also added to John Dillon for track limits. So 2 track limits penalties, 5 seconds apiece, the 151 and the number 7. Cars coming into the pit lane. Piotr Rivera is in, Marco Dedlov is in, as is Leandro Martins, who hands over to Dieter Sveps at the first opportunity. So we are now seeing cars coming into pit lane as the window has opened. Finn Wiebelhaus is in. Your race leader comes into pit lane. Meanwhile, the battle for what is now going to be second in Cup 2 as the pit cycle goes on. This is the 951 versus the 20. This is Pablo Bras versus Demir Ott. And of course, Demir has the secret weapon of Stefan Radzinski waiting in the wings. Let's see when that secret weapon is deployed. Also into the pits has come Kenneth Heyer. He's handing the car over to young Jamo Hartling then. Hartling, who of course, along with Kenneth Heyer, won the endurance race last time out in Estoril. It's going to take a mighty effort for anyone to best Finn Wiebelhaus here today. Piotr Rivera is back out on the circuit then. That was the Goodspeed Racing car back out there, although it will now be Dan Arrow at the wheel, so that car is going to be a hunk quicker, I would suggest, now that the pro Dutch racer has taken over. There is Adrian Lewandowski as well. Lewandowski is yet to pit from 3rd overall. The bare carbon of the Autosport Racing by Benaldi car. Look at that tyre deg as well on the left rear. You can see the textures on that tyre. picking up a lot of marbles. Francesco Lopez has now taken over De Beermacher Racing's Ferrari 488 GT3 as well. Out onto the circuit goes J-Mo Hartling behind the Lamborghini, so the second place car back out onto the circuit. You see the brakes smoking away on the number 20 lap time performance car, which will now be the possession of Stefan Radzinski for the race. He was quietly added to the entry list during the week, I think. He wasn't initially there, but Radzinski will take the car over. Of course, Lucas Gajewski spoke to both of them in the 20 lap time performance garage a little earlier on. Some great insight from the paddock all day long here on the Winter Series broadcast. And it has been very interesting to hear everyone's various different reasons for being here, whether they're fighting for the full championship, whether they're here preparing for something else. Everyone is taking these races seriously. Everyone wants to get good results, get podiums. Shake hands with Chris McCarthy as well, I suppose, up on the podium. There is J-Mo Hartling then still behind the number 30 Lamborghini. Never mind, the red flags have been adhered to, but that Lamborghini is going to get a lot quicker now with Milos Pavlovic at the wheel. Raffini is effectively a novice racer who took the start in that car, but Pavlovic is a very well-seasoned pro, particularly in Huracan Super Trofeo machinery. So while the car is a lap down on second place right now, I suspect that Pavlovic is going to pick off a few places before the end of this race. However, a 5-second penalty has just been added to that car's time for track limits, so it's not all rosy down at the Autosport Racing pit wall. Your race leader at this stage of the race is Adrian Lewandowski of GT3 Poland, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car, the number 6. However, that car has, of course, not served its pit stop just yet. And it's got another 5 minutes and 15 seconds to do so. Rinaldi Racing have brought Pierre Elliott in. Villeco Motorsport have brought in Pablo Bras. Igor Klaya will hand over to Hubert Dametko in the PTT Racing Porsche, and Mateusz Zizowski has already pitted in his 992 GT3 Cup car. Drivers heading out onto the circuit, then the 128 MS Racing car going back out there now with Benedikt Seip at the wheel. That car, though, is a lap down on the 951 Porsche that follows it, so I expect blue flags will be waving away for Benedikt. And sure enough, he does rather easily allow Pablo Bras through. The 951 car, a solo car, so Pablo Bras will stay out there. Bras, who is a pretty successful GT racer here in Iberia, as I've alluded to already this weekend, a champion in the CER GT Championship, the Spanish GT Championship, as it's colloquially known. Just putting a lap on his Villeco teammate there in the 953 Pedro Silveiro. So then everybody finding their way back into their battles out on the circuit now. There you see Stefan Radzinski just ahead of the number 2 car, so the 20 and the 2. The 2 lap time performance cars are having a great scrap just at the back of this little queue of cars, and that, of course, is an all-pro battle because Stefan Radzinski and Alex Hart are in those cars. There they are side by side, the 2 lap time performance cars. Everybody loving this, with the potential exception of Moritz Kranz, as these two also closing in on Pierre Elliott as well. I think those two are on the same lap as well. We'll have to see whether that is the case as the field shakes itself back out of the pit window. So they're both closing in on the Ferrari 296 GT3 car for on-track position. They're also fighting each other for class honours as well. Alex Hart looking to the inside then of Radzinski. But Radzinski continues to hold off Alex Hart for the time being. Alex Hart, who has quite the YouTube following, some great onboards, including of this very circuit, in a 992 GT3 Cup car such as this. Stefan Radzinski, of course, running in Porsche Carrera Cup North America last year. He's the chosen coach for Demir Hot. And what a great battle this is proving to be as Alex Hart goes to the inside line. But the Canadian racer Radzinski just about holding on to it for the time being. Wiebelhaus and Hartling, your top two, 32 seconds apart. So Finn Wiebelhaus is having a very, very good race. In fact, here he comes. Just behind this battle now. So the race leader having to try and navigate a hard-fought Cup 2 battle here. I don't think he's going to get too much leniency from these Cup cars as he tries to navigate his way through. These two guys are far too invested in their own fight right now. It looks like Wiebelhaus is maybe between the two of them. Yes, indeed he is, as they run through 12 and 13. Wiebelhaus, oh, goodness me, Alex Hart had a look to the inside there of Stefan Radzinski. This is a battle for 10th overall and 5th in the Cup 2 class, according to my timing screen. Things still shaking out on my timing screen, but I will run you through the order as we, well, actually I won't just yet, because I think Alex Hart has got a very good run down the main straight here on Stefan Radzinski. This could be a move for position. Alex Hart in the slipstream. He's got a couple of extra kilometers an hour on Radzinski, I believe. Radzinski, who's done very limited driving at this circuit in the dry, and Alex Hart, no, yes, just to the inside line. It's very close between the lap time performance teammates, but just holding on for now is Radzinski, who has a lot less mileage here at Portimão relative to Alex Hart behind him. This could be one of the more fraught Germany. Oh, 1-2-8 car in a spin. Benedikt Seip having a moment out there on circuit as we rejoin this battle. Last time I saw a German and a Canadian racing driver going at it in Iberia, it was Jacques Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher. I do tell a lie because I wasn't born when they were fighting each other for the World Championship. However, the point still stands. Great to see, again, this international lay of the land that we've got here in GT Winter Series. Two pro drivers going hammer and tongs here for what is 9th and 10th overall, 4th and 5th in the Cup 2 category. Here's your top 10 then as it stands. I dare to try and give it as this battle continues on. It is Finn Wiebelhaus, your race leader, ahead of Jamo Hartling in 2nd place. Leader of Cup 2 is Maciej Lizowski, 3rd overall. Then it is Adrian Lewandowski in P4 in 5th place, and in fact probably now through into 4th. Is Dan Arrow in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. That's now confirmed on the timing screen that Dan Arrow has got through into 4th overall. Dieter Svep's 2nd in the Cup 2 class in 6th overall ahead of Pablo Bras. Then it is Pierre Elliott in the blue and yellow Ferrari you see on screen there. Then it's Radzinski and Hart having this fabulous battle for 9th and 10th overall right now. Your leader in Cup 1 is Matt Griffin in the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo, and that car, of course, herring away. Matt Griffin, I think the only pro assigned to a car in Cup 1. So Matt Griffin taking the car over from John Dillon, who got the car into the leading class anyway, is always going to disappear up the road in those circumstances. Great battle between Radzinski and Hart then, and this time Alex Hart has surely got it done, but does he get the car stopped? Yes, just about. Stefan Radzinski then has to yield to the number 2, but I'm sure he's going to try and find his way back past if he possibly can. This has been a very entertaining scrap over the last few laps, but Stefan Radzinski, you may remember telling Lukas Gajewski down in the pits during lunch break that he's only done 2 or 3 dry laps of Portimão. So going into this endurance race, he's definitely at a deficit. And I know Alex Hart has done many a lap around here in a 992 Cup car. So there is definitely a deficit in terms of performance just because of the circumstances of each driver. And I think now that Alex Hart has gotten through, as you can see, Radzinski just doesn't have the track knowledge, frankly, to string together laps to keep up. But he is trying to maybe study those lines, figure out what's going on, and get some invaluable data from Alex Hart as he follows him along. Of course, Hart will now be pursuing Pierre Elliott, who's just ahead of them in the GT3 Ferrari 296. There's Francesco Lopez making his way through the order in the 72 De Beermacher Racing Ferrari, but he is going to go a lap down on the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3, the car that sits in second place. Of course, Jamo Hartling had a brilliant fight with Finn Wiebelhaus yesterday in the sprint race, but he started the race at a 32-second deficit. Well, he is at a 32-second deficit at the moment with Finn Wiebelhaus, and I think that that is obviously quite unassailable for him. We ride on board with Francesco Lopez then in the number 72 De Beermacher racing machine. And while he is a lap down, he will continue to see what he can do to make up some more positions. He's got to make up some 22 seconds, though, to catch up to the back of Stefan Radzinski, and I don't know how plausible that is before the end of the race. He is, yes, in a faster GT3 car, but that is also quite a lot of time. Here is the battle for second and third in Cup 4, I should say, and the move has already been made because Milos Pavlovic has gotten past Alfredo Hernandez, so the pro driver Milos Pavlovic has gotten past there. Now, what is the gap actually between Pavlovic and Lewandowski? It's probably something in the range of 40 seconds, so I don't see that being made up in the time that we've got left. But nonetheless, Pavlovic really setting a searing pace in the all-carbon Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. All of our Super Trofeo cars in the Evo 2 spec. That's the very latest iteration of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo machine. A car that's been active in racing in the single make series, I believe, since 2015. I think that was the first year of the Huracan after the Gallardo was superseded. Your top three, all Mercedes AMG GT3 Evos then, because obviously our race leader Finn Wiebelhaus leads the way. SR Motorsports Jamo Hartling in second, as we see the Francesco Lopez car continuing to put some laps on others, and Dan Arrow is a distant third place, about 34 seconds back from second in the Good Speed Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Of course, Finn Wiebelhaus, with this nice cushion that he's built for himself, he would dearly love to continue on unabated. The one thing that would be a real fly in his ointment would be a safety car at this stage, because there's two pro drivers behind him in the form of Dan Arrow and Jamo Hartling, and that would suddenly get things very, very interesting indeed if there were a pause. But everyone minding their P's and Q's in this race right now. 1:42.297 is the current fastest lap of the race, belonging to Finn Wiebelhaus in the Mercedes AMG GT3, so he is really on it. We have had another penalty applied, another 5 seconds added to the track limits, or to the time of the number 30 car. So Milos Pavlovic, while he's going very quickly in the Lamborghini Huracan, the bare carbon fiber car, he is also apparently exceeding track limits, which is getting him in some trouble. Lewandowski has been relatively clean so far in this race. Don't think there's anything applied to him. He does have a warning flag for track limits, but warning flags for track limits are frankly part and parcel at Grade 1 circuits like this, with lots of tarmac runoff. He runs 4th overall. Where's Matthias Lizowski? Very close behind him is the answer. So the battle for 4th overall, also the battle between the Cup 4 and Cup 2 leaders is getting very close indeed. Lewandowski and Lizowski, 4th and 5th place. There's the Lamborghini. Just behind is the Porsche. So they've got another Porsche just ahead of them, but there is 4th and 5th place. The striped white Porsche pursuing the Lamborghini Huracan. Now, what was the relative pace between them last time? Actually, it was slightly quicker as a lap for Lewandowski. So Matthias Lizowski a little bit slower right now than Adrian Lewandowski, but it is a very close scrap for 4th and 5th place nonetheless. And obviously, Matthias Lizowski is a pro driver. He knows what he's doing. He's won championships in GT3s. He's won championships in single-make saloon car racing. Adrian Lewandowski is a quick driver, but he's certainly not a professional driver. And, well, it's going to be compelling to see whether Lizowski can maybe reel in the Lamborghini, which is probably a second or two quicker on paper over the course of the remaining distance in this race. Last lap across the line for Jamo Hartling was a 1:42.665. That's his quickest lap of the race so far. Within half a second, the fastest lap we've seen from Finn Wiebelhaus in this one. So those two looking fairly evenly matched. And that's great to see Jamo Hartling proving just how quick he can be. Not losing much time at all to Finn Wiebelhaus over the course of this stint. And obviously there's a lot of eyes on Wiebelhaus. You saw Manuel Reuter down there mentoring the youngster. Haupt Racing team have put their backing behind him as well. That's a driver with a lot of promise and a lot of backing. And Jamo Hartling is doing a great job of showing why he too is a GT racing star of the future. Looks as though Lewandowski, though, has control over this battle for 4th and 5th place, doesn't it? Then Lizowski not quite able to string together the same pace, although lap traffic not helping. I wonder if now that he's in a bit more clear air for the next lap or so, he might just start to reel in the Lambo once again. Your order then with just over 10 minutes to go. Haupt Racing Team's Finn Wiebelhaus ahead by a little under 35 seconds. Dan Arrow in 3rd place overall in that Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Then it's Adrian Lewandowski, Matthias Lizowski in 5th place, Racar Motorsports' Dieter Sveps in 6th place and 2nd within the Cup 2 class. Then it's Pablo Bras, then it's Alex Hart, Pierre Elliott in 9th overall, 4th among the GT3s. Then it's Radzinski in 10th position, and the next car is Francesco Lopez in the 5th place car within GT3, running 11th overall ahead of Milos Pavlovic. In fact, that's a good little scrap going on at the moment through the first couple of corners of the lap. Milos Pavlovic along with Francesco Lopez. I think Lopez has just gotten past him out on the circuit. There is Dan Arrow in the number 14 Mercedes-AMG GT3. Matt Griffin just ahead of him on the road, and Matt Griffin is Lamborghini hunting at the moment because Alfredo Hernandez is just ahead of him. This is for 13th and 14th positions in the overall standings. This is the Cup 1 leading car, the fastest of the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo machines. Matt Griffin setting a great pace at the wheel of this car. Of course, Griffin, a British GT champ, a driver that has been a vastly deployed Ferrari driver over the course of the last 20 or so years, although I don't think his Ferrari stint quite started 20 years ago, but regardless, he has been a hugely strong component in the Ferrari GT arsenal for a very long time, and has also been around John Dillon for a very long time as well. And certainly Matt Griffin looking here for a way past the Lamborghini and surges up through the hill. Turn 8, turn 9, Dan Arrow behind them, and that's the car in 3rd place. So of course they are also lap traffic while they are battling. Matt Griffin goes one side of the gold Lamborghini, and Dan Arrow goes the other side of the gold Lamborghini. So everyone gets their way, except for perhaps the Lamborghini driver, Alfredo Hernandez. Nonetheless, Matt Griffin through into 13th overall. So Griffin doing a great job in the 151. Dan Arrow also doing very well in that Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, the spectacularly liveried purple and pink car that has been the apple of many a photographer's eye this weekend. Flashbulbs seem to follow it around this circuit. Finn Wiebelhaus a 142.070 last time by, so fastest lap of the race. Only driver currently in the 42s out there on the circuit as it stands. We have had 42s from both Dan Arrow and JMO Hartling though. But as in terms of current lap times, Wiebelhaus by far the fastest out there. 7 minutes and 20 seconds left to run, and certainly Wiebelhaus is not uncontested, but well clear. Very much being contested though is the battle for third in Cup 2. Having dispatched Pierre Elliott in the GT3 Ferrari, Alex Hart is now trying to find a way past Pablo Bras. He's really on the move. Pablo sideways there through turn 14 as well. That was some rather lovely car control out of the 951, but Alex Hart won't be minding any of that. He says, go, by all means, cook your rear tyres. I'm going to find a way past if I possibly can. This for the Cup 2 class podium, which he would certainly be keen to stand on, along with co-driver Marko Dedilov, of course. 951 car, a solo-driven entry. Pablo Bras alone at the wheel of this car. They power through turn 4. GT3 car just behind them. I'm sure Pierre Elliott, if given half an opportunity, will have a look to the inside and have a go as well. But here comes Alex Hart. He's got the inside line once again into turn 5. And in what was almost a carbon copy of the move he made on Stefan Radzinski, he is now through into third in class. Very good move then by the number 2 driver, Alex Hart, up to P3 in class. He's got some 20 seconds between himself and Dieter Sveps in second. And Dieter actually lapping nominally quicker than the number 2 as well, so I don't expect that to change. Meanwhile, we saw their 2 GT3 cars line astern, but that is Pierre Elliott going a lap down potentially here on JMO Hartling, who presses on hard in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Just having a look to the inside there, and Pierre Elliott, I think, realising that isn't actually his battle to fight, and allows the number 11 car through. Powering then through turn 15 is the AMG GT3, and again, JMO Hartling looking almost as impressive as Finn Wiebelhaus. Of course, Hartling with a lot more GT experience in general, but his first races in a GT3 car came last weekend here in the GT Winter Series at Estoril. And here comes Pierre Elliott up the inside there, potentially, of Pablo Bras. And oh, there was a moment there, Pablo Bras in a spin. And was that a forced error or an unforced error, if you catch my drift? The 951 car, Pablo Bras in a spin there. Pierre Elliott was having a look to the inside. Meanwhile, the 11 car puts a lap on the number 2. Alex Hart goes a lap down on JMO Hartling, but, well, Pierre Elliott is through into 8th place. However, was that without contact? Maybe it was. I mean, it's quite possible that Pablo Bras just lost the rear end at turn 1. Pierre Elliott's car doesn't look like it's carrying damage, so perhaps it was just an overcook from the 951 driver. There he is, he's rejoined just ahead of the 72 actually. So Francesco Lopez, I think, has gained some company there in the 72 De Beermacher Racing Ferrari 488 GT3. So let's wait and see that battle, see where they've come out. We're just about to see that, but there is the number 72 car. It's a little bit further back on the track, but I think probably Francesco Lopez has made strides towards the top 10. I think he'll be running 11th at the moment. Nonetheless, here comes Alex Hart. Well, he's losing a drag race to Motohiko Isasaki at the moment down the main straight. Isasaki is a lap down on the number 2 car, but Isasaki on his last attempt to go up and down here at the Autodromo International Algarve in this GT Win Series weekend, giving it everything he can. So Lopez has gotten past Pablo Bras. His next target is Milos Pavlovic. There is Lopez, and actually just a few seconds ahead of him as well is a great battle between Pavlovic and Radzinski. They'll be heading down to turn 5, the hairpin at the moment. Pavlovic all getting ever closer to Radzinski, who of course again for lap time performance is running 4th in class right now. Here is Pierre Elliott. And then just behind them is the battle for position between Radzinski and Milos Pavlovic. We'll see them come over the hill now. There they are. So the all-carbon Lamborghini in the hands of Pavlovic is maybe going to make a move for P9. However, he does have a 10-second penalty looming over his head. Nonetheless, Radzinski is overtaken there. The Lamborghini usually a little bit quicker than a Porsche 992 Cup car with pro drivers at the wheel, and that's proving to be true. Pavlovic probably the quickest non-GT3 out there at the moment, albeit while exploring the track limits a little excessively in the eyes of the stewards. It's going to be the penultimate lap of the race then for Finn Wiebelhaus in the Mercedes AMG GT3. He's not got too much time to savour Portimão before the end of this race. And just ahead of him is Adrian Lewandowski in the 4th place car overall. So that shows you really just how fast Finn Wiebelhaus has been across this race distance. Wiebelhaus has been exemplary at the wheel of the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes AMG. He has been contending with the traffic very well indeed, and there's a lot of it for a fast GT3 driver in the GT Winter Series, and he has been just carving his way through without any real hassle. He's got another 45 seconds left to go. That means one more rotation of the 4.665 kilometre Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. It will be a second win in 2 days as long as he can complete this one last lap of the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Here he comes then towards the first corner for what will be the final time. Just scanning up and down the timing screen to see if there's any other close battles out there. No, I think it has pretty much all calmed down at this stage. So we'll follow Finn Wiebelhaus on this final lap of the race. He has been exemplary in this one. And I'm sure Manuel Reuter is going to put some ticks on his report card as he reports back to Mr. Haupt and the rest of the team as they prepare this young man Finn Wiebelhaus for the ADAC GT Masters program that we understand he'll be competing in 2024. Up and over the crest at turn 8 he goes for the final time. Still setting scintillating pace out there on circuit, as it must be said, is Jamo Hartling, who just set a 42.3 last time by. So we're seeing a lot of impressive stuff from our youngsters in the GT3s at the sharp end of the pack. We're also seeing the odd penalty, car 2, track limits. So unfortunately, Alex Hart has gained himself a penalty that will most likely put him back behind Pierre Elliott in the overall order right at the end of the race. However, none of that concerns Finn Wiebelhaus. He's kept it within the white lines. He's kept driving at a sensational rate, using that Mercedes AMG GT3 like the very sharp tool that it is. A race win for Finn Wiebelhaus for the second time today in the GT Winter Series. He laps everyone from 4th place back on his way to victory, including some big names and some fast cars. Second place, Jamo Hartling will be running through the last couple of corners of the lap, and Hartling and Haya, I believe, will continue to be championship leaders will come out as championship leaders in the GT Winter Series after this weekend. If my maths is serving me correctly, very provisional commentator maths there. Lizowski has crossed the line to win Cup 2 ahead of Dieter Sveps. And there is the second place car across the line. Good effort from Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Haya, who started the race Third place will go to Dan Arrow. He's due across the line in about 37 seconds. Alex Hart will round out the rostrum in Cup 2, albeit I think he'll lose a couple of overall positions because of his time penalties. The Autosport racing car of Milos Pavlovic is due to lose a couple of places as well, but he takes second in the Cup 4 class. Motohiko Isazaki crosses the line. Pablo Bras crosses the line just ahead of our third place car, Dan Arrow. Matt Griffin, one of the last cars to cross the line then. He will win the Cup 1 class. He'll be the only car on the same lap as himself. So the car in second in Cup 1, Motohiko Isazaki, will be timed a lap down. So Griffin doing his job, pulling away and building upon the lead that John Dillon gave him. John Dillon, as he said to me, you know what, I'm here for fun, and I'm sure he's had fun this weekend. Maybe not during the week when the conditions were a little less photogenic here at Portimão. However, the sun has shone on this racing weekend. It'll be the top step for Griffin and Dillon in Cup 1 for the Ferrari Challenge cars. So then, Finn Wiebelhaus soaks in the applause from our spectators here in the stands at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Make sure you stay on for the podium ceremonies and cheer this young man onto the podium. He has had a fabulous day in the sun here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and he has taken 2 wins in the same day on his first weekend in GT3, and that is certainly something worth celebrating for the Haupt Motorsport, for the Haupt Racing team. The marshal there realising, oh, that's the race winner, lets him through towards the weighbridge. Of course, our esteemed colleague Lukas Gajewski will be there and waiting for him. I see our Gedlich Racing physiotherapist in the back of shot as well. Thank you for fixing my back earlier in the week, sir. Thumbs up he gives as he can clearly hear me. But there you go. Finn Wiebelhaus pulls up to the front of our shot, to the P1 sign. And certainly he has been number 1 this weekend in the GT Winter Series. However, this man, Jamo Hartling, has proven to be every bit as promising at the wheel of a GT3 car as he gets used to the ultimate GT racing machines of the current era. And I suspect that both of these youngsters are going to be forces to be reckoned with indefinitely in the future within GT racing. Jamo Hartling is a little bit older, 21 years of age. But still a lot of time for his career to blossom, and I'm sure it's going to in the years to come. Finn Wiebelhaus celebrating along with Haupt Racing Team. Another flawless performance for him. There is Lukas Gajewski getting a handshake as well. Everyone at Haupt getting their plaudits from Finn Wiebelhaus, who seems like a genuinely respectful young man for his team as well. And having a little discussion here with his team in German. And of course we will get a discussion with Finn Wiebelhaus in English with Lukas Gajewski, and I'm sure Lukas will sprinkle a little bit of German in there as well for those of you watching from Finn Wiebelhaus's neck of the woods. 32 laps completed then for our race winner in that one. And a 36-second deficit to second place in the overall standings. An all GT3 podium then overall, with Dan Arrow in third place. Adrian Lewandowski winning the Cup 4 class for the Lamborghinis in fourth overall. Matthias Lizowski finishing fifth ahead of Dieter Speps, and Alex Hart in the Cup 2 category. Well, Autosport Racing demoted to 10th place eventually because of the track limits penalties. 8th on the road at least. A few other penalties further down the order. Pierre Elliott in the 115 Ferrari 296 will have finished in 9th place, 8th place in the final classifications, and he'll be ahead of Francesco Lopez in the 488 GT3. Stefan Rudzinski getting to grips at long last with dry Portimão after not really getting the chance to do so. He finished ahead of Pablo Bras. Matt Griffin, of course, winning in Cup 1. Alfredo Hernandez, third of the Lamborghinis. He got a few fights in there during the race as well. Hubert Darmetko taking the 7 PTT racing car across the line in 15th. Morten Stromsted Fred, Motohiko Isasaki, Talal Shir, Pedro Miguel Gras, Benedict Seicht, and Pedro Silveiro rounding out our finishing order. 21 cars taking the start, 21 cars finishing the race in the GT Winter Series. Nice consistent driving from all parties then, albeit sometimes slightly without their track limits in check. But Lukas Gajewski is down, and we can go and talk to him now with Finn Wiebelhaus.
Your winner in race 3 here in Portimão, just as well, Finn Wiebelhaus. Congratulations, herzlichen Glückwunsch once again. What a day for you there, Finn.
Yeah, it was quite a good day, considering P1. It was very nice. The car was brilliant. The guys made a great job on setting the car up, and it's perfect. It was just fun to drive.
You spent almost an hour in a GT3 car. You don't even look sweaty.
Nah, it's fine. Like, we have a fan to air, but I forgot to turn it on, so it was even hotter. But I guess it's fine. Yeah, you have to be fit, so it's fine.
And Manuel Reuter told us earlier that we might see you for some remaining rounds in GT Winter Series. Can you already tell us about the circuits of your choice?
I'm not sure if I can, but I can, but I'm not telling you yet. But I will be here again, sure.
That's good news for us and bad news for the competition, I'm afraid. Your two-time winner here in Portimão, Finn Wiebelhaus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So then, Finn Wiebelhaus there, keeping a little bit close guarded there, saying, no, I think I'm going to keep my cards close to chest for the time being. So that's great to see that he'll be back anyway. We just don't know where, we don't know when as of yet. We'll have to wait and see. Answers on a postcard, which circuits you think would be the closest for data to ADAC GT Masters calendar events in terms of the Spanish circuits we go to next. Of course, still 4 rounds of the season to come, 2 in Feb, 2 in March, those being Jerez and Valencia in February, then Aragon and Barcelona to complete the Spanish tour for the Winter Series paddocks. Of course, next time we join you with racing action, we'll have the Formula cars in place of the prototypes, and all 4 championships will conclude their season at Barcelona in just a few weeks' time. Ultimately, we're not too far away. This season goes through thick and fast. As do the podiums, with our Master of Ceremonies, Chris McCarthy, at the helm. Of course, I'm sure Chris is currently in the process of, once again, getting drivers to the podium, which is an inordinate task at times. That's even when you've got one podium. He's got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to contend with? Yeah, good luck, Chris. Stefan Lehner and Mart Hilgenberg and the rest of the Gedlich Racing crew are probably helping him with that process, though. I'm sure, as they make their way up to the podium for the final time. And the celebrations will kick off in earnest in the paddock before our teams and our drivers regroup ahead of the racing that is to come. It has been another brilliant day of action in the Winter Series categories. I'm sure you can agree. And with a category like the GT Winter Series, there's always a battle on track. There's so much going on with all these different types of race car on the go at one time. An interesting note to say that the number 2, that's Alex Hart, his track limits penalty was cancelled ultimately, so he will retain his 3rd in the Cup 2 class. So that will be a positive note for Alex Hart to go home on, sharing that car, of course, with Marco Dedlov, the number 2 lap time performance Porsche Cup car, the 992 spec Cup machine. Good to see a 991 back out there as well in the hands of Morten Stromsted, who really did pedal it well for Sunder Motorworks. Morten Stromsted sounds like he's going to be back. It sounds like he might bring his talented son along as well. So that could be another compelling addition to the Winter Series grid. The GT Winter Series grid always seems to grow, ebb and flow. And one thing we never lack on the grid is talent. And it's always so exciting to come to the circuit, get the entry list and see what we've got in store this coming weekend. And, of course, we will be doing it all again in just 2 or 3 weeks. Still, a celebration to come for the podiums, though. And we look forward to bringing you that. I think myself and Lucas are set to join Chris McCarthy up there as well to wrap up the weekend. And we'll talk about, I think Chris is going to do it again, ask me who I think my driver of the day is. I haven't thought about it again. We'll freestyle it. We'll see what happens. And of course, I've got to worry about Lucas taking my answers this time too. The racing today, in the GT4s especially, was fabulous once again. That GT4 Winter Series is a fabulous addition to our paddock. The GT Winter Series always proving itself to be a smorgasbord of GT machinery as well. And then, of course, the prototypes with that handicap system in the pit stops always sees exciting moves, lots of overtaking, lots of bedlam in the second phase of the race. And as the sun sets on Portimão, I'm sure our fans here in this crowd are going to be very happy with the action they saw, all free of charge, of course. If you do live near Jerez, Valencia, Aragon or Barcelona, don't forget there's plentiful opportunity to come along for free, see these cars up close and personal, meet some drivers, have some conversations, and generally get up close and personal with motorsport at a time of year where usually it's fairly scarce in this part of the world. And that is one of the modus operandi of the Winter Series package, certainly. The fact that we do go racing at this time of year. If you were here earlier in the week, you can agree that maybe it didn't look quite as summery as we were all hoping. But across Saturday and Sunday, we have had nothing but sunshine, nothing but dry weather. And that has been absolutely fabulous for drivers, for fans, for personnel alike. And it really is a reminder of why this Winter Series concept works so well. The fact that we get this gorgeous weather even so early in the calendar year when we come to somewhere like Portimão. Of course, about as far south in Portugal as you can get here on the Algarve. And we are not going to stray too far north, at least in terms of the main European map, staying within Spain from here on out in the Winter Series calendar. Lots of other Gedlich racing events for the crew to contend with between now and the next racing in Jerez, be it endless summer track days, be it race tests at various circuits as well. However, it's time to focus on the Winter Series one more time, as we now have our podiums.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, we have got one more podium to do here at Portimão, that the GT Winter Series endurance race. The final race of the day, and I think it delivered in action. Thank you to those of you around the grandstand who have stayed to watch the celebrations. Thanks to those of you in the pit lane as well. Before we begin the celebrations, and we're going to do so very quickly, starting with our Cup 1 drivers, as a couple of them have a flight to catch very quickly. I think it's important. We've had a big team of marshals, safety team around the circuit who have been hard at work at times this weekend. A big crew of Gedlich racing team, the Alpha Life crew, have been out there filming it all for us. I think it's important we give a big round of applause to all the marshals, all the safety team, everyone here at Portimão who's made this meeting happen. So can we put our hands together for everyone who's put this meeting together? Round of applause to all the team here at Portimão who's helped put the meeting together. All the crew here. All the team at Portimão who've put the meeting together. Can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you. Thank you. I know you can't hear me down there too well. I'll try my... And I want that going off as much as possible as well. Right, okay, let's get this going then. All right, Cup 1 coming out first of all. We're going to move through this one quickly, starting with third place, number 220, Talal Sher. All three teams from AF Corsa, who had a very successful day, finishing just up the road, was number 105, Motohiko Isosaki. And winning in the Cup 1 Ferrari class was number 151, John Dillon and Matt Griffin. Well done, guys. We'll get the trophies in, the pictures taken, and I know the guys need to rush off, so we will speak to them at the next round. I'm sure we will have plenty more opportunities to do that. They have a flight to catch. We will see them at Jerez, the next round coming up very, very shortly in just a few weeks' time. The 10th and 11th of February is when we go racing for that. Thank you very much, guys. I know you have to shoot, so we will let you shoot off, get a safe trip home and a safe trip back to the next round. Congratulations, guys. Okay, let's go to GT3 then next. We had a fantastic racing. Well done, Motohiko. Loving the celebrations. Okay, let's get the champagne in. We're going to go to GT3 now. Finishing in third place was the number 14, Piotr Vera and Dan Arrow. Good speed racing drivers finishing in third place. Well done. And they've had a fantastic day and a fantastic weekend across the classes. Finishing in second was number 11, Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer. Well done, guys. But taking the win for the Haupt Racing team was number 4, Finn Wiebelhaus. Well done, Finn. Great job. Let's get the trophies presented. We'll get some pictures taken. We are against the clock, so we can only grab a very quick word with our winner, and then we're going to have to move on to our next category. So, Finn, we'll grab one very quick word for you, and then we'll let you guys celebrate. You can start prepping for that. I'm sure you spoke a little bit about the race down there, but looking forward to the next round now? Jerez, you driven there much before?
Not sure if I drive the whole season, but we will see.
You're going to drive. Just say you're going to drive, aren't you?
Maybe.
Maybe. You are really. Okay, guys, you can celebrate now. Let's go for it. Let's get the champagne sprayed in the GT Winter Series here at Portimão. Who's going to be out first? It's going to be the Good Speed Racing team who make all the mess first here at Portimão. Team Schnitzelhelm also going for it. Our winner just a little bit behind. Congratulations, guys. Thank you to all of you for staying for celebrations. Plenty more still to come. We're going to go Cup 2 next. Finn Wiebelhaus getting revenge. Save it for the team. Save it for the team. They've been doing the hard work. Well done, guys. Well done. We'll leave you to celebrate with your team. Very well deserved, a hard endurance race. It was a fantastic one to watch. Well done to all of you. Let's reset and go again because we have Cup 2 now coming up next. We're going to go to the top 3 in Cup 2. Finishing in third place was number 2, Marco Dadlow and Alex Hart. The lap time performance team finishing in third place. Let's get them out. The Porsche is always putting on a fantastic show for us. They've been brilliant to watch all weekend. Finishing in second was the Racar drivers, number 911, Leandro Martins and Dieter Sveps. Well done, guys. We spoke to them earlier. Brilliant to have them with us. And now on the top step. And they've been busy this weekend, plenty of cars with us racing, and they finished the weekend on the top step. Our winners, number 13, PTT Racing, Mateusz Lizowski. Did it on his own, no teammates needed, but he had a big team behind him, as you can hear. We're going to get the trophies in, and we're going to speak to Mateusz. Hopefully you guys can hear us. Sorry if you can't hear us too much down there. We don't have much speakers down there, I don't think, so we will speak to you. Let's get in, guys, and get some pictures taken, and we're going to speak to our winners before we go to Cup 3. Okay, Mateusz, you guys get ready to make a mess. Mateusz, do you want to say a few words to your team?
Yeah, my team is amazing. All the time we are doing a really good job. It is my second family. So thank you for the car. Thank you guys. You are amazing.
Make some noise, guys! And on that, make some mess, guys. Go for it. Let's go. Cup 2 celebrating on the podium. Come on, Mateus. Come on, Mateus. This is gonna go on. Keep trying. Keep trying. Keep trying. We can do it. Have you broke the bottle? You can take it with you. You can take it with you still. More to have with the team. More to have it. Wait till you get down there and then just spray those guys. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. Well done, Cup 2. Okay, let's get straight on to Cup 3. Another Porsche driver. Great to have him with us this round. We saw him on the top step earlier. He's back again. Winning in Cup 3, number 32, Morten Stromstedt. Come on, Morten. Yes. Well done, Morten. Give a round of applause, everyone. Straight on the top step, and you got some champagne this time. Let's get a trophy in. Gedlich Racing. Mart's going to come and present the trophy to Morten Stromstedt. Great to have him with us here racing. Are we going to celebrate now with the champagne? Are we going to celebrate with the champagne, Morten?
Yeah, we deserve it, I think. Let's see.
Let's do it. I tell you, you can spray some of the crowd down there. I think we got some of the marshals down there. Let's properly go for it. Here we go. Hey! That was great work, Morten. Now, I hope we see you come back. I hope we see you come back with Noah as well later in the season. That'll be absolutely fantastic. Really great to have you. You're back next round?
I hope so. Barcelona. Back for Barcelona.
Perfect. That's a great track to choose as well. Well done, Morten Stromstedt. Okay, let's finish with our Lamborghini drivers, our Cup 4 drivers. Finishing in third place in that one was number 177, Alfredo Hernandez. BDR competition driver Alfredo Hernandez is on his way. He's being directed out by Adam Weller. Well done, Alfredo. Great drive all weekend. It's been great to have him out on the podium, and they sound absolutely fabulous, don't they, those cars? Finishing in second place was the number 30 of Alessio Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic. Well, the guys loving the shades. They look absolutely fabulous, by the way. Well done. And on the drive as well. The drive was also good. But taking the win once again, just like he did earlier, was number 6 GT3 Poland driver Adrian Lewandowski. Going to be running out of things to say now. Well done, guys. Let's get the trophies in. I'm going to speak to Alfredo this time because I think I was informed it might be. I think Adam told me about. We'll speak to Alfredo this time. But well done, guys. We've let's make a mess, guys. I mean, we spoke to Adrian a few times already, so let's just let him get on with it. They're gonna absolutely go for it. Well done, guys. Well done. The Cup 4 drivers have probably made the biggest mess of anyone. Well done. Well done, Adrian. We're going to see you back next round.
Sorry?
We're going to see you back again next round.
Yeah, in Harris. Yeah, I will come back with my father. So yeah, for sure.
We're going to spray some more champagne there.
I hope so.
Good stuff. Well done. Well done, guys. That's been absolutely fantastic. Thanks to everyone who joined us here for this round. Thanks to all of you down in the pit lane as well. And thanks to these two gentlemen here who are now going to join me on the podium. I would say jump up on here, but it's a tad slippy. There we go. We've got... don't forget the trophy. Don't forget the trophy. It's quite important. People forget often take the champagne. Let's jump in, guys. Jump in. I'm going to... what's that you've got there?
My spice cookies from this morning. It's not very Christmassy weather anymore, but I think That's time, isn't it, after a long day?
Guys, as a way to wrap this up, I'm going to put one question to you both, and then I think this is a way to conclude it. I think I'm putting you on the spot here, Lucas. Adam knows what's coming. I want you both to give me a driver that stood out to you most in each category. Let's start with GT4 first, shall we?
Okay, well that's going to be tricky for me. GT4, you know what, I'm going to give it to Mikey Porter. His first win in a GT4 car just earlier on, and that is a big deal for him. Obviously sharing with Jamie Day once again. Fassetti doing a great job, and yeah, I'll give it to Mikey.
Mikey Porter. What about yourself, Lucas?
I'm going to give it to Franz Linden because there is a huge amount of respect, I think, for... I mean, he's been in racing cars for quite some time, but it's something entirely new to do it in a competitive way, and with so many other cars around him, with so much at stake. I mean, we're fighting for a championship title, for championship points. Hats off to him. Well done.
Let's go prototypes next, shall we? We'll go to prototypes next. What about prototypes?
Okay, I think for this one, has to be Pedro Perino, really, doesn't it? After the day that he had on Saturday, qualifying accident, going to hospital, getting checked, doing blood work and everything else, coming back, being the quickest car out there towards the end of the race, finishing second. I don't think it gets any better than that. That's a true pro's pro, where you can jump back in after that and go, okay, I can do it.
In agreement?
Yes, please.
I don't think you cannot disagree. Okay, GT Winter Series, GTs.
Oh, this is the one I haven't given the least thought to. That's a bad sign, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna have to go with Finn, aren't I? I mean, Finn Wiebelhausen, his first weekend in a GT3 car. I don't like to go for the front runners as much as I am on these kind of questions, but yeah, you know, he did amazing. First weekend, doesn't get any better than what he was doing, and we know he's going to come back for a couple of races, and I think we're going to see a lot of progression there.
And yourself, Lucas?
Well, from a competitive point of view, of course, I'm with that. However, I think it's quite subjective as well, isn't it? And I'm going to go for Piotr Vera because in race 2 we went to their pit box after he DNF'd because of the loose wheel nut. And although he just retired, he was incredibly happy. Smiles, shaking hands with everybody in the pit box because he was just enjoying his time so much in this car, on this circuit, in this package, and I think that's fantastic to see, isn't it?
I think a nice way to summarize. Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, can we get an additional award in?
Go for it.
Can we have broadcaster of the day, and it has to go to Lukas Gajewski for his incredible prop budget. He had an umbrella yesterday, he had cookies this morning, you had some green and blue stuff as well. I'll eat the cookie too, yeah, sure. I mean he's dedicated, man, it's crazy.
Absolutely, but I will take one. And on that note, we were, because Johnny wants to have one as well. He had a slight racing incident earlier, which I won't say any more of. I see a camera ringer. Right, next time out at Jerez, we're also going to have this here as well, the Formula Winter Series. So make sure you join us 10th and 11th of February. Until then, from all of us, here is goodbye.
Cheers.